I crossed over to the world of battle through the heavens, unexpectedly bounding a guardian queen system and become Medusa's guardian spirit. Chapter 1 Queen Medusa. I will be happy for 7 days if I top up my account. Wu Tian hummed a cheerful song while holding his phone horizontally and playing his favorite game. The name of this game is Do Chi Wa Da Ma. There are obviously small wings that are domineering in the game, but Wu Tian is keen on the low-key, luxurious and meaningful donkey mount. Look, while humming a song, he excitedly clicked the 648 button for the 9th time. He did 648 10 consecutive times 9 times just to get his favorite donkey mount. However, the truth is absolutely cruel to Wu Tian. After 9 rounds, there are a lot of cool wings, and the hit rate is quite high, but the low-key, luxurious and meaningful donkey has never been hit once. And on the 10th time, he was lucky to win, and a very frustrated black donkey appeared in front of him. Wu Tian was excited, and he excitedly slapped the black donkey to death with one palm. Then roasted the black donkey. That's right, he has always liked this donkey meat. To be more precise, he likes this black donkey. Why don't you say ate? What you eat replenishes what you eat. Wu Tian felt that his luck was very good today, so he decided to gamble with 6,480. He wanted to draw the super top harem beauty, Queen Medusa, who was said to be the only one that no one had ever drawn since the game came out. He spent 6,480 for Queen Medusa more than once. Of course, all women except Queen Medusa have been owned by him, Wu Tian. I recharge money and I am happy for 7 days. Wu Tian directly drew 100 times and read out his lucky quotes. Then, ding, congratulations to the player for winning the harem beauty, Xiao Meier, Nalan Yanran. Ding, congratulations to the player for winning the harem beauty, Queen Medusa. Haha, bang, it exploded. Then, nothing happened. When Wu Tian woke up, he found that he seemed to be in a deep valley, with the peaks on both sides standing out. He actually had a special feeling, which was a bit crowded. He looked at himself curiously, and he was shocked. Fuck, where are my hands? Where are my legs? Where is my third leg? I am dead, I have become a soul. Are souls spherical? Fortunately, I can see the surroundings. Could this be the Yellow Springs Forget-Me-Not Valley? Wu Tian looked at this place again. It was still so deep, and the tree-lined path was bottomless, but Wu Tian actually felt a faint fragrance. I am a soul, how can I feel it? Illusion, it must be an illusion. The sky is the only light here, so Wu Tian must take a closer look at the current sky. He wants to see if the sky is still blue after a person dies. However, when he looked up, he was almost scared to death. Because in his sight, a beautiful face appeared in front of him. This is a beautiful and enchanting face. Even from the angle of the photo that Wu Tian, the girl, dislikes the most, this face is perfect. Even if she doesn't look at Wu Tian with those enchanting eyes, Wu Tian can feel the noble aura revealed on her enchanting face, which makes people afraid. But no matter how beautiful and enchanting she is, for Wu Tian at this moment, there are only 2 words, so damn scary. Because Wu Tian compared his current size with the size of this beauty, my goodness. He is not even as big as her eyes now. This is not big enough for me at all. Wait, something is wrong. Wu Tian looked down along this face curiously, and I was shocked. The white and tender skin, the beautiful neck was wearing a collar, and there was a slender flower rope under the collar. The flower rope extended downwards. Fuck, I am the one hanging on the flower rope. Then where am I now? Wu Tian once again looked at his current home. He looked at the valley, as if Brother Bai was looking at a waterfall and was inspired. Wu Tian suddenly remembered a poem that his Chinese teacher had thrown into the trash can. Looking from the side, it becomes a mountain. Looking from the front, it becomes a peak. It looks different from far and near, high and low. I don't know the true face of Mount Lu, because I am in this mountain. The feeling that Wu Tian is feeling now is a feeling that no one else can ever feel. Ding, the Guardian Queen system is loading. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully binding to the Guardian Queen system. Ding, after detection in the system, the host is now in a soul state and may dissipate at any time. Please become the guardian spirit of Queen Medusa as soon as possible to avoid dissipation. The arrival of the golden finger surprised Wu Tian, but what surprised Wu Tian even more was that this enchanting and peerless beauty turned out to be Queen Medusa. System, Then what should I do to become the guardian spirit of Medusa? Wu Tian shouted excitedly in his heart. Ding, now issuing an urgent novice task, please become the guardian spirit of Medusa. Task reward, newbie gift pack. Quote. Obviously, this system clearly told him that he needed to explore everything by himself. Wu Tian had no idea. He was also helpless. He didn't even know what he was now, and he couldn't move even if he was stuck in the middle. At this moment, Wu Tian suddenly felt that he was liberated. He looked to both sides curiously, and the valley became slightly brighter. He looked up again, and the purple veil that had just been over Queen Medusa's shoulders had disappeared. Although Wu Tian couldn't see anything now, he understood what was happening in a second. Wu Tian, who was already free, was struggling with all his might, and his soul sphere bumped left and right. At this time, Queen Medusa felt that the gem pendant hanging on her chest was shaking slightly. She pressed the gem pendant with her jade hand. She didn't feel anything wrong, because she was just taking off her restraints, and it was understandable that she touched the pendant passed down from generation to generation by the Snake Queen. But what made her curious was that today the pendant was no longer cool, but a little warm. But she didn't think much about it. Maybe it was because she had kept it warm for too long. She picked up the gem pendant, brought it close to her lips with great care, kissed it gently with her lips, then let go of the pendant, and her graceful body rushed directly into the clear lake. At this time, Wu Tian felt that he had reached the peak of his life. This feeling was really wonderful. Woo, my first kiss is gone. In the clear lake, a hot woman was swimming in the lake like a happy fish. In the next moment, the woman suddenly emerged from the lake. Her long hair was now sticking to her snow-white shoulders, drops of water stained her delicate skin, then slid down her shoulders, over her very seductive waist, and finally dripped into the lake, splashing a circle of ripples. The scene was magnificent. Of course, this was a scene that Wu Tian had never seen before. What he saw was a scene that was even more attractive than this back view. Chapter 2, Becoming Medusa's Guardian Spirit. Wu Tian was in the pendant worn by Medusa. Somehow, he was floating on the water. This might be related to his current state of soul. After all, he loved floating. Because of this, in Wu Tian's sight, Medusa's perfect body that had been freed from restraints was completely exposed. For Wu Tian, a passionate boy, he felt that his soul was sublimated. The perfect body carved from white jade was like a masterpiece of heaven, plump and perky and very cute, very proudly exposed in this slightly damp and cool air. That beautiful face, charming and enchanting, the beautiful diamond-shaped eyes, there were wisps of spring-like water. Her purple snake tail swayed slightly in the water, releasing a wild temptation. Although Wu Tian was in a soul state at this time, he felt that a stream of hot blood was about to rush out of his nose. He not only remembered the fruit plate he loved to eat, which contained cherries, peaches, mulberries, bamboo shoots, etc. Is it fun to grab the bamboo shoots? This scene is so wonderful. This is a scene that Wu Tian has never imagined, but it has nothing to do with me becoming her guardian spirit. If I don't become her guardian spirit, I disappear. Then how can I be a guardian spirit? Her flaming red lips just now didn't let me become her guardian spirit, so what should I do? This system is really not giving me face. At least you have to give me a general direction. Forget it, if you want to protect, you have to get close to her first. Now I'm a little far away. Go over and grab the bamboo shoots first. Use all your strength just to survive. So Wu Tian enjoyed himself on the lake, but Medusa was too happy. The ripples splashing on the lake made Wu Tian sway with the waves. This fluctuation was a big wave for Wu Tian, independent now. Maybe this is the legendary wave. This made Wu Tian feel very bitter. He had heard of going with the flow, but he had never heard of following the waves. Now he felt it. Wu Tian looked at his current spherical soul body and it was gradually becoming ethereal. This made him very anxious. I am not a human being yet, and I am going to be finished. At this moment, he suddenly felt that he was suspended. This was because Medusa he quickly jumped out of the lake. She actually jumped like a fish. During this process, Wu Tian was stunned, because he felt like he had just touched the tip of a bamboo shoot. He tried hard to grab the bamboo shoot but couldn't get it. But he grabbed it so easily just now. The illusion must be an illusion. I'm not sure. I have the ability to do it again. However, he was slapped in the face, because his floating soul had already entered Medusa's body at that moment. So embarrassing. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the novice mission and becoming Medusa's guardian spirit. Congratulations to the host for receiving the mission reward, novice gift pack. Wu Tian looked at the surrounding scenery through Medusa's body. How boring. How could this be better than the exciting scenery just now? However, it was precisely because he entered Medusa's body that Medusa, the queen of the snake people, a powerful Donghua, also felt his presence. She was stunned by this sudden feeling. Her autumn water-like eyes also became stunned at this time. She clearly felt that there was a soul that entered her body from her chest, and this soul obviously came out of her pendant. And now she clearly felt that she had a family-like relationship with this soul. What was going on? Even the queen of Medusa, a powerful Donghua, felt this and couldn't help but panic. But after a brief moment of unconsciousness, her beautiful eyes, which were slightly purple, flashed with a cold chill. Who is it? Come out for me. Wow, this voice is really queen-like, so majestic. As the supreme queen Medusa of the snake people, if she hadn't felt that this soul had no intention of hurting her, and hadn't felt that it was like a family member, she would have used the word, roll away, long ago. Wu Tian floated out of Queen Medusa's body very obediently. Since he had been discovered, there was no need for him to hide. After all, it would be better to face it earlier and take direct responsibility. At this time, Wu Tian already had an illusory figure, which was much better than the one just now. Wu Tian's human form at this time was very illusory, so illusory that you couldn't see what his face looked like, but what was certain was that he was now in the form of a man. Wu Tian floated in front of Medusa very calmly, and of course he also saw very clearly that Medusa stood in front of him very calmly. But Wu Tian, as a soul, cannot stick to water, so his feet are floating on the lake, while Medusa is half submerged in the water, with only her upper body exposed in the air. This scene makes Wu Tian a little embarrassed. Medusa blinked her long eyelashes, not caring about it. Instead, she cares about what Wu Tian is. Medusa's beautiful eyes showed a cold light, and she asked, "Who are you? Why are you hiding in my pendant?" Wu Tian said very calmly, "My name is Wu Tian, I am the guardian spirit of the queen of the snake people from generation to generation." Wu Tian's words made Queen Medusa let down her guard a little, because this soul called Wu Tian, if he didn't know that her pendant was passed down from generation to generation by the queen of the snake people, how could he directly say that it was passed down from generation to generation? It's really a family. Wu Tian looked at Medusa's expression, which was less cold than before, and shouted in his heart that I guessed right. The gem pendant that Medusa didn't even take off to take a bath must be something extremely important to her. Medusa was thinking about the snake people, so this pendant must be the heritage of the snake people and must be a set with her crown. Medusa frowned and asked Wu Tian, "What is the guardian spirit you are talking about?" The guardian spirit protects you and prevents you from being hurt by others. It protects you all your life and guards your existence. Wu Tian said calmly. Medusa's purple eyes swept over Wu Tian, her eyes revealed doubt, and even her voice was very doubtful. "Can you do it?" Wu Tian said embarrassedly. "Of course I can, I am a guardian spirit. But because the queens of the snake people have not found a way to wake me up for generations, most of my memories have disappeared, and my strength has disappeared with it, but I can help you improve your strength faster." "Oh, that means you can't do it now." Medusa's red lips raised a slender arc, and in an instant, her exquisite face was full of charm. Between her stubbornness and smile, Wu Tian lost his mind for a moment. "Wu Tian, can we change the subject?" "No." Chapter 3 Hu Shabao and Do Huang's Peak Strength. Medusa looked at the floating soul Wu Tian in front of her and asked again, "According to what you said, it was this king who found a way to wake you up, so you woke up. This king doesn't remember what I did. What is the method to wake you up?" She must confirm the method to wake up this soul called Wu Tian. If she didn't do it, then this soul is lying to her. Wu Tian blinked his eyes. Is it okay for Medusa to ask so carefully? "I can't say that I accidentally touched you," Medusa will. "No, absolutely not. If I say this, it will make me, the guardian spirit of the queen of the snake people from generation to generation, look so wretched and cheap. There is no style at all." Wu Tian smiled faintly and said, "The way to wake me up is to kiss." "Well, a kiss awakens the guardian spirit, which becomes full of style, at least it becomes much purer, this is love." Medusa nodded thinking about her actions just now. She did kiss the pendant just now. It seems that this guardian spirit is real. But this guardian spirit is a little too weak. It seems that this state will dissipate at any time after waking up. Who will protect whom in the future? Then how did you get in, guardian spirit Wu Tian? Medusa asked again in confusion. Wu Tian felt that the question asked by the goddess Medusa really made him not know how to continue. He just felt that his body went in just like that. He had to tell the truth. Swish, like a monkey flying into the sky, I went in. ... Monkey flying into the sky. Monkey flying into the sky. Medusa's purple eyes flashed, and she smiled at Wu Tian. Guardian spirit, come in again, and I will feel it. Wu Tian, okay. Wu Tian turned into a phantom and quickly drilled into Medusa's body. Medusa frowned slightly. She was not prepared and was suddenly drilled into her body by Wu Tian. This feeling was really not very comfortable. But she can be sure now that this soul called Wu Tian is her guardian spirit of Medusa. Okay, come out, Queen Medusa said lightly. Wu Tian got out of Medusa's body again. This in and out was like his own home to him. It seemed that he was now completely bound to Medusa. When he went in and out, he did not feel any discomfort at all. Instead, he felt very comfortable and enjoyed it. However, when he appeared again at this time, he suddenly felt that his body was a little illusory and a little tired. What's going on? Can't I stay outside for too long as a guardian spirit? Medusa looked at the guardian spirit Wu Tian, who had become unclear. She shook her head helplessly, curled her red lips, and said speechlessly with her jade hand on her forehead, Alas, guardian spirit Wu Tian, it seems that you can't help this king in a short time. You still can't do it. You should go into this king's body and rest. When Wu Tian heard Medusa say that he couldn't do it, he suddenly felt choked. Yes, now I am in the state of soul, and I am still a soul without fighting spirit, but I still have the plug-in system. You let me in, I go in, you let me out, I come out, as your guardian spirit, don't I have face? How can a woman look down on me, a guardian spirit? System, open the novice gift package for me. Ding, congratulations to the host for opening the novice gift package and obtaining the exclusive super god level ring, Hushabao. ... That's it, where is my fighting spirit? I am the guardian spirit of Queen Medusa, and my fighting spirit must be at least higher than hers. If I am not a Do Di, I must at least be a Do Sheng for fun. If I am not as strong as her, won't she look down on me? You can't. Wu Tian didn't want to hear these three heartbreaking words again. And most importantly, is the name of this ring serious? It is a super god level ring, and it can't change the fact that it is just a ring. Now I want to ask what kind of packaging it is, isn't it the kind that you have to wipe your mouth as soon as you take it out? Wu Tian shouted in his heart, System, come out, are you kidding me? Where is my duty strength? Ding, congratulations to the host for opening the novice gift package, the soul realm is upgraded to the spiritual realm of perfection. The soul power is upgraded to the peak of Duhuang. Wu Tian was delighted. Gone. Where are my fighting skills? I am, ding, because the host is now in the soul state, there are no fighting skills, elixirs, etc. in the novice gift package. Beautiful, no gaps at all, I thought. Wu Tian thought that if he said a few more words, the system would give him a few heavenly fighting skills, heavenly elixirs, etc. Now it seems that there will be no more. Tui, bad review. Wu Tian felt the sublimation of his soul's strength, and felt very comfortable at this time. He felt that his body was much more solid than before. At least when he stretched out his 5 fingers, he could see which one was longer and which one was thicker. In order to confirm his time limit and restrictions, Wu Tian quickly floated away. When he floated to a distance of 1.8 meters from Medusa, he felt his body was weak and he felt like he was about to disappear. He knew that his range of activities was within 1.8 meters of Medusa. How could this 1.8 meters be as wide as one side of the bed in his previous life? However, the time he could exist could not be tested in a short time. He quickly floated back to Medusa, and this time the distance became closer, because he felt that a closer distance would make him more comfortable. Medusa's long eyelashes blinked, and she watched Wu Tian's body suddenly become solid, then fly around, and get close to her a few centimeters away. She felt incredible. This guardian spirit Wu Tian was obviously not good just now, and it seemed like he was about to dissipate at any time. How could he suddenly be good now? He exuded this aura, this is the same Do Huang aura as me. It's only been a few times, it's only been a few seconds, and he has become a Do Huang. Just now he had no strength at all, but now he has become the same Do Huang peak as me. This is incredible. It seems that this guardian spirit has recovered some strength. Medusa was thinking a lot. Her purple eyes looked up at Wu Tian. Her petite and attractive red lips were slightly opened, and her big eyes were full of doubts and surprise. Because of the difference in level between the two people on the lake surface, the lake reflected the two people sticking together. This scene, this picture was frozen at this moment. For Wu Tian, the scenery at this moment was really wonderful. At this time, Wu Tian's strength has been raised to the Do Huang peak, which also makes his figure fully revealed. White skin, delicate face, and long black hair hanging on his shoulders, a handsome man. Of course, he would be more handsome if he was wearing clothes. Wu Tian couldn't help looking at Medusa. He closed his eyes quickly. Something bad happened. He turned around quickly, so that he didn't hit Medusa's pretty face. Good luck. Chapter 4 My Guardian Spirit. Medusa blinked her beautiful eyes and glanced up and down at Wu Tian's back. This guardian spirit that suddenly became clear and powerful, was quite handsome, fair and tender. Lord Guardian Spirit, have you recovered some of your strength? Medusa licked the corner of her mouth. Medusa's voice sounded behind Wu Tian. Wu Tian smacked his dry mouth. Could Queen Medusa be more careful? We are still being honest with each other. She even called me Lord Guardian Spirit in a teasing way. Is that okay? Of course, if you, the Queen, don't care, why should I care? Wu Tian took a step forward and then slowly turned around. That's right, maybe it's because I just entered your body and activated some kind of energy, which has restored my strength to the peak of Duhuang. My strength is now the same as yours. Wu Tian's expression was very calm, and there was no sign of his heart being in a turmoil, but a face is still a face, and sometimes other parts of his body will reveal his true nature. Medusa's eyes looked directly at Wu Tian, and because of her line of sight, the first thing she saw was the head raised high. Medusa looked at Wu Tian's face. She didn't notice Wu Tian's embarrassment at this time, nor did she need to pay attention. As a guardian spirit, he must have seen through her when she had the pendant, and they were even destined to be inseparable in the future. She didn't need to hide anything from this guardian spirit, so it didn't matter if she looked through the guardian spirit's body now. The most important thing was that she took advantage, because she was a snake person, and this soul was in human form. Medusa smiled with her red lips, her beautiful eyes revealing excitement and joy, and she said, My Lord Guardian Spirit, since you have just entered my body, your strength has already recovered to the peak of Duhuang, so if you enter and exit a few more times, will your strength be able to recover to your peak strength? No problem. This, maybe, Wu Tian said lightly. My Lord Guardian Spirit, what are you waiting for? This time I am ready, come. Medusa raised her arms gently, her beautiful eyes were completely closed, waiting for Wu Tian. In Wu Tian's eyes, this scene is completely like a scene for you to pick. Is this really good? So, Wu Tian was really forced to do what Medusa said, and he worked hard on the lake for a long time, but his strength still did not improve at all, which was of course inevitable. Medusa's red lips curled up slightly, her eyes were full of resentment, and her breathing was a little hurried. Stop, Guardian Spirit, don't come out. You are too fast, I am not prepared at all. It's okay if you feel uncomfortable, but your strength has not improved at all, it seems that this won't work. Medusa's plea for mercy made Wu Tian's mouth slightly raised. Woman, now you know whether I can do it or not. But if my strength doesn't improve, even I won't call you adults. He floated out of Medusa's body again. He looked at the current Medusa. At this time Medusa had come out of the lake at some point. Wu Tian guessed that he must have just tossed her here. Medusa's whole body was now completely exposed on the lake. This scene made Wu Tian's eyes straighten. On the clear lake surface with ripples, there is a perfect and plump body like white jade, releasing a temptation that makes people dry their mouths. Beautiful face, slender white neck, because of the collar, revealing an elegant arc, a drop of elite water emerged from the neck, and then rolled down. It cleverly crossed the body that was breathing, and finally drew an arc that amazed Wu Tian's eyes, and then dripped down. The slender waist seemed to be less than a hand, but it was slightly thin, but it revealed a sense of flexibility. The flat and tender belly had no trace of even extra fat. At a glance, Wu Tian had the urge to stretch out his hand and swim. Under the slender waist was a wild purple snake tail, which swayed slightly, revealing a strange style. At this time, all of Medusa had been seen by Wu Tian, and he shouted 2 words in his heart, "Oh, damn." Her beautiful face was revealing a cherry red color, and her perfect body was a little breathless at this time. This graceful body was so tempting, so charming. Wu Tian immediately shook his head vigorously. "No, I can't go on like this. If I go on like this, I won't be able to bear it. Fortunately, I am a soul, otherwise my nose will bleed. This Queen Medusa, she doesn't know what to do. I, a gentleman, Wu Tian, must know what to do. Once or countless times, I can still tell the difference. This requires a process of infiltration, which is absolutely not possible at this moment." Wu Tian looked at the panting Medusa with an extremely calm expression and a very evil heart, saying, "Well, why don't we go to another place to sit down and flirt?" "Okay." Medusa nodded. She raised her fair jade arm, and a small piece of red cloth flowed down her jade arm. It turned out to be a small tube top. She raised her arms again, and a light purple brocade robe was put on her body, half covering the spring light that was enough to make Wu Tian's blood boil. What made Wu Tian happy was that the brocade robe was not closed, but exposed. The proud bodice was like the sunrise in the morning, bubbling proudly at Wu Tian. Medusa used her slender jade fingers to stroke her wet black hair. The picture was so beautiful that it was simply a strong medicine. While stroking her hair, Medusa smiled at Wu Tian in front of her. "Let's go. Let's go to the bamboo forest over there." Wu Tian's mouth twitched. Did Medusa forget something? Wu Tian had no choice but to speak frankly. He directly called out to Medusa, who was twisting her snake tail, and said, "Wait, Medusa, you are dressed, but I am not." Medusa turned around and tilted her beautiful head, glanced at Wu Tian's body in confusion, and then said something that made Wu Tian speechless. "Guardian spirit, do you still need to put on clothes?" Wu Tian wanted to vomit 3 liters of blood. "It doesn't matter if you can see me wearing clothes or not, but it's not good to be seen by others. Of course, if it's a woman, it's okay, but if it's a man, it's embarrassing." Wu Tian turned the helplessness in his heart into a faint nod, and said calmly, "Need it?" "Okay then," Medusa said helplessly. Medusa's long eyelashes were raised happily, and her big eyes had completed the crescent. She licked the corner of her mouth with her fragrant tongue. As her snake tail swung, her body and pretty face slowly approached Wu Tian, and a slight itchy feeling came to Wu Tian's ears. "In that case, my guardian spirit, do you think this one I'm wearing is suitable for you?" Chapter 5. The female guardian spirit really smells good. Medusa's narrow eyes formed a crescent arc, and her numb tone made Wu Tian, who had no self-control, blush. This Medusa was originally a woman who enchanted everyone. Now she is teasing Wu Tian like this. How can he bear it? Wu Tian, who had raised his head even higher at this time. He dared not look at Medusa's charming figure. She called her guardian spirit master and asked her to take off her clothes for me to wear. "I just put them on and it's not warm yet. Is this really okay?" Wu Tian fell into a difficult choice. Should I agree or not? Just when Wu Tian raised his head proudly to make a decision, Medusa's body retreated slightly. She covered her mouth and chuckled, "Okay, I won't tease you. Guardian spirit, look at which one in my hand suits you, and you can wear that one." Wu Tian lowered his head curiously and looked at Medusa. In his sight, the ring on Medusa's slender jade finger emitted a faint red light. Without thinking too much, this must be Medusa's storage ring. A red light flashed, and in Medusa's hands, there appeared several colorful and fragrant gauze robes and bras with very little fabric left. Wu Tian looked at these clothes that exuded this charm even when they were not worn, and swallowed his saliva unconsciously. Is this Medusa? Is there any difference between the clothes in her hands and the clothes she wears? Wu Tian carefully looked at these extremely charming clothes in Medusa's hands. These clothes have 3 common characteristics. First, these are definitely worn by Medusa, because Wu Tian can completely smell the special charming fragrance of Medusa. Second, these are all women's clothes. That's right, Medusa's storage ring is of course all women's clothes now. If there are men's clothes, it will be a big deal. However, Wu Tian guarantees that there will be men's clothes in it in the future, because they are his. Third, none of these clothes are even lower body clothes. Okay, snake people, the lower body is a snake body, so there is no need to wear it. Wu Tian felt that it was necessary to discuss with Medusa about letting her wear a skirt in the future. But what the hell should I do now? Guardian Spirit Master Wu Tian's head was buzzing. I, the Guardian Spirit Master, want to wear women's clothes. Should I wear it or not? Of course not. How embarrassing it would be for the Guardian Spirit to wear it. Even if my soul was torn apart, I would never wear women's clothes. Wu Tian shook his head in refusal and said, Medusa, none of your clothes fit me. I'd better enter your body first. After saying this, Wu Tian whooshed and drilled into Medusa's body again. Medusa frowned and said with a slightly resentful expression, HMPH, if you don't want to wear it, then don't wear it, and you came in so suddenly, I told you, it will be very uncomfortable. Wu Tian, Guardian Spirit Master, are you really not going to wear it? Medusa's red lips showed a strange smile and whispered. No, Wu Tian said with extremely firm words. Medusa twisted her body into the bamboo forest, biting her lips as she twisted her body and said, if you don't wear it, how can we sit down and chat slowly? Wu Tian, she wants me to wear her clothes and become a female guardian spirit. No, absolutely not. Medusa took Wu Tian to the bamboo forest. There was a small pavilion in the center of the bamboo forest. Medusa lay sideways on the chair in the pavilion. She held her delicate face with her hands, licked her flaming red lips, and said in her soft voice, Guardian Spirit, come out. Wu Tian got out again helplessly. He ran directly into the bamboo forest and grabbed a handful of bamboo leaves, and then turned into a primitive guardian spirit. Don't say it, it's really a bit exotic. However, it's still so cool. Wu Tian sat opposite Medusa. Although he always thought he didn't care about this matter, he had fully realized a sentence at this time. This sentence is called, if you don't feel embarrassed, then others are embarrassed. But what he realized was what he realized from the enchanting Queen Medusa. This Medusa was like she had no heart at all. She looked at me with her charming eyes, staring at me. Didn't you just not see it? But why did you keep staring at me like this? She didn't feel embarrassed at all, but I felt embarrassed, okay. Wu Tian had no choice but to say, Medusa, do you have a darker robe? Coochie, hee, this one I'm wearing is it, then I'll put it on you. Medusa couldn't help laughing. This enchanting smile really hooked Wu Tian's soul away, although he was originally a soul. So, Wu Tian had no choice but to put on Medusa's so-called darkest robe to cover his bamboo leaf green body. It feels so warm and fragrant, oh, it smells so good. Wu Tian sat opposite Medusa in this fragrant outfit. Although it was still cool below, Wu Tian crossed his legs and then put them down. Why put them down? Because it's uncomfortable. In Wu Tian's eyes, Medusa was lying on the chair in the pavilion. Her charming curves were so tempting. At the end of the chair, a lavender snake tail gently drooped, swaying slightly, releasing a wild temptation. Master Guardian Spirit, you are really tempting like this. Medusa's voice was numb and lazy, and she was so tempting that Wu Tian's bones were numb. Wu Tian was extremely speechless about this. Am I more tempting or are you more tempting? Can you clarify it accurately? Medusa continued, Guardian Spirit, my strength has been stuck at the peak of Duhuang for many years. If I improve further, I will be a Duzong. If I practice according to the rules, I don't know how long it will take to touch the threshold of Duzong. It is difficult to break through Duzong. You just said that you can help me improve my strength. How do you want to help me improve? Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering the main task of Guardian Queen. Please help Queen Medusa complete the evolution. Task reward, a super god level technique exclusive to the host. This sudden main task made Wu Tian very excited. This super god level technique is much stronger than the super god level ring. Since the task reward provided by the system is a technique, this technique must be something that he can practice in his soul state. Wait, system, why don't you send me the novice gift package? The system will certainly not pay attention to this unreasonable and noisy host. It has been sent to you, so aren't you just here for vacation? Wu Tian stared at Medusa's beautiful eyes and said calmly, evolution through strange fire. I think the records of the snake people also mention that one can improve his qualifications and strength through evolution through strange fire. As long as you find the strange fire and have sufficient preparation, you can successfully evolve and become a Dozong. Chapter 6 Temper Me, Evolve Me. Medusa sat up immediately after hearing Wu Tian's story. She changed her previous laziness and said seriously. Yes, It is true that the records of the snake people do record that our snake people can complete the evolution through the strange fire, but there are no successful cases in the records, and the rarity of strange fire can be said to be rare in the Duki continent. Where can we find strange fire? Wu Tian smiled faintly and said very arrogantly, of course there are no successful cases in the records. This record was left by me. They didn't find the strange fire at all, and of course they can't evolve. After all, they didn't wake me up. When Medusa heard that this record was left by Wu Tian and that he didn't wake him up, she became very happy. She stood up excitedly and rushed directly to Wu Tian. Her charming face was only 10 centimeters away from Wu Tian. Guardian spirit, if I understand correctly, you mean you can find the strange fire? Wu Tian swallowed his greedy saliva and continued to lie. Yes, I only left a record that the strange fire could make the snake people evolve, but I didn't leave any trace of the strange fire, because the evolution of the strange fire would have a high probability of failure. If I was not awakened, it would be impossible to evolve successfully. It can be said that without me, there would be no strange fire. Guardian spirit, you look so powerful. Medusa was overjoyed when she heard Wu Tian confirm that he could find the strange fire. Her big eyes curved into crescents and she opened her arms to touch Wu Tian. Wu Tian thought he could feel the real squeezing and soft feeling, but the fact was extremely cruel to him. Because Medusa's arm passed through his body extremely cruelly, Wu Tian was immediately miserable. Nima, I am a soul without a body, so of course Medusa's hand would pass through. Medusa certainly felt lonely, which made her long eyelashes blink in disbelief. How could it pass through? So she licked the corners of her mouth and showed a smile that made Wu Tian confused. In Wu Tian's sight, he clearly saw Medusa's hands running around on his illusory body that seemed like a projection. As her slender hands moved around, Wu Tian's body would dissipate like mist, and as long as her hands passed, it would return to its original state. He, guardian spirit, your body is very interesting. My clothes become illusory when I wear them on you. Good guy, Medusa, the queen of the snake people and the peak of the Duhuang, actually played with him. However, she looks so cute like this. Compared with the charming Medusa before, now she looks like a playful girl, so lovely. Of course, it would be better if she had 2 ponytails, cough cough. Hey, don't move. It would be embarrassing if it dissipated and returned to its original state. Wu Tian was speechless at this moment. The more he didn't want her to move, the more she moved. Humph, bad boy. What else could Wu Tian do? Forget it, if she wants to play, then let her play for a while. Anyway, there is no one else here, so the family can play however they want. After a few minutes, Medusa has returned to her original state, but her body is sitting next to Wu Tian. Although the two cannot have any contact, this will still make their relationship much closer. Of course, Medusa is so close to Wu Tian at this time in order to improve her strength. Guardian spirit, you said you know the location of the strange fire, so where is it? The numb voice sounded from Wu Tian's ears again. Wu Tian smiled unfathomably and said, of course it is far away in the sky, but close at hand. Medusa looked at Wu Tian with big eyes, and then in the next moment, she swooped into the inner part of Wu Tian's illusory body, and her faint purple eyes were directly closed, waiting for Wu Tian to pick it. This made Wu Tian look confused. If there was a mirror, he would definitely see that his face at this moment was completely overlapped with Medusa's beautiful face. Wu Tian's mouth twitched and asked, Medusa, what are you doing? Medusa didn't even open her eyes. She still looked like she was waiting for you to pick her. Her lips moved slightly and she said, Master Guardian Spirit, you said before that without you, there would be no strange fire, and now you say that the strange fire is far away in the sky and close at hand, so you are the strange fire itself. Wu Tian's mouth twitched. Good guy, I seem to have said too many pretentious words, and she actually misunderstood me. So embarrassing. What should I do? Master Guardian Spirit, this king is smart. My Master Guardian Spirit of the different fire, come on, don't be polite to this king, use your strange fire to refine me and evolve me. If this king screams out in pain, you don't have to pity me. Medusa closed her eyes and urged happily and excitedly. Wu Tian felt so embarrassed that he couldn't describe it. A charming woman was urging him, but he couldn't do anything. This feeling was so uncomfortable. He felt very humble at this moment. But he had to break this tragic environment for him and Medusa's joy. He said awkwardly, "Well, Medusa, don't be like this, come out first, calm down, you misunderstood, I am not the strange fire, I mean the strange fire is in our Tager Desert." Medusa opened her big eyes when she heard Wu Tian's words, but she didn't go out. She said excitedly again, "Is there really a strange fire in the Tager Desert? The strange fire is very close. Lord Guardian Spirit, come on, get into my body, we will go now." Wu Tian wanted to go too, but he couldn't find the location of the Green Lotus Earth Core fire. He had to explain in detail again in embarrassment. "Well, Medusa, calm down a little bit. You know that I have only recovered a little bit of strength, so my memory has only recovered a little bit. I can't remember the location of this strange fire. And the snake people belong to the cold and gloomy. If you want to complete the evolution through the strange fire, you need to prepare some precious things." Medusa listened to Wu Tian's words and gradually regained her composure. She also knew that she was too excited just now. It was also written in the records of the snake people that if you want to use the strange fire to complete the evolution, you need to prepare a large amount of ice spirit cold springs and ice cold lotus platforms. Only if these two exist will the chance of evolution increase, otherwise the end result will inevitably be a failure of evolution, and the body will die. Her expression slowly changed to calm. It seems that she will be busy in the future. Just talking about these two things, it will take a lot of time to prepare. The location of the strange fire is even more difficult to find. The Tager Desert is so large that it is also extremely difficult to find the strange fire. However, now that she has the opportunity to become a Dozong, it is enough to make her happy. Wu Tian looked at Medusa, who was not as excited as before, and suddenly felt a pain in his heart. He couldn't help but said, "Although I can't remember the location of the strange fire, I know the approximate location of a person who has the strange fire, which can help us find the strange fire faster." Chapter 7 Arrival in Desert City. "Who?" Medusa's beautiful eyes curved, and she asked excitedly again. Wu Tian smiled slightly and said, "You know this person. He is the Ice Emperor Hai Bodong, one of the 10 strongest men in the Gamma Empire who was sealed by you with the Serpent's Curse. He is hiding in the Tager Desert at this time." "It's him." Queen Medusa fell into memories. She still remembered this Do Huang who played with ice. She knew very well that after Hai Bodong was hit by her Serpent's Curse, his body aged rapidly, and his strength was also sealed to the Do Ling level. Now it is not difficult to find this Hai Bodong in the desert. That is to say, as long as you find Hai Bodong, you can get the location of the strange fire. Medusa couldn't help it at this time. Since there was news about the strange fire, she must get it first. She exuded a huge momentum. A surge of energy burst out from her body, and a pair of fiery red crystal-like wings suddenly appeared on her smooth back. These wings can be said to be crystal clear while emitting a fiery red light, making the already charming Medusa even more charming. When the wings appeared, Wu Tian was really drunk, but what made him even more drunk was Medusa's actions and words. Medusa twisted her charming body, licked her red lips with her tongue, and hooked her slender jade fingers towards Wu Tian. "Master Guardian Spirit, come in quickly, we must cherish time and seize the opportunity." Wu Tian certainly knew that Medusa meant for him to enter her body and then go find Hai Bodong, but what she said made Wu Tian have to think more. This enchanting queen, the days ahead will really be difficult. Wu Tian nodded, and then whooshed into Medusa's body. This time Medusa was prepared. After all, Wu Tian nodded when he entered, which made Medusa feel much more comfortable this time. Medusa flapped her wings directly into the sky. As a dignified Duhuang strongman, Wu Tian felt what it felt like to fly for the first time. Although he was not flying himself, he was now in Medusa's body and could fully see the scenery outside. Although he is not a dragon knight now, he is at least a Medusa knight. Flying in the sky, Wu Tian looked down. This is a huge city. The fully armed snake guards on the city wall patrol back and forth on the city wall. There are more than a dozen black birds hovering above the city wall. Their sharp eyes are constantly scanning outside the city. Even if there is any disturbance, they will sound the alarm. Without Medusa saying much, Wu Tian also knows that this is the temple of Queen Medusa, and the place they just were in is like Medusa's back garden. To be precise, it is Medusa's exclusive bath and garden. Roar, roar, roar. Medusa did not hide her figure and breath. When she appeared in the air, everyone on the ground saw her figure, and they all knelt to pay homage to Medusa in the sky. "Your Majesty." The dark group of snakes broke through the clouds with respectful voices. Wu Tian could clearly see the intoxication and awe in their eyes. Medusa had no intention of stopping. She flew away at a terrifying speed. In Wu Tian's memory, Hai Bodong was selling maps in a city on the edge of the desert, but he didn't know the exact location, so he suggested that Medusa start looking for it at the edge of the city where humans arrived in the Tager Desert. As the peak of the Duhuang, Queen Medusa's speed was naturally extremely fast. Along the way, Wu Tian could only chat with Medusa in addition to enjoying the beautiful scenery of the surrounding 1,000-meter-high sky. In the air, Queen Medusa proudly introduced to Wu Tian the strength of their current snake tribe, which had 8 tribes, and each tribe had a powerful leader. There were also several elders in the snake tribe. In Medusa's introduction, they were respectfully called Old Immortals. It can be seen that she had great resentment towards these old immortals. In the distant sky, the fiery red light streaked across the sky like chasing the stars and the moon. This scene was magnificent, but unfortunately Wu Tian could only look around from this magnificent origin. He suddenly realized that the surrounding scenery was getting less and less attractive. In Wu Tian's sight, he could see a Lois city standing in a golden desert from a distance. In this barren desert, this city can be said to be full of vitality, but for Medusa, these are of course a group of ants. The Tager Desert is her territory. These humans built a city on her territory and made it like a tourist attraction. You can imagine how she feels now. If she hadn't come here to do business this time, I don't know if she would have a nightmare survival mode in the city. Wu Tian saw from a distance that above the city, 2 huge light red characters were carved on the city wall, named Desert City. As a powerful queen, Medusa certainly would not play such a low-level operation as sneaking in. She directly released the peak Duhuang aura that belonged to her, Queen Medusa, with all her strength. When this powerful aura appeared, there was a commotion in the desert city below, and everyone in the desert city looked up at the sky. When they saw the graceful snake man body intersecting with the sun in the sky, they showed disbelief and fear. "This is beautiful, 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 Queen Medusa. Wu Tian, I know my wife is beautiful, but you don't have to praise her like that." Some people below swallowed their saliva in fear and greed, and some were directly scared to pee their pants. There was no one in the city who was not afraid of Queen Medusa, the strongest in the Gamma Empire. As the queen of the snake people, how could she appear here? This was the thought of everyone in the desert city. The soldiers who were defending the desert city were all scared. What the hell was this defense? Even a Do Huang was not good enough here. The city lord in charge of the safety of the desert city was a Do Wang. As a city outside the desert, it was naturally the top priority. Of course, it had to have the strength comparable to that of the leader of the snake people. But Queen Medusa did not play by the rules and came to the desert city in person. This made the city lord feel that today was the last time of his life. Queen Medusa's fame and reputation were resounding throughout the Gamma Empire. Of course, his little Do Wang was not good enough. Maybe he would say goodbye to this world in the next moment, but as the city lord, of course he had to stand up. He had to suppress all his thoughts in his heart, flew in front of Medusa, and said in a very uncowardly tone, "Your Majesty Queen Medusa, I wonder what you are doing in the desert city." Chapter 8 The Poor Ice Emperor Hai Bodong. "Little Do Wang, get out of here." Queen Medusa shouted with her red lips, her eyes emitting domineering aura. A majestic aura swept out of her body, and with it came the terrifying pressure. The strength of the peak Do Huang was actually something that the little Do Wang could resist. The unknown city lord had no resistance at all and was blasted to the bottom of the city by this majestic aura. This domineering attitude made the crowd below all huddle in fear. If they were strong at ordinary times, now they were completely like turtles. Queen Medusa looked down at the ants who were afraid of her. Her lips moved slightly, and she smiled. She communicated with Wu Tian in her heart. "Master Guardian Spirit, you are so powerful. He is really here." Wu Tian's mouth corners slightly raised. He felt very satisfied in Medusa's body. He thought to himself, "Powerful. You will feel my even more powerful side in the future." In the next moment, Medusa came to the desert city. In Wu Tian's sight, a map shop called Gutu appeared. This shop was very remote and located in a corner. The shop did not look luxurious at all, but it exuded a simple atmosphere. It was an extraordinary place at first glance. Medusa ignored the crowd that formed a circle around her. She stared into the shop, her red lips moving slightly. Hi Bodong, why don't you come out? Do you want me to invite you out? Following Medusa's words, an old man in light blue clothes and with white hair walked out of the shop. However, he was different from other old men because his body was very strong, and his hands were also very stable and powerful, which was obviously due to long-term exercise and friction. The old man walked out of the shop, his eyes fixed on Queen Medusa in front of him. His eyes did not reveal fear like others, but revealed the eyes of an equally strong man. You are here after all, Queen Medusa. The white-haired old man stood in front of Queen Medusa with his hands behind his back and said helplessly. Medusa looked at the white-haired old man in front of her and smiled. I really can't believe that the Ice Emperor Haibodong, who is famous in the Gamma Empire, would actually live in seclusion in a small city on the edge of the desert and become a map vendor. Ice Emperor. The onlookers in the distance were surprised again. Wu Tian now suspected that everyone in this desert city was a stutterer. Why did they always speak in the same tone? Hehe, isn't it all thanks to you? Haibodong smiled bitterly on his old face. He did not release any breath, because he knew that with his current dueling strength, he was nothing in front of Queen Medusa, and even when he was at his peak, he was not the opponent of Queen Medusa. Medusa smiled faintly. I came to you not to destroy you, but to make a deal with you. Deal? Haibodong smiled bitterly. Hehe, I don't think I am qualified to make any deal with you, Queen Medusa. Haibodong is very self-aware. He is only a dueling strength now. Medusa can grab anything she wants, including the incomplete map. And now Queen Medusa actually said she wanted to make a deal with him. The strength is not equal, so what qualifications does he have to make a deal? Medusa didn't care what Haibodong thought, nor did she care about the ants watching the excitement around her, but went directly into Haibodong's shop. Haibodong was speechless about this. He shook his head helplessly and followed him in. And the people watching the excitement outside were all confused. There were actually 2 Duhuang in their small desert city. In Wu Tian's sight, Haibodong's so-called shop was very bright. This was not because the moonstone in the shop was so bright, but because all the windows were open. It was better to say that they were broken than open. This was definitely caused by the panic escape of the people who had just bought maps in the shop. Medusa, that ancient wooden shelf has a part of the incomplete map you want. Wu Tian pointed out to Medusa in an unfathomable way. Medusa frowned. If Wu Tian was not her guardian spirit, she would definitely slap him to death. He actually let the king personally turn over the moldy rags. Under Wu Tian's guidance, Queen Medusa came directly to the wooden shelf. She picked up a stack of maps that exuded a faint musty smell with her jade hands and shook them, and then a palm-sized incomplete map appeared in her hand. Her red lips revealed a charming smile. This incomplete map was the reason why she had chased Haibodong before. Although she didn't know what kind of treasures and secrets this incomplete map contained, it could be seen that this must be a map containing the secret of a great opportunity. However, now this incomplete map is missing half. Master Guardian Spirit, what kind of secret is contained in this incomplete map? Medusa looked at the incomplete map in her hand and asked Wu Tian in her heart. Wu Tian said in a mysterious way, this map is divided into many parts. It is very difficult to find them all. The ultimate secret is a powerful strange fire, and it is also the 3rd-ranked evil fire in the legend, Pure Lotus Demon Fire. Pure Lotus Demon Fire, the 3rd-ranked strange fire. Queen Medusa's heart was set off by a storm. This was too surprising. Although she had never heard of its name, it was naturally needless to say how powerful it was to be ranked 3rd. This was simply a great opportunity. But what surprised Medusa even more was that she just asked the guardian spirit casually, and he actually answered it. He was too amazing. Master Guardian Spirit, how do you know that the ultimate secret of this map is the Pure Lotus Demon Fire? Medusa asked. Wu Tian smiled slightly, because I am your guardian spirit. Medusa's face turned slightly red, but Wu Tian did not notice it, and it was only a flash, and it returned to its original state in an instant. At this time, Haibodong, who followed Medusa in, had an expression full of bitterness and surprise. Because he watched Queen Medusa come straight to his wooden frame and find one of the 2 halves of the incomplete map that he had obtained with great difficulty and split with great effort. What the hell does this mean? It means that Queen Medusa has been playing with me. She can find this incomplete map directly, which must have left her mark on it. I took the trouble to split the incomplete map into 2 parts, but what is the point of splitting it? At this time, Hai Bodong's face was full of bitterness, because the other incomplete map was in his ring. Medusa turned around and stretched out her slender jade hand to Hai Bodong, with a playful look in her eyes. Hai Bodong, give the other half of the incomplete map in your hand to this king first, and then I will discuss the deal with you. Hai Bodong's mouth twitched. Can't you be a human being? Chapter 9 Making a deal with Hai Bodong. Hai Bodong's old face became even more bitter at this time. It is said that enemies are particularly jealous when they meet, not to mention that he, a strong Duhuang, has become the enemy of Xiaodolinger. Of course, this is not important. The important thing is that Queen Medusa came to whip his corpse. Although he knew that he was not Medusa's opponent, he was also furious at this time. His old face flashed with murderous intent, and the hideous scar became much more ferocious. A majestic cold mist began to fill the room. At this time, the cold mist had filled the entire house, and the cold air coming out of the house could be seen from the outside. Hai Bodong directly held the fragment in his hand in the ring. His eyes revealed a sharp color. Queen Medusa, you are too much. Yes, the fragment is here with me. I know I am not your opponent, but if I want to destroy this half of the fragment, you can't stop me. Queen Medusa looked at Hai Bodong in front of her and released the spirit of Do Ling, and smiled playfully. Really? Are you so sure that I can't kill you before you destroy this fragment? Hai Bodong looked at Medusa's eyes and felt palpitations. He had a kind of fear from the bottom of his heart for Queen Medusa. This was a fear and coldness deep in his bones, which was even colder than his ice-fighting spirit. He immediately felt that something was wrong. He didn't know what was going on. He always felt that Queen Medusa would deprive him of the fragment before he destroyed it. But as the former Ice Emperor, how could he easily compromise? Didn't he, the dignified Ice Emperor, have no face? As his palms opened and closed, countless tiny ice silks condensed, fully wrapped around the incomplete picture in his hand, and it seemed that in a moment, the incomplete picture would be wrapped in a thick layer of ice crystals. At this moment, Hai Bodong suddenly stopped his movements, and the half-wrapped ice silk actually dissipated directly, and even the ice mist that filled the room dissipated directly. At this time, Hai Bodong dared not move, because he felt that a strong man who was no less powerful than Medusa appeared in front of him, but he could not see this person. But he was sure that as long as he made a slight move, his fate would definitely not be good in the next moment. And the one who appeared in Hai Bodong was none other than Wu Tian, who appeared from Medusa's body. As a soul at the peak of Do Huang, it was too easy for Wu Tian to float in front of Hai Bodong, who was only a Do Ling, without being noticed by anyone. Of course, Wu Tian was only scary on the surface at this time, because he had no skills in fighting skills, and could not touch living things, so he could only scare Hai Bodong. As the former Ice Emperor, Hai Bodong could still sense the danger that threatened his life. Wu Tian saw Hai Bodong stop his action, and he also released his strength directly in front of Hai Bodong. His body was floating in front of Hai Bodong. Wu Tian was wearing Queen Medusa's purple robe, and the bra that Medusa should wear on it had been moved down about 40 centimeters at this time. This was also a helpless method, who let Medusa have no men's clothes. But this could not cover up his domineering momentum at all. He looked at Hai Bodong in front of him with disdain and smiled. You are worthy of being the former Ice Emperor, you can actually feel my presence. Hai Bodong blinked his old eyes, looked at Wu Tian who was floating in front of him with horror and said, fuck, soul body. It's a Duhuang peak male soul body wearing women's clothes. Wu Tian, as powerful as Hai Bodong, the top Duhuang strongman of the Jia Ma Empire, he couldn't help but spit out fragrance directly at this time, because he felt that the strength of this soul body was actually Duhuang peak. The soul body alone is already at the peak of Do Huang, so how strong must the peak strength of this soul body who loves to wear women's clothes be? When did the snake people have such a powerful warrior? If the snake people had such a powerful Do Huang earlier, at least half of their Jia Ma Empire would have become the territory of the snake people. So is this a powerful warrior who has recently appeared? Of course, this is all irrelevant to Hai Bodong at this time. He only knows that he is going to be in trouble. No matter how pretentious he is, he will not think that he can escape from the two peak Do Huang warriors. He opened his old mouth and looked at Wu Tian in front of him. This expression was really ugly in Wu Tian's eyes. He directly reached out and took the incomplete map in Hai Bodong's hand. As a soul body, he can touch dead objects, but living things cannot be touched. For example, he can't touch Medusa's graceful body at all. It's a typical case of being able to look but not touch. Wu Tian handed the incomplete map to Queen Medusa, who was twisting around. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Hai Bodong and said lightly, "Let me introduce myself. I am the guardian spirit of Queen Medusa. My name is Wu Tian, Ice Emperor Hai Bodong. Now we can talk about the deal." Guardian spirit, Wu Tian. This unfamiliar name made Hai Bodong very confused, but it can be speculated that this Do Huang Peak strongman called Wu Tian is like a guardian elder of the snake people, and he was just awakened recently. Hai Bodong's face was as bitter as a bitter melon at this time. "Damn, two Do Huang Peaks are talking about a deal with my little Do Ling, can you be more realistic? Don't you want to be a human being? Trade, the incomplete map has been snatched away by you. I wonder what deal the two Do Huang Peaks have with my little Do Ling." Hai Bodong said speechlessly. After all, Queen Medusa has not started looking for the strange fire yet, and he is not sure what the purpose of Queen Medusa and this guardian spirit is. "Clues to the strange fire," Wu Tian said concisely. Hai Bodong's eyes suddenly widened. He had obtained the information about the strange fire but had not told anyone. This was the result of his own labor. How did they know about it? Queen Medusa noticed Hai Bodong's expression and immediately determined that Hai Bodong knew the location of the strange fire. She was secretly delighted. It felt so good to have a guardian spirit. Wu Tian smiled faintly and said, "Hai Bodong, as long as you draw a map of the approximate location of the strange fire, we will help you unlock the snake curse. You should know that it is much easier and stronger for us to help you unlock the seal than to get that 6th grade shitty Poer Dan. You don't want your Ice Emperor to lose even the strength of a Do Huang after breaking the seal. Of course you can also refuse us, but you have to think about it. After all, we can find the strange fire ourselves, but it will take a little longer." Hai Bodong stared at the not too old and smiling soul in front of him. He was very sure that this soul was an old guy. He actually said the 6th grade elixir he prepared, and what his last sentence meant was, "If you refuse, I will destroy you." What a deal. Chapter 10. I will become the slave king. Hai Bodong felt bitter at this moment. He thought about how powerful he was as the Ice Emperor in the Gamma Empire. But now he has fallen to such a state, becoming someone else's prey. It's so miserable. He didn't believe that the two Snake Kings would release him and unseal him after he drew the strange fire map. He was too naive. "Hai Bodong, I didn't kill you before, and I won't kill you now," Queen Medusa said very proudly. Hai Bodong looked at Queen Medusa, then looked at Wu Tian, the guardian spirit, and then nodded. He naturally trusted Queen Medusa's reputation, and with these two around, the Gamma Empire was nothing, not to mention him, an old man. It would be too easy for them to overthrow the current Gamma Empire. The Gamma Empire now only has two Do Huangs. Hai Bodong took out the exquisitely drawn parchment map of the Tager Desert from his arms. The map on it was so detailed that it even marked out where there were water sources and where there were snake tribes. He took out a pen and drew 3 flame marks on the map. He said very proudly, "In my exploration, these 3 places are where the probability of the hidden strange fire in the Tager Desert is the highest. Of course, this is just my inference after exploration. The accuracy rate cannot reach 100%. I think the probability of the strange fire in the first 2 places." "Okay. You don't have to say it. I know where the strange fire is." Wu Tian snatched the map directly. He knew the location of the strange fire in the deepest part of the desert. It was a waste of time to listen to Hai Bodong's nagging. Hai Bodong, don't be afraid. We said we won't destroy you, so we won't destroy you. The wish of Her Majesty and I is that the snake people and humans can coexist peacefully." Wu Tian stared at Hai Bodong, whose eyes were wandering, and said lightly. Queen Medusa looked at Wu Tian with a look of joy in her eyes. "The guardian spirit master understands me so well." Hai Bodong looked at Wu Tian and Queen Medusa in disbelief. These two Do Huangs have the strength to sweep the Gamma Empire, but they told me that their wish is world peace. I am afraid I have heard the most awesome joke. I am hallucinating. It is definitely a hallucination. Hai Bodong, you can't stay here anymore. If you don't disappear and let others know that you, the backer of the Miter family, are a Do Ling, I think the Miter family will also face a catastrophe. Come with us, from today on, you are my slave. Hai Bodong, What the hell, slave, is this the way you just said that the snake people and humans can coexist peacefully? Nima coin, this is a trap. Before Haebadong could react, he felt that he was caught by Queen Medusa like a chicken, and he could feel that the seal on him had deepened again. The original Do Ling's strength had become a powerful Do master. Haebadong's old face was bitter. He thought that his worst fate was to be directly destroyed by them, but now his fate is even worse than being destroyed, a slave. I, the Ice Emperor Haebadong, want to be a slave to the snake people. I tell you, it's impossible. It's impossible in this life. Haebadong, you also know that we can help you unlock the seal after we obtain the strange fire. During this period of time, if you want to ensure that the Miter family is not destroyed, you must ensure that you will not die in the snake people. If you want to live, you must live as a slave. Wu Tian smiled faintly at Haebadong. Haebadong's face was bitter. Can't you be a human? You. Queen Medusa slapped the poor Haebadong and knocked him unconscious. Then Wu Tian raised his mouth and walked into Haebadong's body. As Haebadong was already unconscious, Wu Tian could of course control his body. In the next moment, their figures disappeared. Later, a battle between the emperors took place in the sky above the desert city, but after just a collision, the two disappeared. In the desert city, only the legend of the Ice Emperor guarding the desert city and fighting with Queen Medusa remained. But in fact, the poor Ice Emperor was thrown into the nearest snake tribe by Medusa and Wu Tian, and was being escorted to the royal city deep in the desert as an awesome slave. Haebadong was sitting in a cage carriage covered with dust in the desert. His old eyes looked up at the sky and he murmured, in order to protect the Miter family and the people of the Gamma Empire, I will be the slave king. After leaving Haebadong behind, Queen Medusa and Wu Tian did not go directly to the location of the strange fire, but came to a huge city on the eastern outskirts of the Tager Desert. This city was called Stone Desert City. The Stone Desert City appeared in Wu Tian's sight from a distance. This city was not much different from the Desert City, and its defense was also extremely strict. Armed soldiers from all servers could be seen patrolling everywhere outside the city. However, no matter how strict the security here was, it was still useless to Queen Medusa, an absolute strong woman. Medusa descended directly over the Stone Desert City as a queen. Then the so-called city lord here was so scared that he didn't even show his face. Even the mercenaries in the Stone Desert City hid, fearing that they would offend the queen. The people on the street were so frightened that they fled in panic. Medusa looked down at the crowd and buildings below from above, and suddenly she found a courtyard called the Desert Iron Mercenary Group. Her red lips slightly raised. Guardian Spirit, this Stone Desert City really has the Desert Iron Mercenary Group you mentioned. Well, go find that girl, Wu Tian said mysteriously. That's right, the reason why Medusa came here this time was because of the guidance of Wu Tian, the Guardian Spirit. The reason why Wu Tian came to Shimo City was to confirm whether Xiao Ding and Xiao Li had created the Desert Iron Mercenary Group. First, he could roughly determine the time of the main line, and second, he could find Qinglan, the evil girl. With Qinglan's green snake 3-flower pupils, it would be too easy to obtain the strange fire, and Qinglan, as a snake man, should naturally return to the warm embrace of the snake man tribe. Queen Medusa flew directly above the Desert Iron Mercenary Group, looking down from a high position, and then Medusa's eyes revealed a puzzled look and asked, Guardian Spirit, here, including the entire Shimo City, there are no snakemen you mentioned. Wu Tian was very embarrassed at this time, because he did not see Xiao Ding and Xiao Li as he wanted to see, only a group of little fighting masters running around, and there was not even a girl here. Damn, this Desert Iron Mercenary Group was not created by the Xiao brothers. They have not yet come to Shimo City, so Qinglan, the little maid, will certainly not appear here. So what time period is it now? Chapter 11 6th Level Magical Beast Two-Headed Fire Spirit Snake. The confused Guardian Spirit Master Wu Tian, at this time, had to say to Medusa next to him very calmly, Well, Medusa, my memory may be confused, I may have remembered it wrong. My Guardian Spirit Master, you are actually old and confused, Medusa said with a surprised face. Wu Tian, there is no way to refute. Queen Medusa spread her wings and disappeared directly above the Stone Desert City. The crowd running around below also returned to normal. The news that Queen Medusa was looking for the Ice Emperor Haebadong to fight was circulated in the Stone Desert City. Queen Medusa flew quickly in the desert. As a time traveler, Wu Tian certainly knew that the strange fire was at the deepest location of the map drawn by Hai Bodong. Medusa, let's go directly to the location near the palace. There must be the location of the strange fire. Wu Tian's unfathomable voice sounded in Medusa's body. Medusa raised her red lips and smiled charmingly. Guardian spirit, are you sure you are not old and confused this time? Wu Tian said that he had dug a pit and he had to go in. Who asked him to pretend to be a guardian spirit from generation to generation? It is normal for a wild soul of only 20 years to pretend to be an antique and be called old and confused. The speed of flight is very fast, but the position drawn by Hai Bodong is a bit general. Even if Medusa is a Duhuang strongman, it is not easy to find the strange fire. So Queen Medusa began to turn over the sand. Medusa's snake-like body surged in the sand, which made Wu Tian feel particularly distressed. Wu Tian looked at the snake-like passages that Medusa had turned over behind him. These paths are very small, only about small, and it is pitch black inside, which looks scary. Wu Tian looked at this deep passage and exclaimed, these paths are so deep, so dark, so small, and so warm. After Medusa exuded a brutal impact and drilled for a day, she finally found something strange, because the direction she was heading to was getting hotter and hotter. It is completely possible to feel that the fire attribute is becoming more and more intense, which makes Medusa and Wu Tian feel happy. The fire attribute is getting stronger and stronger because of the existence of the strange fire. After the full-strength collision, Medusa directly drilled into a fiery red world. Medusa and Wu Tian were shocked when they saw the scene that seemed like purgatory. This is a huge cave, which is definitely a naturally formed cave, a magma cave. In the huge cave, the fiery red magma flows slowly in it, and occasionally there are huge bubbles emerging from the magma. However, after a moment, with a slight sound, it bursts with a bang, and the hot eyes burst out from it, as gorgeous as a fiery red firework. Medusa stood at the end and looked at the magma world that was almost unforgettable. She felt deeply shocked. It turned out that there was such a terrifying place hidden under the desert. If these magmas erupted, you can imagine what kind of terrifying scene would be produced. Medusa, there are living things hidden in this magma, be careful. Wu Tian reminded. Medusa licked her lips and smiled, I know, there is no old and confused guardian spirit. As soon as the voice fell, a muffled sound rang out in the originally calm magma lake, and countless hot magmas suddenly burst out at this moment. Amid the flying lava, a huge mysterious creature suddenly rushed out of the magma and bit towards Queen Medusa like lightning. This huge creature let out a sharp hissing after breaking through the magma, and there were several magma fire pillars spraying around it, which was particularly spectacular. This mysterious creature that suddenly ran out of the magma was a snake-like monster, with an extremely long body, about 4 or 5 feet long, and a fiery red body. From a distance, it looked like a round piece of fire jade, and its body surface was covered with palm-sized red scales. The most amazing thing is that it has 2 heads. At the fork of its slender neck, 2 ferocious heads with their mouths wide open are biting Medusa together. This is the first time Wu Tian has seen such an unnatural scene. Now he can't help but admire it. It's so spectacular. This 2-headed fire spirit snake is really scary. It looks violent and bloodthirsty. Did it take the initiative to attack because it felt the danger? But why is it so strong? Shouldn't it be only a 4th-level magic beast? How come it is now a 6th-level magic beast? The 6th-level magic beast corresponds to the Duhuang strongman, and there is also a lot of hot magma here, which greatly increases the combat power of this 2-headed fire spirit snake. Queen Medusa is more of a cold body, which is a rhythm that is completely at a disadvantage. 6th-level magic beast. Lord Guardian Spirit, how can there be such a powerful magic beast here? Medusa asked in surprise. Wu Tian was stunned and replied, this magic beast is a 2-headed fire spirit snake. It was only a 1st-level magic beast when it was born. It can grow so strong because of the strange fire. It should have existed not long after the strange fire was formed. However, it is a great opportunity for it to evolve into a 6th-level magic beast. If it wants to grow again, it is absolutely impossible to rely on this alone. Queen Medusa spread her wings and dodged nimbly. In the air, she quickly launched a counterattack. She clenched her arms tightly and condensed a huge fiery red bow and arrow. The bow and arrow were naturally condensed by Do Chi. Queen Medusa, holding the bow and arrow, was so domineering at this time that she was simply beautiful. Swoosh! an extremely fast arrow shot at one of the heads of the two-headed fire spirit snake. Unfortunately, as a two-headed fire spirit snake with the strength of Do Huang, it naturally noticed it and directly avoided the attack. The head of the two-headed fire spirit snake swung violently while dodging. In an instant, a column of hot magma sprayed out from its big mouth. This magma column was like a fire dragon, drawing an arc of death in the air, and shot straight towards Medusa. Medusa put her bow and arrow in her hand, and a huge energy burst out around her, turning into arrows all over the sky and shooting at the two-headed fire spirit snake. However, if this was outside, Medusa would definitely use this move to cause huge injuries to the violent two-headed fire spirit snake. But in this magma world, the body of the two-headed fire spirit snake is completely like an immortal existence. Even if the arrows transformed by Medusa's fighting spirit shot through its body, it would have no effect on it. The body of lava would allow it to recover from its injuries in an instant. Two huge energies exploded underground, causing the originally calm deep underground to vibrate. Medusa's fragrant eyebrows frowned slightly. This two-headed fire spirit snake is stronger than imagined. Guardian Spirit, do you have any way to deal with this two-headed fire spirit snake? Queen Medusa asked Wu Tiandao with a slight movement of her mouth. As the proud Queen Medusa, she felt at ease after having the guardian spirit Wu Tian. This was the comfort in her heart. Although she had no solution now, the guardian spirit must have a solution. Wu Tian looked at the huge 6th-level magic beast, the two-headed fire spirit snake, and his mouth twitched slightly. What can I do? If I can't beat it, I can just run away. Chapter 12 Medusa vs. Fire Snake. When Wu Tian just wanted to persuade Medusa to take a long-term view and run first, he felt the voice of the limited-time voice lady ringing in his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the Guardian Queen branch task. Guard Queen Medusa and help Queen Medusa defeat the 6th-level monster two-headed fire spirit snake. Task reward: an ice lotus platform and a pool of ice spirit cold spring. ... Such a clear reward really makes me unable to refuse. Wu Tian said what he could do. He had to bite the bullet. Since there is a task, he has to fight hard, and if this task reward is obtained, it will save a lot of time. Wu Tian said lightly, Medusa, you relax your body and mind, don't do anything, let me control your body. Remember not to resist. Yes, that's it, let my soul wrap you. Queen Medusa thought to herself, Guardian, is it like this that I don't need to move? Do you move? Then don't move your hands. Otherwise. Wu Tian, if you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have thought of it. Should I give it a try? Ahem, mainly because I don't have time now. Queen Medusa, who was controlled by Wu Tian, was instantly wrapped by an invisible force, which was Wu Tian's soul power. Two lava columns spewed out of the mouth of the two-headed fire snake again, but this time Queen Medusa did not dodge. She raised her jade hand directly, and an invisible force wave emanated from her palm. In an instant, an invisible barrier formed 10 meters in front of the palm, which was the soul energy light shield released by Wu Tian. Although he had no skills or fighting skills, and could not release his strength on his own, he could control the human body to achieve the effect of releasing all his energy. And this barrier was condensed with his soul energy. Two magma columns shot out violently, and when they encountered the light shield condensed by Wu Tian, they burst without warning, and the scattered magma slowly flowed down in the air, and finally rendered the invisible barrier into a fiery red. Medusa raised her mouth slightly. As I thought, Medusa's attribute was cold and cold. She was completely restrained against the two-headed fire snake. Even if she could defeat the two-headed fire snake, she would be seriously injured. My power is soul power. Soul power is different from other attribute powers. There is no restraint, only those people of the Soul Clan can control the soul. The current scene proves that I can fight the two-headed fire snake with my soul power, and I am not restrained. Compared with Medusa, it is better for me to fight with her. Little snake, come, let me see what you are capable of. You, come here. Wu Tian stretched out Medusa's jade finger and hooked it provocatively. Medusa, is my guardian spirit crazy? Hiss. The anger in the eyes of the fire snake was obviously worse than before. The huge tail swung violently and hit Medusa fiercely. The fiery red wings on its back had turned transparent at this time, without any of the previous domineering aura, but it was hard to see clearly. With a flap of its wings, Medusa quickly dodged. The huge tail brought a large shadow and smashed into the magma, splashing huge magma sparks, followed by magma fire pillars from the magma. Wu Tian knew that the fire snake was going to play a covering attack. He fluttered his wings and drew arcs in the air to avoid the fire pillar attack. As he dodged, his figure quickly approached the fire snake, and a huge transparent broadsword appeared on the hands of Medusa. This sword was condensed by Wu Tian. The sword was a domineering weapon, and it was perfect for dealing with this fire snake. The fire snake looked at the approaching Medusa, and directly opened its two big mouths to bite it, ready to tear and swallow Medusa in one bite. Medusa couldn't be more satisfied with this. The big knife in his hand suddenly emitted a transparent fighting spirit. The transparent big knife drew a strange arc in the air, which looked extremely gorgeous. The huge blade collided with the two big mouths of the fire spirit snake, generating a huge energy impact. However, as a 6th level early stage magic beast, the fire spirit snake's ability was a little worse than Wu Tian, who was at the peak of the Donghua. And Wu Tian was not restrained by the terrifying fire attribute of the magma world, which caused the fire spirit snake to be passive at the beginning of the collision. The blade emitted a transparent and dazzling light that was as deep as white, and it directly chopped on the head of the fire spirit snake. The hard fiery red scales on the head of the fire spirit snake burst directly, and in an instant, one of the heads of the fire spirit snake was cut off by a small half. The fire spirit snake now looked terrifying, and the red blood spurted out directly. Hiss, hiss, the fire spirit snake suffered such a heavy blow, and immediately emitted bursts of sharp hissing sounds. With its huge hissing sound, the fire snake directly drilled into the magma. In the next moment, the magma lake became extremely calm. Wu Tian did not dare to be careless, the fire snake must have recovered. In about a few minutes, the originally calm magma world became irritable again. With the irritable magma lake, 10 two-headed fire snakes suddenly sprang out of it, and the head that had just been chopped was actually restored to its original state at this time. Of course, there is only one body among these fire snakes, and the others are condensed from the flame energy in the magma. 10 huge two-headed fire snakes stared at Medusa, hovered in the air for a while, and suddenly hissed. 10 fire snakes formed a flame formation, with a scorching temperature that was enough to evaporate the air, and rushed towards Medusa, overwhelmingly. Medusa's red lips slightly raised. If you want to severely injure the fire snake, you must let it collapse directly. A surge of energy suddenly released from her body. At this time, the huge energy belonging to Wu Tian, who was at the peak of Donghua, suddenly exploded with her body as the center. Boom! In this earth-shaking and violent explosion, 10 fire spirit snakes collided with it, and suddenly exploded at the moment of contact. The fierce energy explosion turned into energy ripples, which suddenly spread out, making the already violent magma lake even more violent. This destructive explosion scene was enough to destroy any city, and at the same time as this energy explosion, Medusa's graceful body had already drilled into the violent magma lake. And on her body was a layer of energy light shield, which was not Wu Tian's soul energy, but Medusa's own energy. Now Wu Tian has given up control. To be precise, he is a little weak. The violent explosion just now made Wu Tian, who is at the peak of Donghua, a little weak, not to mention the two-headed fire spirit snake. Even if it can recover in the magma, it is impossible to recover in a short time. Now is the best time to collect the strange fire. Medusa's body quickly swam towards the magma underground. She felt the temperature of the magma around her getting higher and higher as she dived. Even a strong queen like Medusa felt uncomfortable at this moment. Wu Tian felt very distressed and thought to himself, how can I make her feel better? Chapter 13 Feed Medusa delicious food. Medusa looked at the magma that had turned a little green, and a fearful look appeared in her eyes. The temperature of the magma was already unbearable for her. Wu Tian looked at the sweaty Medusa and felt particularly distressed. He had to do something. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the Guardian Queen branch mission. Guard Queen Medusa and help Queen Medusa defeat the 6th level monster two-headed fire spirit snake. Congratulations to the host for receiving the mission reward, an ice lotus platform and a pool of ice spirit cold spring. The voice of the system was like timely rain, which gave Wu Tian an unknown idea. This idea could reduce Medusa's burden and make her feel better. Medusa, wait a minute, I'll feed you something delicious first. Although Wu Tian was a little weak now, he could still defend against the fated green lava. He jumped out of Medusa's delicate body. This made Medusa feel empty inside. Wu Tian had not come out for the past few days. When he suddenly came out, he felt empty and a little uncomfortable. Medusa frowned slightly, and her charming eyes blinked with doubts, and asked, "Hey, my guardian spirit, are you sure you want to feed me delicious food in this hot magma?" Wu Tian smacked his lips. "Okay. My action was indeed a bit crazy, but in order to make her more comfortable and last longer, I had to do this crazy action." After Wu Tian had the super god level storage ring Hushabao, he checked it for the first time. This check really scared him, because the space in Hushabao was not a small place at all, but like a world. There were green mountains and clear waters, towering mountains, and rivers and lakes inside, but he could only look at them, but could not move them. He could only move his 1 acre and 3 points of land, and there was a courtyard in this acre and 3 points of land. There is a small lake in the courtyard. The crystal clear water is surrounded by white mist, exuding an extremely cold temperature. Needless to say, Wu Tian also knows that this lake is definitely the so-called ice spirit cold spring rewarded by the system. There is also a lotus on this lake, which exudes a chilly air. This must be the ice-cold lotus platform. Wu Tian didn't have time to check other places. His consciousness was quickly withdrawn, and then he was confused. How should I feed Medusa with this pool of ice spirit cold spring? I won't take it out and wash Medusa directly with the spring, right? But I said I would feed it. I don't have a bottle, a can, or a water gun. Wait, got it. Wu Tian stood in front of Medusa, with a smile on his lips, and said gently, "The temperature of the magma below will be higher. You won't be able to hold on if you continue like this. Come on, open your mouth, I'll feed you." Medusa's long eyelashes blinked, revealing a confused look, but she knew that her guardian spirit would never hurt her, and she didn't continue to ask Wu Tian what to feed her. What happened in the past few days has made Medusa completely trust Wu Tian. He is just like what he said when he appeared before, trying his best to protect me, cherish me, and guard me. It seems that he is very weak now, but he still comes out to feed me delicious food. He must be really doing it for my own good. Medusa's big eyes narrowed into a crescent shape, and her charming red lips slightly opened, curiously waiting for Wu Tian to feed her unknown food. Wu Tian's mind now has a lot of food, such as cucumbers, carrots, and sausages. But now he is not feeding chewed food, but drinking food that can flow down the river. Wu Tian raised his arm slightly, and his palm had already drilled into the shape of a fist. The quaint ring on his finger was aimed at Medusa's mouth. Squeak! Medusa blinked her confused beautiful eyes. The quaint ring in Wu Tian's hand left a crystal clear liquid, which was the ice spirit cold spring that could reduce calories. Wu Tian felt proud. The special version of the ice spirit cold spring that I researched was actually successful. Queen Medusa was frightened by this sudden move, and her beautiful eyes were tightly closed. She felt the icy and cool feeling all over her body, and secretly admired her guardian spirit in her heart. "This, my guardian spirit is really good." Medusa opened her beautiful eyes and felt the cool feeling all over her body. The extreme heat brought by the magma dissipated a lot. She now felt like turning on the air conditioner in the hot summer, and it was so cool. Wu Tian looked at Medusa in front of him, who had opened her beautiful eyes and had a layer of coolness on her body with the ice spirit cold spring. He said lightly, "Ice spirit cold spring, swallow it, the effect will be better." Medusa blinked her big eyes, and then swallowed the ice spirit cold spring, and her white neck rolled slightly. As the ice spirit cold spring entered her stomach, she directly exuded a cool feeling on her body. It was definitely a different kind of enjoyment to have such a feeling in the magma. Wu Tian looked at the satisfied Medusa and said lightly, "These ice spirit cold springs should allow you to hold on for a while. When you can't hold on any longer, I will feed you again." After that, he swooshed into Medusa's body. Medusa pouted her flaming red lips and murmured sadly, This guardian spirit suddenly came in again. I have said many times that it will be uncomfortable. Since you have already fed me, why don't you feed me more at a time? It's just this little at a time. It's getting hotter and hotter inside. I must have many more times. Wu Tian, can't I hear it?" As Medusa dived, the surrounding fiery red and green magma had completely turned into a green color, and at this moment, a green thing appeared in the distance in front of her. The green light enveloped this piece of magma. Looking carefully, I actually saw a green lotus standing gently in the green light. The cyan lotus has 8 petals, and the 8 cyan leaves are as perfect as the most perfect sapphire jade. At first glance, it is crystal clear, making people feel reluctant to let it go. At this moment, a trace of sweat appeared on Medusa's delicate cheeks again. She licked the corner of her mouth. Guardian spirit, I need you. Wu Tian had to float out again. Squeak, Qinglian earth heart fire, I finally found you. Wu Tian gently licked the remaining ice spirit cold spring on the ring and said lightly. Medusa licked the corner of her mouth with her tongue, smacking her lips and asking, Blue Lotus Earth Core Fire. Wu Tian nodded. Yes, the Blue Lotus Earth Core Fire ranks 19th on the list of strange fires. It was born in the depths of the earth and has been tempered, fused, compressed, carved, and trained by the fire of the earth countless times. It takes 10 years to become a spirit, 100 years to take shape, and 1,000 years to become a lotus. When it is fully developed, its color is green, and green fire grows in the heart of the lotus. It is called Blue Lotus Fire, also known as Blue Lotus Earth Core Fire. This fire is unpredictable. In places near volcanic areas, it can even trigger volcanic eruptions and form a terrifying destructive force. Medusa nodded after listening to Wu Tian's story, and asked with puzzled eyes, this king knows, but what is the training of the guardian spirit? That, Medusa, you will know it later. Wu Tian said mysteriously with his hands behind his back. Chapter 14. Wedding Medusa and grabbing the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire. Queen Medusa's beautiful snake tail swung in the magma, and her body swam quickly to the area covered by the green light like a small fish in a lake. As Queen Medusa's body got closer and closer to the lotus platform, Medusa could clearly feel that the temperature around her was almost rising in vain. Fortunately, it was the ice spirit cold spring that was squeaked out by the guardian spirit Wu Tian again, and this time the amount was large, otherwise it would definitely be too hot. Medusa licked the dry corners of her mouth, and her body went straight into the green light. This was not a barrier, but a form covered by the light. After Medusa's delicate body entered the green light, as Wu Tian expected, the feeling of heat was much lower than outside. As the distance got closer, the scene in the cyan light was also seen. In the lotus light, there seemed to be a small lotus platform about 2 or 3 feet long. In some holes on the lotus platform, there were dots of fluorescence. This must be the lotus seeds condensed from the purest fire attribute energy. Under the cyan lotus, there was an extremely slender rhizome, more than 10 meters long, and on the rhizome, there were densely covered with laughing tentacles. When these tentacles swayed, it could be clearly felt that they were madly absorbing the violent fire attribute energy in the surrounding magma in an almost greedy state. This cyan lotus was suspended in the endless magma like duckweed in the sea. Medusa, be careful, don't let those tentacles touch you, otherwise your fighting spirit will be sucked away in an instant. Wu Tian, as the guardian spirit, hurriedly reminded. Wu Tian looked at the lotus in front of him and sighed. The shape of this lotus has obviously gone through more than 1,000 years. I didn't expect that 1,000 years would be just a moment, and it would be gone in a blink of an eye. Regardless of whether Medusa believed it or not, Wu Tian himself believed it. As a guardian spirit, he must be more impressive. Medusa is the queen of the snake people. At this time, she couldn't suppress her excitement. This is the strange fire that can help her complete her evolution. As the distance gets closer and closer, you can fully feel the beauty of this blue lotus. This kind of thing can only be created by the tempering of time. Of course, if you use a guardian spirit, it is the training of nature that can train such a delicate fire lotus. Medusa carefully avoided the root tentacles, quickly came to the top of the blue lotus, and looked into the lotus. On the lotus seat, a ball of blue flame was slowly rising above it. This flame is very spiritual. When it is slightly tumbling, it sometimes condenses into a lotus shape, and sometimes condenses into a small blue flame snake, floating in the lotus seat and hovering. It looks docile and very cute. This fire is the Blue Lotus Earth Core Fire. When Medusa saw this naughty little flame, she immediately showed a happy smile. The aura of Medusa is rising. It seems that she is going to do a feat of catching the strange fire like a queen. As a guardian spirit, how could Wu Tian let her do this? Wu Tian hurriedly stopped her and said, "Wait, Medusa, this is not how you take the strange fire. You will be seriously injured if you do this. Guardian spirit, do you have a way?" Medusa stopped her movements and looked at Wu Tian, who had just floated out with her purple eyes. This time, because she was so excited, she didn't even know when Wu Tian came out. Wu Tian said mysteriously, "That's right." Wu Tian took out the ice-cold lotus platform on the ice spirit cold spring pool from the ring. With the appearance of this ice-cold lotus platform, an ice attribute emerged in this space. "Ice lotus platform," Medusa said in surprise. Wu Tian nodded and said lightly, "I have always had the ice lotus platform and the ice spirit cold spring in my ring, but I didn't have the energy before, and I lost my memory, so I forgot these two things." Medusa blinked her long eyelashes, as if provoking Wu Tian's mind. "Guardian spirit, you are really confused." Quote. "Medusa, wait a minute, I will release the ice spirit cold spring to soak your body." You seize the opportunity to quickly move the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire to the Ice Lotus platform. Wu Tian said with a very serious expression. Medusa nodded, and she immediately understood, but how can this guardian spirit soak my body? Then in the next moment, she understood in great doubt that this guardian spirit really knows how to do it. Wu Tian raised his arm again as he fed her before, and the ring exuding a simple and ancient atmosphere splashed out a large amount of ice spirit cold spring like a small waterfall. And Wu Tian's floating body was spinning around Medusa's body, using the ice spirit cold spring to give her a 360-degree all-round baptism. Queen Medusa was soaked by Wu Tian's ice spirit cold spring in just a short moment, and even her black hair was stuck to her charming face. The water of the ice spirit cold spring flowed down from her face, across her graceful white body, through the river in the mountain stream, and all the way to the end of the snake's tail. The originally fiery figure was now covered with a layer of frost, looking like an ice spirit beauty. The picture at this moment was so beautiful that it was simply fascinating. Wu Tian couldn't help swallowing a greedy saliva. He couldn't help but exclaimed in his heart, "The waterfall falls 3,000 feet straight down, and it is suspected that the Milky Way falls from the sky." It's Wu Tian who fell on Medusa. Medusa was only momentarily distracted, not having the time to look at this guardian spirit that was different from the past. Instead, she seized the opportunity to reach out her jade hand to grab the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire. The Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire immediately sensed the danger and suddenly burst out with a different aura than before, a violent fire attribute energy. In just a moment, Medusa, who was originally soaked by the ice spirit cold spring, suddenly felt the violent heat. She felt that in the next moment, her body would be dried up, and she would definitely be seriously injured. At this critical moment, Wu Tian appeared directly above Queen Medusa, and the ice spirit cold spring in the Husabona ring was like a free gift, pouring down on Medusa's head. If it was an uninterrupted cold current before, then now it is a strong rainstorm like a shower. It is precisely because of this that Queen Medusa also successfully captured the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire. In an instant, the little fire snake of the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire appeared on the Ice Lotus platform that had been prepared long ago. Wu Tian quickly took the Ice Lotus platform back into the Husabona ring. His super god level Husabona ring can collect everything except living people. This Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire is fire, even if it has intelligence, it is also within the scope of collection. Wu Tian's consciousness went directly to the space inside the Guardian Soul. The Ice Lotus platform appeared above the Ice Spirit Cold Spring Pool, and a white light shield suddenly appeared, trapping the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire inside. Every time the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire struggled to swim out, the white light shield would emerge and eject the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire, and then the Ice Spirit Cold Spring would be slightly reduced. Wu Tian's consciousness quickly withdrew, and he smiled happily at Medusa beside him. "Medusa, we succeeded." Medusa raised the corners of her mouth slightly, licked her red lips, and said seductively, "Master Guardian Soul, when can you condense so that this king can reward you?" Wu Tian, are you trying to trick me, with empty words? Chapter 15. What belongs to me is yours. The ice spirit cold spring on Medusa's body was completely gone at this time. At the moment when she finally grabbed the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire, the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire directly dried up the ice spirit cold spring on her body. Fortunately, because of Wu Tian's full-strength spray, she was not injured. Queen Medusa looked at the remaining blue lotus platform and the earth fire lotus seeds on the lotus platform. With her vision, she could naturally see that this was a rare treasure, but this did not mean that she knew how to take it down. Her eyebrows were slightly wrinkled, and she looked at Wu Tian again with doubt in her purple eyes. Although my guardian spirit may be confused sometimes, he still knows more than me. What if he has a way? Wu Tian saw Medusa's eyes and naturally understood. He said lightly, "This blue lotus pedestal is a wonder of heaven and earth. Any iron that touches it will melt. If you want to cut it apart, you need pure jade to prevent it from being contaminated. Guardian spirit, this is why you prepared a pure jade ruler before." Medusa smiled sweetly, and the storage ring fanned a faint light, and a slender jade ruler appeared on her jade hand. This jade ruler is crystal clear, as beautiful as the leaves of the blue lotus, and looks magnificent. You come to cut the part where the lotus is connected to the rhizome, and I will control it. Wu Tian nodded. Naturally, playing with fire, naturally, everything must be prepared. Queen Medusa carefully swam to the part under the lotus pedestal connected to the rhizome, and Wu Tian, who could not leave more than 1.8 meters away, had to follow. Medusa's jade hand gently stroked, and suddenly, the blue lotus, which was as perfect as a work of art, slowly fell off. As soon as the green lotus fell, Wu Tian controlled it with both hands to float in the air and rotate. It looked like a fairy treasure, which made people feel wonderful and magical. Wu Tian looked at the lotus seeds in the rotating green lotus platform, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. 1, 2, 3. His eyes followed the lotus platform, and Wu Tian's smile gradually became bitter. He shook his head, and he felt a little weak. His eyes followed the lotus platform and were a little confused. Medusa felt funny on the side, and smiled secretly with her jade hand covering her mouth. This guardian spirit was quite cute at this time. He directly controlled the lotus platform to stop and confirmed that there were 11 lotus seeds in total, which was perfect and without error. Queen Medusa had put away the jade ruler at this time, and took out the 11 small bottles that had been prepared long ago, carefully picked out the fire lotus seeds in the lotus heart, and put them into the jade bottles respectively. After putting them in, she handed them directly to Wu Tian. Guardian spirit, you should collect these lotus seeds and lotus platform. Medusa's red lips moved slightly, and she looked at Wu Tian proudly and said, "From now on, what belongs to me belongs to you." Wow, domineering. Wu Tian did not refuse. As Medusa said, they have been connected for a long time. There is no need to talk about family. She, Queen Medusa, belongs to me, Wu Tian. He directly put the earth fire lotus seeds and the blue lotus platform into the protective Sappho ring. In their sight, after the blue lotus left the root, the blue light around it was gradually shrinking. Squeak. After Wu Tian fed Medusa a mouthful of ice spirit cold spring, he swooshed and drilled into Medusa's body again, and then found a place he thought was comfortable very comfortably, and whispered, "Let's go." Queen Medusa's beautiful eyes were helpless, but her red lips slightly showed a gorgeous arc. In the next moment, Queen Medusa swung her snake tail and swam out quickly. Compared with the speed of coming, the speed of going back was much faster. Because when they came, the heat became an obstacle, just like going upstream, and going back was completely downstream. Medusa rushed out of the magma lake quickly. After all, there was still the two-headed fire spirit snake here. If they waited for it to recover, fighting it in this endless magma would not be a joke. But what puzzled her and Wu Tian was that they had just spent a lot of time on the road with the Qinglian earth core fire, but the two-headed fire spirit snake did not appear. With its immortality in the magma, it should have come out to seek revenge on them long ago. But it never came out. Until Medusa came out from the surface of the sticky magma, the two-headed fire spirit snake did not appear, which made Wu Tian and Medusa confused. However, the strange fire had been obtained, and it would be great if the two-headed fire spirit snake did not appear to stop them. The two did not care much, but returned directly to the ground from the original route. After Queen Medusa left the magma world, 2 large bubbles and 2 small bubbles appeared in the magma lake. Bubbles popped out. After the 4 large bubbles dissipated, 4 snake heads appeared. They were actually 2 two-headed fire snakes. The big two-headed fire snake spoke directly to the small two-headed fire snake next to it. "I just became the two-headed fire snake king, and this woman came to get the strange fire. I may be able to injure her if I fight hard, but I won't feel good. Little guy, it seems that your chance is worse than mine, but fortunately she has her rhizome left. From now on, I will leave this place to you. I am leaving." After saying that, the two-headed fire snake king jumped out of the magma lake, drilled a big hole in the ground, and left in the blink of an eye. Little fire spirit snake, At this time, Queen Medusa, who had drilled out of the ground, felt this familiar breath, and her beautiful eyes became a little solemn. She was solemn not because of how powerful the two-headed fire spirit snake was, but because of the momentum caused by this idiot. No matter how they fought underground, they would not be discovered by other Do Huangs of the Jia Empire, but it would be a different story in the sky. Moreover, this two-headed fire spirit snake was afraid that others would not discover its birth, and directly released the tyrannical aura of a 6th-level magic beast. This strange breath of the 6th-order magic beast made the old man of the Jia Empire, Jia Xingtian, who had white hair and a young face, look solemn, but he did not intend to watch the excitement, because he clearly felt that it was in the Tager Desert. With Queen Medusa, nothing would happen. In the Yunlin sect, a woman in a tight brocade robe was sitting on the top seat, feeling the strange breath of the 6th-order magic beast, but she did not move either, because this 6th-order magic beast appeared in the territory of Queen Medusa, and it was completely looking for death. As they thought, the two-headed fire spirit snake sprang out, completely angering Queen Medusa and the guardian spirit Lord Wuxian, because they obtained the strange fire in secret, but it was because of the fire spirit snake that they were exposed. Even if they cover up later, they can't stop those who are interested from discovering the abnormality here. When she evolves, she will inevitably attract the strong men of the Jia Empire, and things will become troublesome. I will kill you. Medusa's wings suddenly appeared behind her, and she rushed towards the two-headed fire snake king and roared. Two-headed fire snake, is it wrong for me to show my presence? Chapter 17. Be unbridled, I am the queen. When the 3 snake man elders heard that Hai Bodong was going to be made a slave, they refused without a second thought. Your Majesty, absolutely not. As the Ice Emperor of the Jia Empire, Hai Bodong has killed so many strong men of our snake man tribe. Now is a great opportunity to kill him. How can we help him lift the seal? Said the elder on the left. Medusa looked at the 3 old immortals. Although they had been in charge of fewer things in recent years, they were always relying on their seniority. They obviously had no decision-making power and could not control their 3 broken mouths every time. Second elder, are you asking me to break my promise? Medusa narrowed her eyes and said lightly. Your Majesty, this is not called breaking your promise to humans, it is called being resourceful. Said the elder on the right in a hoarse voice. Queen Medusa sat on the throne, a cold light flashed in her eyes. Third elder, are you teaching me how to do things? The third elder lowered his head and said, I dare not. Although the third elder was scared, the elder in the middle was not scared. He held a small cane in his hand and exuded the majesty of the elder. Your Majesty, you must not keep Hai Bodong in the snake tribe. This is not in line with the clan rules of our snake tribe. The elder's voice was very loud and deep, and people dared not resist. Clan rules. Medusa's red lips moved slightly, and the corners of her mouth raised a gorgeous arc. Then I declare that from today on, this clan rule no longer exists. The great elder stabbed the cane in his hand, pointed his finger at Queen Medusa in his loose robe and scolded. You are so presumptuous, do you know that this clan rule cannot be abolished? This clan rule has existed since the founding of the snake people. Anyone who wants to destroy it is like rebelling. Do you want to rebel? You are presumptuous, I am the queen. As Queen Medusa scolded, a majestic aura swept out of her body, and with it the terrifying pressure. This aura made everyone in the hall feel shocked. This surging aura directly frightened everyone in the hall. Everyone, including the 3 elders, knelt down directly and bowed their heads to show respect for the queen. However, as old antiques, they would not give up easily. They persuaded together, Your Majesty, this clan rule must not be abolished. This is passed down from our ancestors. Queen Medusa stood up from the throne, looked at the 3 elders with sharp eyes and scolded, I am not discussing with you, this is an order. Wu Tian looked at the domineering Queen Medusa in his body and loved her to death. It is said that you should take advantage of your illness to kill you. Now is the time to teach these 3 troublemakers a lesson. Now is my turn. He jumped out of Queen Medusa's body. Wu Tian put his hands behind his back, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and looked at the 3 masked snake elders in front of him. 3 little guys, do you want to die? Wu Tian's words made everyone in the hall who had originally bowed their heads hurriedly look up and focus their eyes on Wu Tian. When they saw Wu Tian, they were shocked. Where did this person in the queen's clothes come from? Why didn't they feel anything at all? Wu Tian said there was no way. The bad Queen Medusa would not take him to men's clothing stores, and would not even come into contact with men, so he was still wearing Medusa's clothes. When Mobazi saw him wearing Queen Medusa's clothes, his brain buzzed. What's going on? The queen already has a man. Or a human man. I understand. The clan rules have been messed up for a long time, but they are for the queen to destroy herself. Has my goddess been defiled? The three elders focused their eyes on Wu Tian. They pointed at Wu Tian directly and then at Medusa. Although they were anxious and did not say anything, the meaning was completely beyond words. Wu Tian saw the three excited old snakes and the 8 snake men warriors who were eager to attack him. He shook his head helplessly, then looked at Medusa, and the two showed a sweet smile. Whether it is sweet or not, in the eyes of others, this smile is very sweet. Wu Tian stood beside Queen Medusa with his hands behind his back and smiled. That's right, I am what you think I am. I am Queen Medusa's man and the guardian spirit of the queens of the snake people. I am a soul and your ancestor. Quote. The sudden appearance of an ancestor really made everyone a little unacceptable, but Queen Medusa did not refute it, so it must be true. The three elders were called little guys, of course they couldn't accept it. They always called others little guys. How could they bear the sudden appearance of an ancestor? Impossible, there is no such thing as a guardian spirit in the records of the snake people. Who are you? The elder asked directly. Medusa's purple eyes flashed, and she scolded, how dare you, elder, rebel? The guardian spirit appeared in the concentric pendant of this king, and you dare to question it. The elder's mouth twitched. It appeared from the concentric pendant. You didn't say it earlier, and I was scolded by you again. My old face has been completely lost today. It has become a small face. Wu Tian looked at the people who were still a little confused, and directly released his soul power of the Duhuang Peak, which once again stunned the people in the hall. Duhuang Peak. Greetings to the guardian spirit master. If they were still skeptical before, then this absolute strength would make them kneel down. After all, there is no Duhuang Peak who is so idle that he would run to their snake people in the vast desert to defraud and become an ancestor. Wouldn't it be better to go to any empire and become an ancestor directly? Alas, my strength has only recovered so much, I'm really not used to it. You guys get up first. Wu Tian sighed and shook his head helplessly. Quote. Just this little bit, a little bit. MOBAs had no desire to live, it's over. There is absolutely no chance. Wu Tian stared at the three elders and said lightly, three little guys, do you have any objections to Her Majesty the Queen abolishing the clan rules? What kind of objection do you have? The ancestors are all here. Can't you abolish it however you want? The three elders shook their heads like rattles, and hurriedly replied in fear, no, I dare not. Medusa sat on the throne and announced domineeringly, from today on, the guardian spirit will have the same status as this king, and the guardian spirit's orders are this king's orders. Washir ordered people to lock up Hai Bodong first. He must be strictly guarded and must not leak the news. He will be handed over to you. In addition, this king summoned you here. In addition to introducing you to the existence of the guardian spirit, I also have to announce a big thing. Chapter 18 I will reward you in the future. A few days ago, I believe you also felt the 6th level magic beast in the depths of the desert. The magic beast is called the two-headed fire spirit snake. It was because of the strange fire that it was able to evolve into a 6th level magic beast. Medusa said lightly. All the powerful snakemen in the hall heard the strange fire, and then associated it with what the queen said, and immediately understood what Her Majesty the Queen wanted to do. Everyone knelt on the ground and dissuaded, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, please, think twice. The failure rate of that thing is extremely high. Now that our snakemen have you in the guardian spirit, we can directly expand our power rapidly and go wherever we want. The elder dissuaded a little timidly. After the elder finished speaking, he immediately realized that this group of people were pitting him. Can you be a good person? They all dissuaded together. Why was I the only one who persuaded to the end? Queen Medusa smiled slightly. Great elder, you don't have to worry. With the guardian spirit here, the success rate of my evolution will be greatly increased, and the success rate will definitely be greater than the failure. And you must remember, I am not discussing with you, but ordering. From today on, the palace must be on high alert and notify all snake people to gather in the royal city. If any humans invade, they will be wiped out. Yes, Your Majesty. At the same time, in the Gamma Empire, King Dan Gu he was like a lobbyist between two warring armies, lobbying the top 10 strongest men in the Gamma Empire, including the old monster Jia Xingtian of the Gamma Empire. As a 6th grade alchemist, Gu he still had to give face to Jia Xingtian. After meeting, Gu he directly exaggerated, Queen Medusa has obtained the strange fire and will become a Do Zong. Then Jia Xingtian was honest and obedient, and Gu he went to Yun Lan sect to meet Yun Yun, the leader of Yun Lan sect. It was the same sentence. Gu he didn't even spend favors. The 2 Do Huangs were used by him, not to mention the other Do Wangs. However, when Gu he left, the old monster Yun Shan in the back mountain was talking to a floating black shadow. On the other side, Wu Tianzhong and Queen Medusa came to the place where they first met. This place can be said to be deeply remembered. Guardian spirit, you said before that you are my man, you are so bold. Medusa licked her lips and whispered. The eyes of those snake leaders are not right when they look at you. I don't like them looking at you like that. Wu Tian replied. Medusa listened to Wu Tian's words, and her delicate cheeks flushed slightly. This scene was fleeting. Medusa ignored Wu Tian and continued to move forward. Wu Tian looked at the surrounding scenery in his body and couldn't help but admire how beautiful our home is. This was the first time he came here as the default male host. This was a large lake with a small island in the middle of the lake. This was where they met last time. The lake was sparkling, and there was no bridge leading to it. Medusa flew directly to the island and set up an energy ban here. Any flying objects would be squeezed into the lake. Medusa also injected a deadly poison into the lake. The effect of this deadly poison was the strongest poison among the snake people. Even if a Do Wang strongman was touched by even a little bit, he would be in trouble. Coming to the center of the island, Medusa blasted another small pit next to the central lake. Of course, this was in accordance with Wu Tian's request. Wu Tian started his squeak. No, this time it was released directly. A whole pool of ice spirit cold spring appeared directly in this small pool. In terms of size, this small pit is still a little small, because some of the ice spirit cold spring released by Wu Tian actually overflowed, but that can be ignored. Medusa looked at the whole pool of ice spirit cold spring and praised Wu Tian. Lord Guardian Spirit, you have so much water. Wu Tian's mouth twitched, thinking in his heart, not as much as you, I will not have as much as you, Queen, in the future. With the release of the ice spirit cold spring, Wu Tian also took out the ice lotus platform in an instant, and on the ice lotus platform was the blue lotus earth core fire. After taking it out, Wu Tian looked at Medusa and said gently, Medusa, we can start. Medusa looked at Wu Tian and nodded in response. At this time, Queen Medusa was wearing a luxurious and expensive purple brocade robe, which wrapped her graceful body. Her plump and hot exquisite figure released enchanting temptation, and her narrow and long purple eyes were charming. Under Medusa's purple robe, a purple snake tail was exposed, sweeping lazily, releasing wildness and strange style. Well, don't worry, I'm with you. Wu Tian also responded. Wu Tian's eyes were completely attracted by Medusa, especially her whispered response just now, which directly made Wu Tian respond. Queen Medusa listened to Wu Tian's response, and her eyes became firm. At this time, Wu Tian stretched out his hand and waved, and the ice lotus suddenly trembled, and the white light curtain on it suddenly disappeared. When the light curtain disappeared, the green lotus earth core fire that lost its restraint suddenly rushed out, and saw the storm rising, and in just a blink of an eye, it turned into a ball of raging fire. The ice spirit cold spring under the green lotus earth core fire was evaporating at a speed visible to the naked eye. Queen Medusa bit her red lips with her pearly teeth. Her slender hands began to slowly unbutton the brocade robe and the outline of the golden stripes in front of Wu Tian's eyes. As the red bra was removed, a perfect jade body that looked like a masterpiece of heaven was exposed in front of Wu Tian's eyes. The beautiful face inadvertently revealed a touch of enchantment like a fairy. The slender white neck revealed an elegant arc. A drop of crystal water emerged from the neck, then rolled down all the way, crossing the mountains and the sea, cleverly drawing a stunning arc, and dripping down. The slender waist seemed to be less than a hand's length, but between the slightly thin, it revealed a sense of flexibility. The flat and tender belly, without a trace of fat, Wu Tian had already imagined his happy life in the future. Even though it was not the first time Wu Tian had seen it, he could not help but feel flustered at this moment. He was in the mood to let the azure lotus earth core fire run away, so that he could temper Queen Medusa instead. And Queen Medusa seemed to know what he was thinking, and she even hooked her jade finger at him provocatively. Who could bear this temptation? The purple brocade robe slipped to the ground, and Queen Medusa slowly stepped forward, staring at Wu Tian with her beautiful eyes in a daze, and kissed Wu Tian's illusory cheek with her red lips slightly moving. Guardian spirit Wu Tian, wait for this king to evolve successfully, and then I will reward you well in the future. The next moment, Medusa pulled off the hairband that bound her black hair, her beautiful eyes were closed, and her jade hands kept changing strange handprints. And her body was also enveloped by a circle of rich light, which kept expanding and shrinking. After a moment, a roar similar to the roar of a lion and a tiger came out from the light. Wu Tian touched his cheek, blinked and exclaimed, "Wow, so long, so thick, and so big purple wife." Chapter 19 Evolution begins, the Gamma Empire attacks. After the dazzling and strong light dissipated, Wu Tian was extremely shocked to find that Queen Medusa had now transformed into a purple giant snake that was more than 10 feet long. She was floating above the island. The purple giant snake had a slender and powerful body, with a faint sense of elegant beauty. The purple pupils looked at Wu Tian with tenderness. The purple giant snake slowly twisted its body in midair, and its huge head slightly turned towards her royal city. At this time, the royal city was extremely quiet, without even the slightest fluctuation. Wu Tian looked at the huge body of Medusa. At this time, he was floating on this huge snake head very powerfully. To be precise, he became a snake knight. There was no way, because he couldn't leave the area around Medusa's body. He originally wanted to get into Medusa's body, but as it was a thrilling moment, it was safer for him to be outside. If the people from the Gamma Empire came, he could also respond quickly. Even if he didn't respond, he could still shock those people with his peak Duhuang strength so that they dared not move. Medusa's huge body hovered in the air. Wu Tian fully demonstrated what it meant to run and I will chase. Rich purple light poured out from the purple snake's body, and finally formed a purple light shield, covering the surrounding space of dozens of meters. This is the energy barrier, which is to prevent sudden disturbances. After all, one more layer of defense means one more layer of safety. After arranging the barrier, Medusa's body circled in the air for a few circles, and suddenly let out a clear low hum, and then drilled down to the blue flame without hesitation. Wu Tian was immediately miserable. As the guardian spirit who could not leave Queen Medusa, he also rushed directly into the Qinglian earth core fire with Medusa's body. He actually forgot about himself. This is a special fire. It must be uncomfortable for him to get in. Medusa can evolve through tempering, but I will be burned if I endure tempering. Before he could think about it, Medusa had already flown directly into the Azure Lotus Earth core fire. As soon as Medusa entered, her shrill scream immediately made Wu Tian feel distressed. However, in the next moment, Wu Tian could no longer feel distressed, because his floating figure began to be tempered. In his own words, he should be being trained by the strange fire. This training process was not painful for Wu Tian at all, because he could not feel any pain at all now, but he could see that his body had shrunk a little bit as he entered the strange fire. Wu Tian said that he did not want to shrink. If he could not grow back after shrinking, it would be a big deal. That would be his future happiness. If he went from this long to this long before Medusa finished evolving, it would be too miserable and too tragic. So he hurriedly got into Medusa's body. He had already thought that as long as there was a small probability that Medusa could not hold on, he would go out and take out the Green Lotus platform, which would ensure that Medusa would not die. As Wu Tian got in, he felt that his body was no longer shrinking, but his heart was particularly painful, because he was in Medusa's body and could clearly see that the snake scales on her body were falling off. Although Wu Tian had known about the evolution process for a long time, he still felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. It was his wife who was suffering. Although he wanted to help, if he failed to complete the evolution, it would really harm her. The snake scales began to fall off, and as the scales fell, there was still bright red blood flowing. The moment the blood flowed, it was dried by the strange fire and burned into nothingness. As the blood flowed, Medusa's huge body was shrinking at a visible speed, and of course, accompanied by the painful cry, "Ah!" The small pool of ice spirit cold spring prepared by Wu Tian had completely disappeared. Not only that, but even the surrounding bamboo forest was turned into ashes in an instant. The breeze blew over, and a large area of pearls was directly turned into a flat ground. This terrifying destructive power was really terrible. Compared with the previous strange fire energy, it was much stronger. If the capture of the strange fire was a momentary provocation, then what Queen Medusa did now was to provoke this group of Qinglian earth core fire. The snake body resisted the strange fire, which completely stimulated the strange fire and made it directly become violent. The violent strange fire not only became stronger, but also became bald. Of course, the bald bamboo forest was the surrounding area. A large area of space around Medusa had become completely desolate, as if returning to ancient times. As time passed, after half an hour, Medusa's huge body almost stopped rolling. The body that was originally covered with beautiful purple scales now became a little messy. The body that was more than 10 feet long was burned to only 2 or 3 feet long. In the blue flame, Queen Medusa's body lay motionless in it, allowing the blue lotus earth core fire to burn continuously on her body. If Wu Tian had not dissipated at this time, he would have thought that Medusa had failed to evolve at this time. At the same time, on the wall of Medusa's palace, the strong men of the snake people were standing on the wall, waiting for the strong men of the Gamma Empire to come. With such a big move by their snake people, the strong men of the Gamma Empire will definitely come. This is also what Wu Tian, the guardian spirit, asked. All the snake people must be migrated here as soon as possible. No matter how many people come from the Gamma Empire, they will use all their strength to wipe them out and wait for the queen to complete the evolution. They could clearly see the evolution of Medusa from the city wall, which made them feel anxious. The success of the queen's evolution represented whether the snake people could expand their territory and migrate to a place suitable for them to live. It also represented whether the snake people could successfully rise up. Just as they prayed in their hearts that their queen could successfully evolve, the monsters in the sky looked into the distance at the same time, because they felt too many powerful auras, which they were very familiar with, because they were the strong men of the Gamma Empire. A few hundred meters above the city wall, there were densely packed monsters floating in the air, and above these monsters were too many powerful people, who were the living forces of the Gamma Empire. It can be said that the weakest of those who appeared above were all great doshi. In front of these monsters, there were more than 10 figures, and a pair of wings of different colors appeared on the backs of these powerful people. Do-chi turned into wings, which was enough to prove that their lowest strength was Do-wang. They are coming. Chapter 20. The war begins. The flying monsters and the dozen Do-wang masters were so fast that they were already outside the attack range of the city wall in just a moment of sight. The dozen masters in the lead were naturally the masters of the Gamma Empire. In addition to the Do-wang masters, there were also 2 powerful Do-huang masters. One of them was naturally the old monster of the Gamma Empire, Jia Xingtian. The other was Yun Yun, the leader of the Yun Lan sect, who was as beautiful as a fairy and had a noble temperament. In addition to the 2 of them, there was also a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man had a strong pretentious temperament. He seemed to be on par with the 2 Do-huangs among these people. That is, he felt the breath of the violent fire. This person was none other than the so-called Dan King Ji Yuhi in the Gamma Empire. Ji Yuhi's eyes became very solemn. He whispered, "Master Jia, Master Yun, Medusa has stimulated the strange fire to become violent. It seems that she is using the strange fire to become more powerful. We must act as soon as possible." Jia Xingtian and Yun Yun didn't even look at the Dan King Ji Yuhi who loved to show off. They were the ones leading the way here. This was not a place to make pills. This was a battlefield where a life and death battle would begin. It was up to them to decide whether to fight or not. But this guy actually thought he was an onion. If it weren't for the fact that he could make pills, they would have slapped him away long ago. Who here couldn't feel the violent and terrifying energy in the palace? He was the only one who was talking nonsense here. A solemn look emanated from Yun Yun's snow-white face. Her cold and indifferent voice came out lightly. "I once saw a piece of news about the queen of the snake people in an ancient book. It said that when Queen Medusa reaches the peak of Do-huang, if the opportunity is sufficient, she will have a strange evolution. After the evolution, Queen Medusa will not only be able to transform freely into a human body, and even her strength will be promoted to Do-zong powerhouse as if it is a matter of course. However, the success rate of this evolution seems to be quite low. And the most important thing is that this kind of evolution requires strange fire. I think she must be using strange fire to evolve." Yun Yun's voice shocked the strong men of the Gamma Empire. When they came, Ji Yuhi said that Queen Medusa might become a Do Zong after obtaining the strange fire, which made them doubtful, but they were summoned because of Yun Yun and Jia Xingtian. Now they heard Yun Yun confirm this matter, and they were very afraid of it. It is possible to evolve into Do Zong, and now Queen Medusa is evolving, which means that if she evolves successfully, she will definitely become a Do Zong. Then their fate can be imagined. And the old monster Jia Xingtian certainly knows this. After all, he has lived for a long time and knows a lot. He nodded and said, "Yes, I have seen it before. It seems that we are still a little late." Ji Yuhi was really happy and worried about this. He was happy that he was just talking casually, but it turned out to be true, and if Medusa failed to evolve, the strange fire would belong to him directly. Of course, if the evolution succeeded, the strange fire would not disappear, but he was worried about this matter. If Queen Medusa succeeded in evolving and became a Do Zong, then the first one to be destroyed would be him, the Dan King Ji Yuhi. After all, it was he who found the traces of the strange fire and asked people to come here. Don't say that Queen Medusa didn't know. In front of the absolute strong, these ants would definitely give him up. Yun Yun's beautiful eyes flashed, and she said to Jia Xingtian beside her, "Jia Lao, let's break in. Queen Medusa may be at a critical moment now, and she must not be disturbed at this time. We need to gamble." Jia Xingtian nodded in agreement. After all, this was the matter of their Jia Ma Empire, and he, as a royal family, must exert his greatest strength. "Okay." Yun Yun said to Ji Yuhi beside her, "Follow us. If you can control the strange fire or collect the strange fire at that time, this is the best time, and it is also the best time to interrupt the evolution of Queen Medusa." Ji Yuhi frowned slightly. In fact, he was very happy in his heart. It couldn't be better to have two Do Huangs help him seize the strange fire. Ji Yuhi nodded. He was not a fussy person, but he was a fussy person, so although he was decisive, he had to follow the two thighs. Attack. With Jia Xingtian's order, the strong men behind him began to attack the snake people. The war between humans and snake people just started. Among them, the top 10 strong men, Yan Shi, Feng Li, Mu Chen and other Do Wang, directly confronted the 8 leaders of the snake people. Although there are not many Do Wang strong men on the Jama Empire side, the other strong men are not vegetarians. If there are not enough Do Wang, Do Ling will make up for it. Although they can't beat many strong men of the snake people, they can still buy time for Yun Yun and Jia Xingtian. Of course, it is definitely not an easy thing for Yun Yun and Jia Xingtian to find Queen Medusa through the defense of the snake people, because in addition to the 8 leaders of the snake people, there are 3 old immortals. Although these 3 old immortal elders are usually procrastinating, when it comes to the life and death of the snake people, they will definitely not drag their feet at all. The 3 of them directly release a tyrannical aura, and the 3 of them are actually Do Wang strong men. And they are not ordinary Do Wang masters. The second and third elders are Do Wang 8-star masters, and the first elder is at the peak of Do Wang. Although the 3 of them cannot defeat any Do Huang, they can still hold them back. However, the one who can hold them back is only one Do Huang at most. Of course, the one who holds them back is Jia Xingtian, the old immortal. The so-called old immortal against old immortal, that is really the best. When the 4 old immortals fight together, the meeting is like that of old friends. Jia Xingtian, you old immortal, you are not dead yet. If you 3 don't die first, I will not be at peace even if I die. So you will die today. ... Although Yun Yun and Ji Yuhi were blocked by someone, none of them were Yun Yun's opponents. Yun Yun originally had the wind attribute, so her speed was naturally very fast. She arrived outside the lake in just a blink of an eye. Ji Yuhi also followed. Although Ji Yuhi was not strong, he was cunning and sly. When he should be there, he would be the first to go up. When he should not be there, he would just become a grandson. He took a pill that increased his speed and followed closely. At this moment, the energy between heaven and earth suddenly became violent. Yun Yun and Ji Yuhi suddenly looked up at the sky, and their faces changed slightly. I saw that the originally clear sky suddenly became much darker, and dark clouds that came from nowhere slowly covered the sky. Chapter 21. Skill, Divine Fire Condensation Technique. The sudden change made everyone in the Medusa King city look at the strange situation in the sky in a bit of astonishment, with confusion and horror on their faces. Boom! In the dark clouds, there was a roar of thunder, and silver lightning was randomly running in it, like a long silver snake, which looked particularly terrifying. What's going on? Sensing the violent energy contained in the dark clouds, Ji swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said dryly. I don't know if he was asking Yun in front of him or talking to himself. This scene was really scary. Even as the king of Dan, he had never seen such a powerful energy. Yun was waiting for the dark clouds in the sky, and said in a slightly deep voice, is she going to evolve successfully? Yun's self-talking made Ji shudder. If Queen Medusa succeeded in evolving, she would be a Dozong strongman. No matter how strong they would be nothing in front of a Dozong. Even if the strange fire is important to him, he still has to survive to get it. If Queen Medusa evolves to Dozong, he will be the first to die. Master Yun, do we need to retreat? Ji frowned and asked hesitantly. Yun shook her head and said, wait a minute. Even if she succeeds in evolving, she has been burning in the strange fire for so long, and her energy must have been lost. At this time, she must find a quiet place to recuperate. We must first confirm whether she has evolved. Okay, then wait and see. Ji who wanted to retreat, nodded after hearing Yun's words. Since she, the Do Huang, didn't leave, he still had to insist. After all, if the sky fell, there would be a tall man watching. Yun owed him a favor, and she would definitely save his life at the critical moment. As a Do Huang, Yun of course discovered the barrier on the lake. She saw her jade arm gently waved, wanting to destroy the barrier in front of her. At this moment, a huge roar sounded in the dark clouds above. In an instant, the sky and the earth were bright. A huge silver thunderbolt shot down from the clouds, and finally penetrated the purple light curtain that Medusa didn't know about, and smashed into the azure lotus earth core fire. The thunder came quickly and went away quickly. Before the thunder in everyone's ears dissipated, the dark clouds in the sky began to rapidly recede. A moment later, the bright sunshine fell on the ground again. After the thunder struck, a layer of light green mist appeared on the island. This layer of green mist directly blocked their sight, and also blocked their soul exploration. Yun and Ji stared at the inside at the same time. Since they couldn't explore in, they had to waiting for the arrangement of fate. However, the fighting spirits of both of them surged up quickly with great fear. After all, Queen Medusa was not only famous for her beauty, but also had a terrible reputation. Especially Ji's heart was beating like a thump. If it weren't for his sweetheart next to him, he would have run away long ago. In the green mist, Wu Tian looked at the surrounding scenery at this time, feeling quite uncomfortable. Although he had been prepared, Queen Medusa still did not become a Dozong directly. Instead, she became a small snake like this. It seems that the days ahead will be difficult. Wu Tian had moved from the charred giant snake corpse to the body of a small colorful snake. This small colorful snake had the light and shadow of this color on its body. It was only about 2 centimeters in size. It was as small as it could be and as thin as it could be. Compared with the huge purple wife before, this small colorful wife is really tiny and cute. She has lavender eyes, and a faint sense of demonic feeling. Although it is just a tiny snake body, it reveals a sense of elegance and dignity. This is the 7-colored swallowing sky python that Medusa successfully evolved. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the main task of guarding the queen. Please help Queen Medusa complete the evolution. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the task reward, the host super god level exclusive technique, the divine fire condensation technique. Wu Tian heard the voice of the system lady. Compared with the previous voice, it seemed to be permanent. It suddenly became too fragrant. As a guardian spirit, Laozi finally has a technique to practice. Wu Tian hurriedly checked the super god level technique of the divine fire condensation technique rewarded by the system. In an instant, too much information flooded Wu Tian's mind. The divine fire condensation technique is to use the divine fire to condense and temper one's body. This is an extremely powerful physical technique. As long as it is a flame, it can be transformed into fire energy to condense the body. This makes Wu Tian feel overjoyed. The most abundant thing in Duki continent is flame. Although they are all different fires, not as good as divine fire, they can also make him grow quickly into a powerful person in Duki continent. There are 23 kinds of the most powerful different fires, not including the less powerful ones such as Washung fire and Beast fire. Of course, these are not important. The important thing is that there is a different fire next to him. This divine fire condensation technique is a super god level skill. Compared with the burning technique, it is not at the same level. Even the divine fire can condense the body. Isn't this little different fire absorbed in an instant? Wu Tian's floating body became a little fanatical, and his mouth corners slightly raised a smile. As long as he has different fires, plus the fire energy of the earth fire lotus seeds, Medusa will definitely come back. However, in a short period of time, Medusa still needs to use this little snake's body to entangle with him. It is indeed very difficult for the snake people to evolve. If it weren't for Medusa, other snake people would definitely fail. At this time, the sound of the explosion resounded throughout the island, and the charred body of the giant snake was blown into powder. As the body of the giant snake turned into powder, a vast and terrifying aura suddenly burst out, and quickly enveloped the city at an astonishing speed. It was at the moment when this vast breath burst out that everyone outside was shocked by it. Both sides stopped fighting immediately. The human side felt that life was hopeless, while the snake people began to scream wildly. Ji Yuhi's face suddenly looked as ugly as constipation. He shouted to Yun Yun beside him, "She has become a dozong. Let's run." Yun Yun looked at Ji Yuhi who was panicking beside her. Her impression of him was really bad. She said lightly, "Don't panic, something is wrong." Yun Yun clearly felt that although this breath was so powerful that it was terrifying, it felt like she was lacking in stamina. How could a dozong have a lack of stamina? There must be changes in this. What happened later proved that her perception was not wrong. As a fairy like Yun Yun, the Yun Zongju's sixth sense was very sensitive. Chapter 22. Strange Fire Condensed Body, I am still a teenager. In just 10 seconds, the energy that burst out was like a tide, and it quickly retracted into the light curtain. As the breath disappeared again, the expressions of the people and snake people in the whole city changed rapidly again. All the snake people were stunned. The violent and terrible breath disappeared. What does that prove? It proves that their queen Medusa has failed to evolve. No, they are full of trepidation and expectation to feel the powerful breath burst out again. However, what they are waiting for is ultimately empty, because their queen has now turned into a small snake, and the huge purple snake, the purple ghost flame snake, which was her companion soul before, has directly turned into black powder. As the lifelong guardian spirit of Medusa, Wu Tian is now using his newly acquired skills to absorb the Qinglian earth core fire in front of him and transform it into his own body. As the 19th ranked strange fire, the Azure Lotus earth core fire, its power is naturally needless to say, but in front of Wu Tian, who has the super god level technique of the divine fire condensation technique, it is really not enough to serve. There is no need for blood lotus pills, ice spirit cold spring, Shaolingling, etc. These things are really useless. If the previous Queen Medusa got into the strange fire and used the strange fire to refine her body and evolve, then what Wu Tian is doing now is to let the strange fire enter his body and absorb it directly. Wu Tian's hand suddenly stretched out, and a violent suction suddenly burst out. With the appearance of suction, the blue flame in the air suddenly surged, but in just a blink of an eye, it exuded a more terrifying power than before, just like waking up, slowly expanding rapidly from the blue flame. It was this sudden riot of the flame that made the expressions of the people who had stopped their hands change again, especially Yun Yun, who was closest to her. Her expression became solemn again. The energy of this strange fire became violent again, but the breath of Queen Medusa had disappeared. Even she dared not approach this violent energy, not to mention Ji Yuhi who was standing by. This old guy had wanted to run away more than once, but because Yun Yun was here, he was afraid of losing face, so he did not run away in a hurry. On the other side, Wu Tian looked at the violent strange fire in front of him, and a slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The blue flames rose in the wind, feeling the huge suction of Wu Tian in fierce resistance. The burning of the blue flames made the space around the flames appear conspicuous distortion marks. However, when Wu Tian stretched out his other palm and burst out violent suction, the blue flames could not hold on. The power of the divine fire condensation technique was not just talk. Wu Tian's body was like a terrifying black hole at this time, swallowing the terrifying energy and heat of the blue flames infinitely. Even if the blue flames were violent, they were sucked to a closed position by his terrifying suction. At this time, the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire had already become a small fire. The Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire was constantly churning, and the energy of heaven and earth contained in the surrounding space also rioted at this time. The colorful energy flowed slowly, like a colorful river, extremely dazzling. These colorful energies hovered around the azure lotus earth core fire. As the terrifying flames of the azure lotus earth core fire burned, they would make the energy that approached dissipate in an instant, just like a donut that had been bitten. At this time, the azure lotus earth core fire was like a magma strip, only the size of a small thumb, as small as it could be. Wu Tian directly put his hands together and quickly absorbed the real azure lotus earth core fire into his illusory body. The divine fire condensation technique, as the name suggests, relies on flames to achieve the purpose of condensing the body, and the azure lotus earth core fire, as one of the few powerful fires in the Duki continent, can naturally allow Wu Tian to condense a body in the Duki continent. In a short moment, the small azure lotus earth core fire just now was like a seed, condensing again in Wu Tian's soul body. The next moment, Wu Tian's soul body quickly shrank, getting smaller and smaller. In Wu Tian's sight, he could clearly see that some parts within his sight were shrinking rapidly. This feeling was really uncomfortable. Finally, his body became the same size as the azure lotus earth core fire, and then the two quickly merged and began to blend together. This was not high-tech, but the most primitive rule. After the two merged, the cyan-colored liquid-like fire began to grow slowly again in the next moment. This growth trend was much slower than the shrinkage. Wu Tian could only feel himself getting bigger little by little. Medusa's very tempting clothes had long disappeared. Wu Tian now had a very magical feeling, which was like watching the process of himself being conceived again, but Wu Tian thought of a very scary idea in his heart, that is, could the body I conceived be a special baby? Obviously, he was overthinking. Although the speed of growth was very slow compared to the shrinking trend, it was only within a few seconds. As soon as he closed his eyes and opened them again, Wu Tian felt that his body had successfully condensed. However, he was speechless because although his current body was not a baby, it was also not an adult. His current body size could only be described as that of a handsome teenager. Judging from his body shape and size, he was about 16 or 17 years old, with fair skin and long straight black hair. This made Wu Tian very pleased. At least he did not inherit the blue hair of the azure lotus earth core fire, which would be very helpless. Although he could not see his current appearance, he felt that he should not be too ugly, because he was not ugly to begin with, and he was condensed by the system in the azure lotus earth core fire. If he was ugly, I would definitely ask the system to return it. As Wu Tian's figure emerged, the seven-colored sky-swallowing python, which had always felt very interesting beside him, directly surrounded him happily, and directly swung its little tail and turned around twice. Her crystal-clear eyes were staring at Wu Tian's body with greed, as if she saw a delicious food. She jumped directly into Wu Tian's palm, raised her head and let out a soft hissing sound towards Wu Tian. The sound was extremely soft, as if she was acting coquettishly and cutely. Wu Tian stared at the seven-colored sky-swallowing python in his hand and smiled dotingly. Of course, he knew what the seven-colored sky-swallowing python's eyes meant. Who made him a body condensed by strange fire? The body naturally emits fire energy, which is extremely necessary for her now. And the feeling between the two is not just talk. If it weren't for this relationship, the seven-colored sky-swallowing python would have run away long ago, and why would it be staring at Wu Tian here? Wu Tian touched the seven-colored sky-swallowing python with his fingers and said lovingly, "Little Kai Lin, I'll give you some food later. You hide first, someone is coming." Chapter 23 Queen Medusa became a male king. When the azure lotus earth core fire was absorbed by Wu Tian, the cyan mist on the entire island had faded, and the violent energy disappeared. This made Yun Yun and Ji Yuhi outside the island unable to hold back their curiosity and wanted to check what happened inside. After all, the violent breath before was caused by Queen Medusa, so what happened to the violent breath just now? And now not only the breath of Queen Medusa disappeared, but also the breath of the azure lotus earth core fire. Could it be that Queen Medusa and the azure lotus earth core fire died together? How could this be possible? The two could no longer hold back their curiosity and directly broke through the barrier and drilled into the island. When they looked down in the air, they felt that their worldview for so many years had been successfully refreshed. Because in their sight, there was a graceful and extremely enchanting naked boy looking up at them, and his narrow eyes were exuding a cold look. Yun Yun and Ji Yuhi looked at the boy and blinked at the same time, revealing an expression of disbelief in their eyes. They were shocked at this time. Damn, Queen Medusa, who is famous for her beauty on the mainland, has evolved into a boy. The span of this evolution is a bit fucking big. One is beautiful and the other is handsome. Not only are their temperaments different, but their parts and hardware are also different. And the boy's eyes are really like Queen Medusa. If he is not Queen Medusa, who can believe it? How can a boy suddenly appear in the violent energy that the Donghua was afraid of just now? So he must be Queen Medusa. No, he is now the male king of Medusa. Are you Queen Medusa? Yun flew in the air with her eyebrows slightly frowned and her eyes wide open. Wu Tian's mouth twitched. Yun, you are such a beautiful person, why do you have bad eyesight? My wife is my wife, and I am me, okay. Why is there no distinction between men and women? I am so old, am I grown in vain? It was the first time Wu Tian saw Yun. She had a different temperament from Queen Medusa. She didn't have even a trace of enchantment, but had a fairy temperament that was out of this world. She was wearing a plain blue skirt that wrapped around her plump body. Her figure was no less than that of Queen Medusa. And unlike Queen Medusa, her two white and tender long legs also fluttered with the hem of her skirt, dazzlingly exposed in front of Wu Tian. Her 3,000 black hair was tied into a phoenix cry, faintly revealing a nobleness that was difficult to conceal. Her face was quiet and beautiful, like a clear spring in a valley, especially with a pair of blue and clear wings behind her. It was like the queen of the elves in this deep bamboo forest. Her beautiful cheeks and body revealed a grace and nobility that could not be concealed by plain clothes. This feeling made Wu Tian feel very comfortable and wonderful, very enjoyable and comfortable. Of course, it would be better if Ji Yuhi, who was wearing luxurious clothes and had a mustache, was removed. Ji Yuhi's existence was directly ignored by Wu Tian. He looked like a gentleman's sword. He was as hypocritical as he could be. In the eyes of Yun and Ji Yuhi, Wu Tian's body suddenly burst out with energy, and a green fighting spirit wrapped around him. This was the fighting spirit yarn clothes. There was no way. He had no clothes to wear and could only make do with it. In fact, Wu Tian had clothes, but they were all Medusa's clothes. When Yun thought he was Queen Medusa, he still wore Medusa's clothes. It would definitely be confirmed that Queen Medusa had become a man. This joke would be a big deal, which would damage Queen Medusa's reputation. The fact that Queen Medusa became King Medusa could never be confirmed. If that happened, my wife's self-esteem would be hurt. Behind him, wings that were almost the same size as those behind Yun suddenly appeared. This was the manifestation of Do Chi turning into wings. The color was also cyan and crystal clear. His body rose directly to the same level as Yun. Wu Tian raised his mouth slightly and smiled faintly. Yun Sect Master Yun, you have recognized the wrong person. I am not Queen Medusa, I am her man. My name is Wu Tian, and I am the guardian elder of the snake people. Queen Medusa's man, Yun and Ji Yu, he said in disbelief. When did Queen Medusa, such a charming woman, have a man? How could she have a man? This was not just the surprise of the two of them, but the surprise of all the humans below the city. Both men and women could not believe Wu Tian's identity. But the facts made them have to believe it, because all the snake people did not refute it at all. It was obvious that the identity of this man was exactly what he said, he was Queen Medusa's man. This young man called Wu Tian, damn, it is really enviable. How happy and enjoyable he must be, this kind of happiness we can't even imagine. Yun's beautiful face showed a solemn look, because she felt that the strength of the guardian elder named Wu Tian was not inferior to that of Queen Medusa, and even better, because even if Wu Tian condensed his Do Chi gauze clothes and Do Chi wings, he did not reveal his full strength. At this time, the eyes of both the snake people and humans were all focused on Wu Tian, waiting for his next order. Only he knew whether Queen Medusa successfully evolved. Although Yun saw that the boy named Wu Tian was not easy to deal with, Ji Yuhi, one of the so-called top 10 strong men of the little broken Do Wang, just felt that the boy named Wu Tian was just a Do Wang. His eyes had already swept below, and he did not see even a trace of the strange fire. He deceived so many people to come here just to get the strange fire, but he did not find the breath of the strange fire. The word, anger, was written on Ji Yuhi's face. He clenched his teeth and rubbed them fiercely, staring at Wu Tian in front of him who had always ignored him. His eyes were like an angry old bull, and he was ready to kill Wu Tian directly. But he still didn't dare, because even Yun, the Do Huang, didn't take action directly, so this young man named Wu Tian must be not easy to mess with. Although his eyes were sharp, he could only grit his teeth. Wu Tian stared at Yun Yun in front of him, pointed at Ji Yuhi who was furious, and said lightly, "Master Yun, this thing next to me whining and trying to bite me, is it your licking dog?" Puff, Yun Yun blinked her big eyes, and the corners of her mouth raised in a different arc. The scene was really beautiful. Puff, ha 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 ha, there was a burst of laughter from below and in the distance. This was not just the laughter of the snake people, but also the laughter of people who couldn't help laughing. Chapter 24. Burning Do Huang and Xing Tian. Wu Tian's words made Ji Yuhi's face instantly gloomy. This person was really bullying, but he was very cowardly. Ji Yuhi was furious, but he didn't dare to do it, because he knew that with his strength, he would not be the opponent of this person. His best choice was to endure it. Queen Medusa, who everyone had been waiting for a long time, had not appeared yet. Only Wu Tian, the guardian elder, was here, which made everyone guess that Queen Medusa had failed to evolve. Even Do Huang masters Yun Yun and Xing Tian had the same guess. After all, if Queen Medusa had evolved successfully, she would not miss the opportunity to attack them if Wu Tian was there. However, Medusa did not appear now. Queen Medusa must have been destroyed with the huge corpse just now. As for the human side, it was naturally very dull, because they could not be happy at all. They did not expect that in addition to Queen Medusa, there was such a super strong person in the snake people. The snake people were staring at their guardian elders, waiting for them to announce the fate of their queen. Wu Tian just smiled and said calmly, "Queen Medusa is not dead, and has successfully evolved, but she needs to rest for a while. During this time, the snake people will be protected by me." Wu Tian's words immediately made the snake people cheer. This was great news for them, because their guardian elders would not lie. The high-ranking members of the snake people knew that this guardian spirit master was a genuine Do Huang peak strongman, and his words represented the absolute right of the snake people. "Boy, who the hell are you kidding? Medusa's aura has disappeared. You are just a small Do Huang strongman, and you dare to bluff here. I want to see how much you are capable of." Jia Xingtian pointed at Wu Tian from behind and scolded him. Quicksand whirlpool. With Jia Xingtian's shout, the yellow sand in the desert below him swept up and rioted, and in just an instant, a huge yellow sand whirlpool was formed. Yun Yun, of course, felt Jia Xingtian's action before he made his move, but she did not stop him, because it would be great if someone could test Wu Tian's strength at this time, and she could not stop him. Jia Xingtian was betting, and he had to make a move. In her mind, the best person to test was actually Ji Yuhi, but Ji Yuhi was too wretched. Wu Tian scolded him like this, and he was obviously furious, but he was unmoved by it. He simply had no manliness at all, so he could only make pills for fun. He still wanted to chase the master, let him die. Jia Xingtian had lived for so many years, and his heart was naturally powerful and terrible, but as the ancestor of the Jia Ma Empire, the lowest had been buried up to his neck, and he was about to die, so he had to gamble once. He wanted to bet that Queen Medusa was dead, and this man named Wu Tian was just a bluffing Do Huang. Only in this way could he keep their Jama Empire from being destroyed, and of course the most important thing was to keep their royal family's name from being replaced by others. A huge yellow sand roll was generated with Jia Xingtian as the center, and this yellow sand roll quickly swept towards Wu Tian, trying to directly wipe out Wu Tian, the little Do Huang. Wu Tian's eyes moved slightly, and a charming smile rose on his delicate face. "Jia Xingtian, since you want to die, then don't do it to me." When the yellow sand roll approached Wu Tian, the blue wings behind Wu Tian shook, and in an instant, Wu Tian's body suddenly burst out with blue light, and as this light spread, a blue flame lotus appeared on his right hand. This lotus is the manifestation of the blue lotus earth core fire. Wu Tian is now a body of different fire, and of course he can also do the same as the blue lotus earth core fire before. Burst out terrifying energy. This energy, let alone Jia Xingtian, even Queen Medusa couldn't stand it, let alone Jia Xingtian, and with the terrifying Do Qi on Wu Tian, it was even more terrifying to an extreme degree. When the blue lotus appeared, Ji Yuhi opened his mouth wide and shouted in horror. This is the blue lotus earth core fire. This energy is Do Huang Peak. The strange fire has been absorbed by him. No, run. Just as he made this scream, he felt that he had been covered by this terrifying energy, and in the next moment, his body, a dignified Do Wang, felt that it was about to crack. He hurriedly took out a small bottle of Bingling Cold Spring from his storage ring. As a 6th-grade alchemist, he naturally had the idea of absorbing strange fire, but he only collected this bottle. After drinking it, he hurriedly flew away in fear without even looking back. Not to mention the other human strongmen, he didn't even look at Yun Yun, who he loved. He really ran as fast as he could. Yun Yun naturally saw Ji Yuhi's actions, but she certainly didn't care about it. Her eyebrows were slightly wrinkled, and she looked at Wu Tian in front of her. Of course, she felt the terrifying power and energy that Wu Tian exuded. Even she felt very daunted by this terrifying power and energy. However, she knew that Wu Tian was really attacking only Jia Xingtian at most, because there were still snake people nearby, and he would definitely not release indiscriminate attacks. However, the attack was only on the 3 people nearby, but what made Yun Yun suspicious was that the energy attacking her was much weaker, even the energy attacking Ji Yuhi was stronger than hers. But this also made her extremely daunted, and she directly retreated backwards. The battle between Wu Tian and Jia Xingtian was naturally terrifying. She didn't care about the battle between Jia Xingtian and Wu Tian at all, because when Wu Tian released the peak strength of the Duhuang, the result of this battle between humans and the snake people was already very clear. At this time, the Azure Lotus Earth Heart Lotus in Wu Tian's hand shot straight into the yellow sand with a flick of his finger, and at the moment when the flame came into contact with the yellow sand tornado, it turned into a tornado of flames. This was very hard for old man Jia Xingtian. He felt the heat and immediately stopped his fighting skills. The horrible flames had burned all his hair and clothes to ashes. If he didn't run away, he would definitely be annihilated by this horrible fire. Fortunately, he was a Do Huang master, and the Do Qi in his body directly blocked the energy of the strange fire, allowing him to hold on for a while, otherwise he would be reduced to ashes. All the snake people and humans below looked up and focused their eyes on Jia Xingtian at this time, because they actually saw a terrifying black Do Huang master running naked in the air. Wow, oh, so disgusting, vomit. Chapter 25. Yun Yun retreats and expands territory. The image of the old man Jia Xingtian is usually quite energetic, but at this time he looks like a smoked bacon, and his clothes have been turned into ashes, revealing his original image. He is now like a burnt sausage, black, and even his flying hair has disappeared, and he has become embarrassed. This is because Jia Xingtian relied on his tyrannical strength to resist the strange fire released by Wu Tian. If he had not blocked it, his fate would definitely be the same as his clothes, becoming a pile of shreds on the ground. After escaping from the range of Wu Tian's strange fire attack, he did not stop at all, did not even look back, and fled directly to the distance. It is obvious that his injuries are not life-threatening, otherwise he would not have escaped so quickly. However, although Wu Tian's attack did not cause him life-threatening, it was extremely insulting to him. As a living fossil of the Jama Empire, a respected ancestor, his status can be said to be the first person in the Jama Empire, but at this time he actually ran naked. It can be said that this was a thick black mark on the life he wanted to complete. In his own words, it was a disgrace to him. Jia Xingtian's escape completely announced the final result of the battle between the Jia Empire and the Snake People. The Jia Empire now only has Yun Yun, a Do Huang, and her strength is only 3 stars, while the Snake People have Wu Tian, a Do Huang peak powerhouse. Who is strong and who is weak is known without fighting. Jia Xingtian's strength is stronger than Yun Yun, but even Jia Xingtian is not Wu Tian's opponent, let alone Yun Yun. If she is also burned by Wu Tian, the scene is very exciting just thinking about it. Wu Tian looked at Yun Yun in the distance, smiled and said, "Master Yun, do you also want to feel the feverish temperature of the strange fire in my hand? However, I can't guarantee what you will become." Yun Yun looked at the guardian elder Wu Tian with fear in her beautiful eyes. Wu Tian's strength was really terrifying. His terrifying strength plus the terrifying strange fire made him strong enough to fight against Dozong masters. This was what Yun Yun thought. After all, she could feel that Wu Tian did not release any fighting skills just now. The Blue Lotus was just the form that the Blue Lotus Earth Core Fire should have. As Wu Tian absorbed the Blue Lotus Earth Core Fire, he must be able to control the shape of the strange fire. If he wanted to change it into a lotus, wouldn't it be easy? So Wu Tian's terrifying explosive attack just now was just a casual attack. If he really used all his strength, he could kill everyone present in seconds, including the snake people. It was precisely because of this that he held back in the attack just now, otherwise he would definitely destroy them in an instant. The terrifying energy of the strange fire is not just talk. Yun Yun's conjecture can be said to be very correct. Of course, this conjecture is valid for anyone, but Wu Tian is different. Who would have thought that a strong man with the peak strength of Du Huang does not even have a fighting skill? This is probably a big joke. Yun Yun knew very well that Wu Tian's words were giving her a step down. Although this step was very high, she had to go down because there were too many strong men from the Jama Empire below. If these strong men died here, then the Jama Empire would become an empty country. If the surrounding countries came to invade, then the people would be truly devastated. I think this is also something the snake people don't want to see. No matter how fierce the internal fighting in the Jama Empire is, if there is an invasion by foreign enemies, they must first welcome the foreign enemies. Yun Yun bowed slightly and said calmly, "The strength of the Guardian Elder is indeed strong. I am ashamed of myself. Everyone, retreat." At Yun Yun's order, the strong men of the Jama Empire retreated to the distance like the ebb tide. Wu Tian did not want to intercept them, because he could not be too pretentious. His strength was strong, but if Yun Shan, who was hiding behind Yun Yun, also came out, it would be enough for him to drink a pot. The most important thing is that Yun Shan has the terrifying Wu Guardian of the Soul Palace behind him. He is certainly not afraid of Yun Shan now, because Yun Shan must not have broken through the Dozong yet, but if the Wu Guardian is added, even Wu Tian is now unable to beat four hands with two fists. This is of course because Wu Tian does not have any fighting skills at this time. If he had any fighting skills, he would not have let Jia Xingtian go just now, at least he would have been embarrassed to death. At this time, Yun Shan, whom Wu Tian was thinking of, was in seclusion in the back mountain of Yunlan sect, preparing to break through the Dozong. There was a shadow next to him, with red eyes. This shadow was none other than the Soul Palace's Wu Guardian. He, Yunshan, the most important thing for you now is to break through to Dozong. As for the things outside, don't worry about it for now. I can guarantee that your Yunlan sect will not be destroyed, Wu Guardian said. Yunshan nodded. He had been looking forward to becoming a Dozong for too long, and he couldn't let external things affect him. The destruction of the Jama Empire had nothing to do with him. As long as the Yunlan sect existed, when he broke through to Dozong, the entire Jama Empire, no, even the surrounding empires would become his. Even the enchanting Queen Medusa would become his slave. Wouldn't that be wonderful? There will be no need to hide at that time. Even Yuner can be at my disposal, he. Wu Tian stood with his hands behind his back, watching Yun Yun lead the powerful men of the Gamma Empire to retreat, with a smile on his face. Behind him were the three elders of the snake people. At this time, their mouths opened, and then they closed them wisely. They wanted to ask why they didn't just destroy them. Now is the best time to destroy them, but after the previous events, they felt that they were doing something wrong. Now they just have to wait honestly and believe that the guardian spirit will say it. Wu Tian did not look back, but said lightly, "If you want to last for a long time, you can't let the Gamma Empire lose its power. With our current strength, we can't defend it, but it's time to expand the territory." Wu Tian continued to shout, "Starting tomorrow, the several desert cities outside the Tager Desert will all be controlled by the snake people. Anyone who resists will be killed without mercy." This sentence was like an order to the strong men of the snake people, and also a declaration of war to the strong men of the Gamma Empire. This made the strong men standing on the huge body of the monster turn blue, and their faces looked like they were constipated. But they were helpless, because they were no match for the snake people. Even the veteran Do Huang peak strong man Jia Xingtian could not stop the power of Wu Tian's terrifying fire, so naturally others could not do it either. Although there was still the Do Huang Fama in the Gamma Empire, he was just an alchemist. If he wanted to fight, he was only slightly stronger than Yun Yun. If he wanted to fight against Wu Tian, he could only be a filler. So they thought of the last terrifying strong man, that is the Ice Emperor Hai Bodong. Hai Bodong, Slave King, I will definitely be the Slave King. Chapter 26, Pet Medusa, you have to suck it yourself. Ice Emperor Hai Bodong is a genuine fighting Do Huang. His fighting power can be said to be no weaker than that of Xingtian. His strength was Do Huang's 7 stars before. After so many years, he must have at least 8 or 9 stars. Otherwise, he would not have escaped unscathed after the battle with Queen Medusa a few days ago, and his attribute is still Ice attribute. If he is found, together with a few other Donghua strongmen, maybe they can defeat the so-called Guardian Elder of the Snake People. This is their only chance for the Jama Empire and their last hope. This is the strong man that everyone present is looking forward to, so as long as they find Hai Bodong, even if they can't attack the Snake People, they can defend it. On the way back, they have already studied the next plan, which is to find the Ice Emperor Hai Bodong with all their strength. Although he disappeared after the last battle with Queen Medusa, as long as they find him, their Jama Empire will not be threatened by the Snake People. Even Yun Yun, the leader of the Yunlin sect, thought the same. Who told Wu Tian to act? They didn't know that their hope Hai Bodong was mining underground in the Snake tribe. And he worked very hard, because he was the only one in the mine. If he didn't work hard, he would be whipped. And he didn't have the strength of the so-called Duhuang 8-star or 9-star as imagined. He was just a tiny douchey. He was so miserable that he couldn't be more miserable. There was no one to tell his suffering, and he couldn't shed tears because he was afraid of losing face. The strong men of the Jama Empire were very depressed on the way back. They completely misjudged the true strength of the Snake tribe. It turned out that there was such a terrible guardian elder in the Snake tribe. They all stared at the initiator of this battle, that is, the Dan King Ji Yuhi. If Ji Yuhi was not the Dan King, his fate would definitely be eaten alive. Ji Yuhi was miserable. Not only did he not get the strange fire, but he was also blamed by these strong men. Even Yun Yun looked at him with contempt. This was the rhythm of losing both the wife and the strange fire. The most important thing was that he had made enemies with two super strong men of the Snake People. He could imagine that if Queen Medusa woke up, the first thing she would do would be to kill him. He felt terrified now. At this time, he was considering whether to leave the Jama Empire or directly rely on the Yunlin sect, because only in this way would he feel more secure. Wu Tian sat in the hall of the Snake People, looking down at the strong men of the Snake People below, and said, "The third-level defense alert of the royal city has been lifted. From now on, the Snake People will expand outward and target all the cities in the desert. The three elders will trouble you next." "Yes, Lord Guardian Spirit." The three elders bowed slightly and accepted the order. The three old immortals will finally see the day when the Snake People rise. Didn't Lord Guardian Spirit ask them to help capture the desert city? What is there to refuse? Isn't it just some hard labor? The three of them haven't walked out of the inner circle of the desert for a long time. Now is the time to go out and stretch their muscles. Hua Shie, you are responsible for cleaning the battlefield, counting the wounded, and repairing the city walls. The others will attack the city. Remember not to fight if you can. Our slogan is world peace. But anyone who resists will be killed without mercy. Remember not to touch the cities outside the desert. Yes, Lord Guardian Spirit. With Wu Tian's order, the Snake People began to move on a large scale, and the so-called mercenary group and the city lord in the desert city quickly fled after receiving the news. After all, how could they resist the three Snake People elders who could even fight against the Donghua? The so-called perseverance and faith are worthless in the face of strength, because the strength is enough to kill you in seconds, and you are a tiger if you don't run. After all the leaders and elders of the Snake tribe left, Wu Tian said to Hua Shie beside him awkwardly, "Hua Shie, can you find a human costume for me? Remember, I want men's." Hua Shie raised the corners of his mouth slightly when he heard Wu Tian's words. The domineering guardian spirit just now was actually afraid of women's clothes. It seems that he was psychologically traumatized by the queen. But the guardian spirit looks very beautiful in women's clothes, but he still wears men's clothes. How ugly are men's clothes? The most important thing is the crotch. Won't it get stuck when walking? Well, I don't have a crotch, so I don't understand this feeling. Hua Shie brought a set of men's clothes in a short while, but Hua Shie said calmly, "Guardian spirit, this has taken off a dead person, but it has been washed." Wu Tian was very helpless and waved his hand to refuse. How could he, a dignified guardian spirit, wear the clothes of a dead person? Just wait for 2 days, and you can wear new clothes in Mochung at will. Hua Shie, I'm going to be in seclusion for 2 days. I'll leave the affairs in the royal city to you first. If there's anything important, please notify me. Wu Tian gave an order and then went into Queen Medusa's bedroom. There was nothing he could do about it. Who told him not to wear clothes? Bah, who told him not to wear the clothes of a dead person? Don't you think this is the most important thing? Okay, I'm the man of Queen Medusa in name and reason. What's wrong with entering her bedroom? And Queen Medusa is on me. It's reasonable, well-founded, and formal. Queen Medusa's bedroom is very simple, with only a simple bed and a slightly hazy screen, which is full of the very tempting fragrance of Medusa. Wu Tian sat on his bed very calmly. Medusa's is mine. This is our common bed in the future. We will sleep together every day in the future. Wu Tian smiled unconsciously. It's time to take his wife Medusa out to rest for a while. Oh, this little Kailin is quite playful. Why is she so naughty? Why didn't she stay on my arm and come to my arms? Is it comfortable? Is it the other way around? Shouldn't I like your chest? Why do you like mine now? Will she feel comfortable lying here? Wu Tian felt the warmth in his arms and sighed helplessly. He didn't expect that no matter how well he prepared, Medusa would still turn into a little snake in the end. It seems that he will start to raise a pet Medusa next. Wu Tian thought that in the original book, Queen Medusa slowly woke up by absorbing fire energy, and he is now a body of different fire. As long as he supplies fire energy to the seven-colored sky-swallowing python, Queen Medusa will probably wake up. So, Wu Tian gently placed the sky-swallowing python on the bed, touched her little head with his fingers and said softly, "Medusa, I gave you a new name, Kailin, does it sound nice? Little darling, you have to be good, come, open your mouth, your little mouth is too small, open it a little wider. I won't bite it this time, you have to suck it yourself. Okay, you don't remember, you have to suck it anyway." Chapter 27. Little Kailin, Suck It. Wu Tian's operation can be said to be very tragic, because Medusa, no, it should be little Kailin, although she opened her little mouth and held his index finger, but the little guy didn't suck it. Little Kailin, suck it. This is delicious, suck it. It will become bigger after sucking it. Wu Tian said to little Kailin very gently. But little Kailin held Wu Tian's finger and shook her little head at Wu Tian. Little Kailin, do you think it's too little? Wu Tian blinked his eyes, so he stretched out his middle finger again, then 2 fingers are enough now. Little Kailin blinked its cute and confused big eyes, it looked at Wu Tian's finger and shook its little head in rejection. It seemed to mean that this master seemed to be a fool. I am so small, I can't stand one, you actually use 2. I'm going to die. Wu Tian felt very depressed by Xiao Kailin's refusal. He thought to himself, as Xiao Kailin of the 7-colored sky-swallowing python, shouldn't she like the energy of the strange fire very much? Then why doesn't she absorb me now? Is it because the energy of the Azure Lotus Earth core fire is too violent and too strong for her now? Is it because my energy essence of the strange fire is too strong, so Queen Medusa doesn't dare to absorb it now? Or is it that my energy essence of the strange fire is only so much, and if she absorbs me, my body will also become weaker? So Medusa's subconscious is there, so she didn't absorb it. There are only these 2 reasons to explain that my body is made of strange fire. If it weakens, won't some parts of me also weaken and become virtual? If the fingers are weakened and virtualized, it's okay. If a certain treasure is also weakened, then my guardian spirit will really have to wear women's clothes, or become a big man in men's clothes. Wu Tian felt that his mood had returned to the moment when Medusa once said that he couldn't do it. Sure enough, he still couldn't do it now. Medusa was waiting for his energy, but his energy essence didn't work. Alas. So no matter which of the above reasons, Xiao Kailin would not absorb my different fire essence now. It seems that I have to find other milder energy, but where can I find other mild different fire energy? Hey, got it. Wu Tian's mind lit up, and he suddenly thought of a magical little object, which was one of the treasures he got when he was looking for the Qinglian Earth Core Fire, the Earth Fire Lotus Seed, known as the essence of Fire Spirit. The energy of this Earth Fire Lotus Seed is slightly inferior to his own energy. Maybe Xiao Kailin can accept it. When he thought of this, the Hushabana ring on his finger lit up, and a small jade bottle appeared in his hand. The small jade bottle was filled with the Earth Core Lotus Seed, and each small jade bottle had a Earth Fire Lotus Seed. As Wu Tian poured it out, a rich Earth Core Lotus Seed wrapped in green light appeared on his palm. Wu Tian stretched out his hand and curiously pinched the lotus seed, which seemed to be somewhat soft. Last time, it was taken out by Medusa, so Wu Tian wanted to feel this little thing now. The feeling of pinching the earth fire lotus seed with his fingers made Wu Tian feel a kind of softness that was hard to imagine, but if he squeezed it a little harder, he could feel another kind of slightly hard feeling when he was about to squeeze it. This feeling was very magical, soft, tender, loose, tender, white. Okay, it's not white, it's really not white. It's hard to imagine that this white and tender little thing contains huge energy. And it takes 100 years to condense. It's really terrifying. Wu Tian suddenly thought with a playful thought, as a body condensed by different fire, if it also reaches 100 years, will I also lay an egg? Ha, it is the birth of an earth fire lotus seed. Of course, this magical thing will not be known until 100 years later. Wu Tian shook his head in amazement. He looked at the earth fire lotus seed between his fingers and said to the little girl beside him, Xiao Kailin, this is the earth fire lotus seed born from the strange fire, also called the essence of the fire spirit. Of course, it has another name, which is. You can remove the first 2 words first, and then read the last 2 words in reverse. Yes, that's the name. Okay. Exclamation mark. You shook your head and don't understand, right? That doesn't matter. It's harmless. As long as someone understands it, it's fine. I tell you that there is a strong energy in it. Although not as strong as mine, it is also very strong. So do you want to absorb this fire spirit essence? Xiao Kailin was confused again by what Wu Tian said. She tilted her tiny little head, her big eyes sparkling as she looked at the earth fire lotus seed in Wu Tian's hand, then shook her head first, and then nodded. This time it was Wu Tian's turn to be confused. Is this okay, or should I eat it first, and then share it with her? But once it enters my body, this earth fire lotus seed will inevitably assimilate with my different fire energy, and it will not have any effect at all. It seems that she still needs to absorb this earth fire lotus seed by herself. Wu Tian looked at Xiao Kailin and said, okay. If you are sure, eat it. But remember not to be stubborn, suck it. Xiao Kailin nodded with her little tongue spitting out her little mouth, opened her white little mouth, and bit Wu Tian's palm, and then the earth fire lotus seed was held in Xiao Kailin's mouth. As the essence of the fire spirit, the earth fire lotus seed is naturally powerful. In Wu Tian's eyes, Xiao Kailin's small body of a few centimeters suddenly became red like a volcano, and the dense white mist rose from her small body, which looked quite scary. The earth fire lotus seed was just held in Xiao Kailin's mouth and made her look like this. You can imagine what she would look like if she directly absorbed Wu Tian's different fire energy. Would she suddenly change from a small colorful snake to a small black snake? As Xiao Kailin swallowed the earth core lotus seed, the powerful and hot energy completely exploded in Xiao Kailin's body, causing Xiao Kailin's body to change from fiery red to black. Wu Tian saw that Xiao Kailin was about to collapse, so he hurriedly took out another treasure from the Hushabana ring, which was the green lotus platform. Wu Tian directly placed the hot Xiao Kailin on the lotus platform, and the black color of Xiao Kailin's body gradually eased and faded. However, she still began to tumble on the lotus platform, looking a little painful, and she was so painful that she fell into the hole of the lotus seed in the lotus platform. There was no other way. The body of her 7-colored sky-swallowing python was still too small, only a few centimeters. Even if it was greatly stimulated, it still couldn't make it bigger and longer, and it was inevitable to fall into the hole. And it kept falling over and over again. There was still no other way. Who made the lotus platform have 11 holes? She tossed out from a lotus seed hole, and then went to the next hole. Even Wu Tian was impressed by this operation. Chapter 28 Guardian Spirit You've Pinch Me. Wu Tian looked at the little Kai Lin who was jumping back and forth like a small fish. He felt distressed and helpless at the same time. It seemed that it was too much for the little Kai Lin to absorb all the energy of the earth fire lotus seed. The earth fire lotus seed is known as the essence of the fire spirit. Don't recite it this time. It's easy to get into trouble if you recite it all the time. The energy of the fire spirit is beyond imagination. Little Kai Lin still hasn't estimated the ability that her small body can bear. In Wu Tian's eyes, Xiao Kai Lin's scales have been tossed off by herself. If she continues to toss like this, she will not be able to successfully absorb this violent energy. She will only be tossed into a roasted black tender sausage. This fire lotus seed will only cause her strong damage inside and outside her body. Too much energy will make her unable to absorb it at all. The severe pain will only make her scream. Because she is small now, the scream is actually very cute. Well, You need to imagine this scream yourself. What you imagine it to be depends on how strong the concentration of your own evil thoughts is. Wu Tian saw the painful Xiao Kailan and reached out to help her. He pinched Xiao Kailan's tiny body with 2 fingers. The 2 fingers generated suction and frantically absorbed the energy generated by the earth fire lotus seed in her body. The huge energy entered his body with Wu Tian's fingers. With the intake of these energies, his energy also increased slightly, but only a little. As the energy decreased, Xiao Kailan's body also produced a different color than before. The eyes were actually emerald, and a layer of cyan keratin was wrapped around Xiao Kailan's body, like a protective film. Wu Tian dared to be sure that the current Xiao Kailan, that is, Medusa, would also have a special cyan protective film in her body. Seeing this spectacle, Wu Tian loosened his fingers and let Xiao Kailan go. Xiao Kailan finally stopped struggling, but coiled on the Qinglian platform honestly and began to absorb the hot energy transformed by the earth fire lotus seed. As the energy was absorbed by Wu Tian, the remaining energy, which was the essence of the earth fire lotus seeds, was easier for Xiao Kailan to absorb. Just as Wu Tian thought, some emerald liquid had appeared in Xiao Kailan's body, which was the essence of the earth fire lotus seeds. The energy of the earth fire lotus seeds began to be quickly digested and absorbed in Xiao Kailan's body. Xiao Kailan was a 7-colored swallowing python. Although she was born not long ago, her terrifying swallowing ability was still huge. If it weren't for the fact that she was born not long ago, she could absorb all the energy of the earth fire lotus seeds, and the remaining energy would naturally be absorbed. In Wu Tian's eyes, Xiao Kailan closed her eyes comfortably and lay on the lotus platform. Wu Tian felt happy about this. It seemed that she was already absorbing it. This gentle little Kailan was really cute. Wu Tian looked at the lotus platform with pits and felt that it should not be very comfortable for Xiao Kailan. Since she was already absorbing these lotus seeds, let her be more comfortable. Wu Tian sat directly on the lotus platform and stretched out his 2 fingers again. Just as his fingers pinched Xiao Kailan's tiny body, a dazzling and strong light suddenly burst out from Xiao Kailan's body, which made Wu Tian narrow his eyes reflexively, but his fingers did not loosen reflexively. Although Wu Tian did not open his eyes completely at this time, he had already felt what happened to the dazzling light just now. It was not because of anything else, but because his fingers had a very comfortable feeling. The light flashed and disappeared. After the light appeared, Wu Tian opened his eyes wide, and his expression became happy in an instant, and his delicate cheeks were full of joy. Because the 7-colored swallowing python that was originally pinched in her hand had now become a big guy. This big guy was not a big swallowing python, but a woman. Because the lotus platform was not big, the woman was lying in his arms, and the pair of bright and familiar purple eyes were looking at him. This feeling was really unprecedented. Wu Tian looked at this charming and slightly rosy perfect face, his throat rolled slightly, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and his voice was slightly hoarse and dry with excitement. Medusa, you finally changed back. Medusa's charming face was embellished with a little pink color, like a masterpiece of heaven. Even though there was a little doubt in her eyes and her eyebrows were slightly wrinkled, she still burst out with an enchanting charm that was difficult to conceal. Wu Tian felt the softness and temperature of Medusa for the first time, which really made Wu Tian feel incomparable pleasure and refreshment, but his joy at this time was more than this feeling, because he could still tell the difference between hugging every day and hugging once. What made Wu Tian feel confused was, what was the reason for Medusa's doubtful eyes and frown? Did she not recognize me? Or was it because I had a physical body and she was a little uncomfortable? Wu Tian's doubts were answered by Queen Medusa in the next moment. Medusa's eyebrows were slightly wrinkled, with a look of doubt and confusion. Her red lips moved slightly, and the familiar voice of the queen sounded in Wu Tian's ears again, "My guardian spirit, your hand hurts me." Quote. Wu Tian blinked his big eyes that were slow to realize, and then felt his hands. One hand was wrapped around Medusa's smooth and flexible waist. It should be said that the whole right arm was supporting Medusa's delicate body. Maybe this is what a conditioned reflex can do. The other hand, that is, the left hand, felt very different, because the 3 fingers except the thumb and index finger were touching and feeling the tender and soft feeling. This feeling was even softer than Medusa's waist. Wu Tian suddenly thought of why this was the case. This was like a potted plant, succulent. As for the feeling of the remaining thumb and index finger, Wu Tian felt like pinching the earth fire lotus seeds just now, just that little, tender, soft. The description is the same as pinching lotus seeds, please see the previous chapter. This feeling made Wu Tian comfortable, and he unconsciously exerted more force, Because of Wu Tian's funny action, Medusa's delicate red lips suddenly bit lightly, exuding an irresistible charming picture, and at the same time, there was a soft whisper that entered Wu Tian's ear. Wu Tian swallowed his saliva again. He immediately understood what he had done. His face turned pale. He quickly lowered his head and looked at the two fingers that he admired. This. Wow. Chapter 29. I like the name Kai Lin very much. Wu Tian said that he is now blind. Little Kai Lin has completely turned into Queen Medusa, and because Medusa was directly transformed from a naked little snake into a snake man, her graceful figure was directly exposed to Wu Tian's sight. This extreme temptation, let alone Wu Tian, even she herself couldn't stand it. She really didn't understand why her guardian spirit would keep pinching her after having a physical body. It hurts. Wu Tian embraced Medusa's body, and when he found his devil's hand, he immediately let go of his left hand in embarrassment. After all, he couldn't keep pushing his nose and face. He couldn't resist the temptation. If he kept doing this, he would be a pervert. He is Medusa's guardian spirit, how could he do such a dirty thing? Feelings need to be fully cultivated, and they can't be achieved in one step. Wu Tian admired himself very much. He just pinched Xiao Kailin lightly, how could he pinch? Wu Tian was very embarrassed at this time. He stared at Medusa blankly, his mouth twitched, and he showed a very unnatural smile and said, Medusa, what I just did, you should know. Medusa's red lips slightly raised, her beautiful eyes moved gently, and she glanced at the clothes Wu Tian was wearing now. Her eyebrows frowned again. She stretched out her slender jade fingers and pointed at Wu Tian's chest. She looked quite unhappy in her words, Guardian Spirit, why are you wearing men's clothes? Aren't my clothes enough for you? You still look better in my clothes. Wu Tian thought blankly, my queen, are you focusing on the right thing now? I pinched you just now. But it's okay if you don't care. For my wife, I can accept wearing men's clothes or women's clothes. Woo, am I going to go on the road of women's clothes and never come back? Puff, giggle, Medusa couldn't help laughing when she saw Wu Tian, who was only 20 centimeters away from her. The contrast between the two immediately touched Wu Tian's heart. Wu Tian said that he was attracted by Medusa's stunning appearance. She was so beautiful. Wu Tian felt the temperature in his arms and said awkwardly, Medusa, why don't you put on your clothes first? As a gentleman, Wu Tian said this with a heavy heart, but the result was beyond his expectation. Medusa actually shook her head, and stretched out her slender jade-like jade to hug Wu Tian's neck, which made Wu Tian feel that spring was coming and the flowers were in full bloom. The next moment, Wu Tian saw Medusa approaching him, because his right hand was holding Medusa, and Medusa hugged him again, which caused his left hand, which had nowhere to put, to hug Medusa's flexible waist under the conditioned reflex. Then, Wu Tian naturally couldn't hold on and fell backwards. Fortunately, the green lotus platform was soft enough, otherwise it would definitely hit his waist, which would be terrible. As he fell, Medusa's graceful body followed. In addition to the faint fragrance on her body, there was also the soft feeling on her chest, which was like it was printed on it. An inexplicable evil fire suddenly burned from Wu Tian's lower abdomen. Wu Tian was not a soul at this time. In addition to making Medusa feel his rapid breathing, there was also a feeling of evil fire rising suddenly. But Medusa's snake tail was very domineering and suppressed his evil fire, and it also shook a few times, releasing a wild temptation. Wu Tian really couldn't stand the perfect and charming face so close to him. Medusa smiled faintly, my guardian spirit, I didn't expect that you have become stronger after having a body, but you are still a little bit bad. Wu Tian blinked his big eyes and wanted to refute very much. Who of us is not good? You are a seductive Medusa snake man. You even have a snake body in your lower body. Who is not good? Medusa seemed to see the meaning in Wu Tian's eyes. Before Wu Tian said a word, she changed the subject directly. The familiar numb tone sounded in Wu Tian's ears again, Guardian Spirit, we have been honest with each other. My state can't last long. It's the same for you who have seen me too many times. It should be much better for you to not see now. Just bear it for a while. Quote. Wu Tian's mouth twitched. Wife, are you talking like a human? Shouldn't the feeling of the body be more attractive than what the eyes see? Are you doing it on purpose? I am swollen, I feel very uncomfortable. Medusa ignored Wu Tian's expression and said seriously, Guardian Spirit, my strength has not recovered yet, and now I don't even have the strength of a Do Huang. Now I need to absorb energy to help me become a Do Zong powerhouse faster, but your fanatical energy now cannot be directly absorbed into my body. Even the energy contained in the Earth Fire Lotus Seeds, I can only absorb 1/3 of it now. So I need a weaker energy so that my body can absorb it step by step. Guardian Spirit, I need you to help me. Wu Tian nodded seriously and said, Medusa, don't worry, I am not only your guardian spirit, but also your man. I will naturally help you. Now everything is fine with the snake people. You can rest assured that I am here. Medusa looked at Wu Tian, who was talking very seriously, and a charming smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Then, just as Wu Tian was waiting for the next word, Medusa's red lips suddenly imprinted on Wu Tian's lips. Wu Tian felt the soft feeling on his lips, and his eyes widened immediately. However, this feeling disappeared as soon as he felt it. This kiss like a dragonfly touching the water made Wu Tian feel happy, but also a little disappointed. This was definitely a tease, absolutely. Medusa's narrow eyes curved into a very teasing arc, and her cheeks flushed slightly. She moved her red lips slightly, and said with a slightly evasive look, Guardian Spirit, I will not say thank you to you. This is a reward from me. After Medusa said this, her body became a little illusory. In the next moment, her body emitted a strong light, and the feeling in Wu Tian's hand also became a little illusory. The moment Medusa disappeared, she raised her proud head. My guardian spirit, I like the name Kai Lin very much. The voice echoed in Wu Tian's ears. He smiled and felt Medusa dissipate from his hands. The comfortable feeling had completely disappeared, and on his thigh was a small python. Wu Tian shook his head helplessly, licked the corner of his mouth, stared at the little snake and whispered, Don't worry, Kai Lin, we will meet again soon. Next time we meet, I hope you will call me Wu Tian affectionately. Chapter 30, The Unruly Guardian Spirit. Wu Tian looked at the sky-swallowing python that was hovering on his leg and blinking its big eyes, with a smug smile on his face. He proudly stretched out his tongue and licked around his lips again and again, and his wild laughter spread throughout the room. He. This unruly laughter made the sky-swallowing python's big eyes even more confused and blinked non-stop. It also followed Wu Tian's example and stretched out its tongue to lick the edge of its mouth, but its tongue could only be stretched out and trembled a few times, and it could never be as flexible as Wu Tian. Wu Tian was even more proud. He pointed at the sky-swallowing python on his leg and said, You have to practice more often, so that you can learn to be as flexible as me in the future, absorb as much as you want, and do whatever you want. The sky-swallowing python naturally could not understand the thoughts of the gentleman Wu Tian. Wu Tian was letting it exercise now, just like training his wife Medusa. After all, this is her body. As long as the body is flexible enough, then all the good days in the future will be his. Hehehehe, burp. This laughter clearly did not use any fighting spirit, but it was heard from a long distance and reached the ears of the palace guards. However, they were very frightened, because you can't guess what the guardian spirit is thinking. This is what Captain Hua Xie warned them. After all, the queen is a woman, and they are also women and can be approached a little better, but the guardian spirit is a man. He doesn't even look at the beautiful Captain Hua Xie, let alone them. If they annoy him, who knows what terrible things he will do. The power of the guardian spirit is obvious to all. A fire burned Jia Xingtian, the strongest man in the Jia Ma Empire, into a naked black man. This is a murderer like the queen, so they consciously kept a very stiff expression. Wu Tian's unrestrained laughter made them even more scared, because this laughter was very evil, evil from the bones. Wu Tian was of course very unaware of this, because when he was laughing wildly, his system, which seemed to have disappeared, bubbled up again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the main task of Guardian Queen. Please help Queen Medusa to become a Do Zong. Task reward: 1 super god level skill exclusive to the host. Wu Tian really wanted to complain that the Guardian Queen system appeared a little less frequently, but the task rewards each time were beyond expectations. It really verified the old saying that it was passed down from who knows when, that it was really a system product, it must be a fine product. Although there is only one kind of task reward, it is still super god level. No matter what the system rewards, it is super god level, and it is also a skill. Note that it is a skill, not a fighting skill. The highest fighting skill is only the heaven level, and the super god level is naturally very awesome. Hehehehehehe, hiccup. Thinking of this, Wu Tian laughed wildly again. Although this laughter sounded very unruly and evil, it could completely release his joyful mood. The returning Captain Hua Shir couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he heard the laughter of their guardian spirit. Is the guardian spirit crazy? He actually missed his sister. Could it be that one of the queens in the past was the sister of the guardian spirit? Then who is the last brother? The king next door. Hua Shir didn't think about it anymore. This was not something he could worry about. He went straight to the palace of Medusa, and when he got outside the bedroom, he knocked on the door. At this time, Wu Tian was feeling the comfort brought by Medusa's bed. He had completely imagined that he and Medusa would sleep in the same bed in the future. He heard the knock on the door and jumped down from the bed reflexively. Wu Tian's mouth twitched. I'm lying on my own wife's bed, thinking about my own wife and me. What's wrong with me? No, this is not guilty, but excited. He sat on the chair and whispered, "Come in." Captain Hua Shie opened the door and came to Wu Tian. Then she was surprised to find that Wu Tian's pants seemed a little small and could not cover him. But she did not say anything, but respectfully called out, "Master Guardian Spirit." Wu Tian did not notice his abnormality at all, and said majestically, "Hua Shie, no need to be polite. Is there anything urgent that you come here to see me for?" Although Hua Shie's beautiful eyes wanted to avoid drifting to a certain place, as a woman who had never seen such a situation, she was naturally very curious about it. She stood up and replied, "Master Guardian Spirit, after 2 days, all the cities in the Tager Desert have returned. We are the snake people." Wu Tian looked at Hua Shie and didn't care, because he was very surprised now. He asked with his eyes wide open, "Oh, 2 days?" Hua Shie explained quickly, "Because the Guardian Spirit is so powerful, all the city lords in the city, including the guards and most of the human race, have already fled first, leaving behind an empty city with only the elderly, children, women and children. So when we got there, we took over directly." Wu Tian nodded, still very surprised. He was not surprised by the occupied empty city. This was within his expectations. Now the Jama Empire does not have so many Duhuangs on the surface, and there is a lack of Duhuang. Their strength is not as good as the snake people, so they will naturally choose to cede the city first. He was surprised that he and his queen Medusa had only played for a while and 2 days had passed. These 2 days passed too quickly. It seems that it took a lot of time to tinker with the earth core lotus seeds before. Wu Tian raised a confident smile and said to Hua Shie, who was looking at his lower body, "Well, you did a good job. Tell this sea to order the leaders of the snake people to return to their respective tribes to guard. Leave a doling guard and some tribesmen with combat power in each city, as well as ordinary tribesmen who want to stay in the city. From the day after tomorrow, all cities will be open to humans. As long as the human strength does not exceed that of a doling strongman, they can enter and exit freely, but they will be charged a certain fee before entering. Any human who opposes will be killed without mercy." Wu Tian's order surprised Hua Shie, but also made her understand his approach. The guardian spirit wants the snake people and humans to live together. Now the situation is so good, why does he do this? Although she couldn't figure it out, she still obeyed the order respectfully and said, "Yes." She naturally couldn't understand Wu Tian's approach. Wu Tian's approach now was to call a truce because he had to leave the snake people for a while. After all, he had to help Medusa improve her strength and his strength as soon as possible. Only when they became Dozong would they not be in danger of being destroyed. After all, the old guy Yunshin and the Soul Palace were still eyeing them. The 2 old guys must have known the threat of him and Medusa, so they would definitely improve the process faster. If they broke through to Dozong first, they and the entire snake people would be destroyed. So he now needs to gain enough time to improve the strength of the couple. This is a race against time, and he must do this. Wu Tian looked at Hua Shie, who hadn't left yet, and was very confused. Is the captain of the guard team so disobedient? Not only did he not leave, but his eyes kept staring at the lower body of my guardian spirit. What was he looking at? Wait, the lower body? Chapter 31 Physical Training. I am a 9-star fighting master. Wu Tian looked up at Hua Shie and found that she was still staring at his lower body. He asked curiously, "Hua Xie, why are you looking at me all the time? Is there anything strange about me?" As the guardian spirit, Wu Tian was quite curious about this. "I am wearing men's clothes now. It's very fashionable, but it's not my wife's red tube top in the past. It's only 10 centimeters wide. What can it cover? It's all exposed at a slightly different angle. But now it's men's clothes, Hua Xie can't see anything at all." When Wu Tian looked at his lower body curiously, wow, his pants were still there, but some places were roaring like a giant dragon in the sea. Wu Tian said that it was really not his fault. Medusa was so tempting just now that no man could resist it, and that feeling is not gone. Hua Xie directly connected flawlessly, so naturally he saw it when he came in. And Hua Xie's figure is also not bad. To be precise, the women of the snake tribe all have slender waists, which makes people want to indulge in love and wander around with their hands. This is an inexplicable feeling. Although Wu Tian did not think about that and gave Hua Xie calmly, he could not resist the natural reaction. So now it has caused a somewhat embarrassing scene. He is the guardian spirit of the snake tribe. He actually reacted in front of Hua Xie, the guard captain. This will definitely make Hua Xie think too much. Just as Wu Tian thought, Hua Xie's little heart was thumping. She was thinking about it in her heart. Guardian spirit, he has ideas about me. What should I do if he asks me to go over? But I have no place. While she was thinking about it, she bit her lips unconsciously. That look was also very tempting to Wu Tian. In order to show his respect for Hua Xie, Wu Tian's fiery dragon did not dive into the sea, but roared wantonly on the sea. Hua Xie's beautiful eyes have been staring at the place that makes her shy. She is of course very curious about this. She doesn't like ordinary humans. If anyone dares to react, she will definitely cut them off with a knife. She also doesn't like humans who are too strong, because those people are just a group of barbarians. She doesn't like those hypocritical humans. But the guardian spirit is different, because he is the guardian spirit of the snake people. He used to be a soul body. Although his body is now a human body, he has an inseparable relationship with the snake people because he is the man of Her Majesty the Queen. His authority is the highest among the snake people. I naturally cannot refuse his orders. As his captain of the guard, I should have been prepared long ago, but I didn't expect it to come so soon. As a fighting king, Hua Xie was in a state of confusion at this time, and there was a little confusion in her beautiful eyes. This was naturally very attractive in Wu Tian's eyes, but Wu Tian couldn't do this. How could he sneak into the subordinates after taking office for a few days? His conscience would be condemned. At least he had to wait for a few days. Of course, it would be best to get my wife's consent. If my first time was not with her but with her subordinates, she would definitely be angry. It would be bad if Hua Xie was killed. Hua Xie looked at the calm Wu Tian, and she finally made up her mind. Her pretty face blushed and she asked Wu Tian shyly, "Master Guardian Spirit, do you need Hua Xie's service?" Wu Tian. This sentence completely rekindled the flame that Wu Tian had just extinguished, but even if it was ignited, he still couldn't be impulsive. He had to be responsible for Hua Xie and for the sincere feelings between him and Medusa. Since he was the guardian spirit of Medusa, he couldn't throw away the essence of the fire spirit at will. Still read it that way, please change it yourself. He had decided to protect Medusa, and he couldn't mess around without her consent. This was absolutely not allowed. Wu Tian, who had made up his mind, waved his sleeves and said majestically, "Okay, go and execute the order." Yes. Hua Xie bowed respectfully and twisted her water snake waist to leave the room. This scene was really too uncomfortable for Wu Tian at this time. After Hua Xie left the room, she thought to herself that she had heard that it would be very uncomfortable for humans to do this, but the guardian spirit actually held back and rejected her. She was a little unconfident in her heart, but she was also a little happy. The guardian spirit did not do anything out of line when Her Majesty the Queen was not there. The guardian spirit was really a good man. It was because of this that the proud queen agreed to be his woman. However, it was heard that some men would take a bath to wash away the passion, while some men could not help but solve the passion by themselves. What would the guardian spirit choose? Fortunately, Wu Tian didn't know what Hua Xie was thinking. If he knew, he would definitely call her back. Wu Tian certainly would not choose the above two methods, but chose the most mysterious method in Duki continent. He sat directly on his Qinglian platform and began to practice with the faint fragrance of Medusa. He was the body of Qinglian earth core fire, so the effect of practicing on the Qinglian platform could not be better. He still operated his exclusive skill, the divine fire condensation technique, and when he sat on it and began to practice for the first time in his life, he was directly confused, because a voice that made him speechless rang in his ears. This voice was naturally the voice of his system. The voice of the system was still like the limited-time voice package that was charged. The voice was very soft but smart, making him feel like a real person was talking to him. The difference this time was that although the words were still so smart, this time the words made Wu Tian feel a little cold compared to before. Ding, because the host has started to practice for the first time, the physical practice system is turned on. Ding, because the host is now the body of the strange fire Qinglian earth core fire, it is detected that the host is in the Duqi continent, and the host's physical realm is automatically upgraded to a 9-star Do Shi. Listen to how cold this voice is. This cold voice makes Wu Tian feel like he has entered the Ice Age. This voice is really cold and piercing. I am in the Duqi continent, not in the immortal cultivation, okay. You have a physical body, a soul, and 2 practice systems. My soul realm is the peak of Duhuang, half-step Do Zong, but you have a physical body 9-star Do Shi. What do you mean, system, are you kidding me? The gap is a bit big. If other superpowers destroy my smooth and slippery body, then isn't it over? Then I will become a floating soul again, won't I become a female guardian spirit again? I can totally imagine that when my wife Medusa recovers, she will see that I have become a guardian spirit again, point at my body and say, my guardian spirit, you are not doing well again. Wu Tian, this is too painful, I can't imagine it anymore. System, get out of here. System, Sabi, Chapter 32, Physical and Soul Dual Cultivation, Peace in the Desert City. Wu Tian felt a little confused about the newly opened physical cultivation system. He called the system out directly, wanting a very reasonable explanation, but the system ignored him coldly. Wu Tian, who was ignored, suddenly thought of a very magical thing. He shouted in his heart. System, I want to check my system panel. Ding. Guardian Queen System, Queen, Medusa, Host, Wu Tian. Gender. To be determined. The host likes to wear women's clothes, so it is to be determined. Age. 18. Physical realm. 9-star Do Shi. Soul realm. Spiritual realm great perfection, soul power corresponds to Do Huang peak. Skills. Divine fire condensation Ju, super god level. Skills. None. Items. Hu Shabao storage ring, super god level, and other junk. Wu Tian checked his system panel and found many things that made him speechless, such as the fucking gender and age. Of course, he was very dissatisfied with the gender, but very satisfied with the age, because he was an adult at the age of 18, and he could try to have a baby with Medusa, and he could have it any way he wanted. The listing on the system panel also made Wu Tian understand one thing, which made him ecstatic. That is, his soul realm is the great perfection of the spirit realm, and the corresponding strength is the peak of the Duhuang. Although this is also his real strength, it is not his real cultivation system. He is no longer a soul body like before. He now has a physical body and the super god level technique of the divine fire condensation technique. In the future, he will naturally cultivate his physical realm, and the soul realm is as difficult to improve as in the original work. Compared with improving the soul realm, it is naturally easier to improve the physical realm. After all, in addition to practicing by itself, it can also be improved by taking pills and absorbing other strange fires. Although Wu Tian wanted to ask the system to help him improve his soul realm, the system made his soul the great perfection of the spirit realm at the beginning, which is already quite awesome. If he asked again, it would obviously be ignored. So it is more realistic to improve the realm of the physical body itself, and the speed of improvement will definitely not be slow. If he absorbs the fallen heart flame, it will become faster. The physical realm and the soul realm are like two professions in the game, one is a warrior and the other is a mage. The superposition of the two combat powers will naturally make the strength stronger, so strong that it is terrifying. After Wu Tian figured out this truth, he became ecstatic. Compared with the psychological activities of complaining about the system just now, it was completely inversely proportional. Of course, he didn't remember what happened just now. Of course, That kind of thing must be deleted from his brain, the kind that doesn't even have a recycling bin. After figuring this out, Wu Tian sat on the lotus platform and began to practice crazily, forgetting to eat and sleep. After the last embarrassing incident, Hua Xie didn't look for him again in the past 2 days, maybe because she was afraid that the scene of the sky lifting scene would happen again. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. Wu Tian opened his tightly closed eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, he began to complain, "System, I didn't say anything when you improved my physical strength to such a weak doshi. But since it has been upgraded to a 9-star doshi, why don't you upgrade it to the peak of the 9-star doshi? It took me a whole week to reach the middle stage of the 9-star doshi. Alas, this is too slow. It seems that I still need to go out and play with fire." Wu Tian pushed open the door and walked out of the room. The dazzling sunlight was nothing to him. When he came out, he saw a figure in a tube top waiting for him in the courtyard. This person was none other than his guard captain Hua Xie. Seeing Hua Xie waiting for him, he was a little confused. If there was anything, he could just call him directly. As for waiting in the courtyard, I'm not in seclusion to break through Do Zong. The sun is so strong, it's too much. Look, the good balls are all sunburned red. Hua Xie heard the sound of the door and looked at Wu Tian with joy. When she saw Wu Tian, her expression became a little worried, and more surprised, because she felt that the strength of the guardian spirit was only that of a 9-star doshi, and this strength was very real. After a week of retreat, the guardian spirit lost his strength of the peak of Do Huang. If he retreated for a few more days, would he be able to retreat to the 3rd stage of Do Qi? Isn't retreating to improve strength? I have never heard of lowering strength. And this is a drop of so many realms. The gap between the peak of Do Huang and Do Shi can be said to be a world of difference. Even a slide can't be so fast. Hua Xie opened her mouth in surprise and asked, "Master Guardian Spirit, how is your strength?" Wu Tian waved his hand and said, "Hua Xie, don't worry, I'm fine. I'm just trying to release the strength of a fighting master to see if you can see my original strength." This explanation can be said to be perfect, because Wu Tian actually did the same thing in his heart. He wanted to test whether Hua Xie, the fighting king, could see any tricks. Now that she couldn't see it, other people naturally couldn't see it either. Hua Xie's heart, which had just been raised, was put down when she heard Wu Tian's words. This master guardian spirit really knows how to play, and he keeps a low profile when he has nothing to do, but this is too low. Wu Tian looked at Hua Xie with his hands behind his back and asked, "You looked very happy just now. Do you have any good news to report?" Hua Xie looked at Wu Tian's eyes as they swept across her body and stayed on her lower abdomen for a while. Her face couldn't help but blush and said, "Master Guardian Spirit does have good news. During this period of time, the city on the edge of the desert has been fully open to humans. In the beginning, humans did not dare to enter, but because of the presence of the indigenous people, humans have gradually entered our city, and the strong men of the Jia Ma Empire abide by the rules. No Do Wang approached, and there were no disturbances. Now all the cities are peaceful, and all the shops have been rented out at the original price. The income has been quite good in the past few days." Wu Tian nodded. Everything developed as he thought, so it was time to use the trump card. Wu Tian said lightly, "Very good, in the future, humans can also create mercenary groups in each city, but the number shall not exceed 2. If there are more than 2, let them solve it by themselves. If they don't solve it by themselves, send someone to destroy them." "Yes, Lord Guardian Spirit." Hua Xie bowed respectfully and replied. Wu Tian said that he really didn't want to watch the ball game, but the remote control didn't obey, and I had no tricks, so I just watched it for a few times. Wu Tian seemed to have thought of something, and asked bluntly, "Is you mayor in the city?" Quote. Hua Xie didn't know why. When she heard Wu Tian asking about Yu Mayor, she felt a little uncomfortable, but she still answered obediently, "Commander, you just came back. She should be washing up now." "Well, good, lead the way and take me to find her," Wu Tian said calmly. Hua Xie, Chapter 33, Charming and Enchanting Yu Meyer. Hua Xie blinked her narrow and long charming eyes, very confused. "Yu Mayor is washing up, do I need to go find her? I have no sense of existence. Woo woo woo." The guardian spirit turned a blind eye to me, turned a deaf ear to me, and looked at me. Hua Xie twisted her thin waist and led Wu Tian to Yu Mayor's courtyard. Each leader of the snake people has a temporary residence in Medusa's palace, and Yu Mayer is no exception. Yu Mayer's residence is outside the palace, so she naturally cannot get close to Medusa's palace. Because of Wu Tian's identity, all the snake people respectfully saluted him as the guardian spirit along the way. Because Wu Tian fought to protect the snake people, the men, women, old, young, and children of the snake people all knew this guardian spirit who was on an equal footing with the queen. They showed respect in their bones. If there was no guardian spirit, their snake people would definitely be destroyed. Wu Tian could actually ride a small magic beast to add to his dignity, but he didn't do so. Why pretend with his own people? These are all his own people. No matter what they do, they will respect him very much, so there is no need for those mundane things. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The important thing is that the magic beast prepared by Hua Xie for him is a magic horse. Although this horse is tall and mighty and looks very imposing, it looks so scary, but even so, it cannot change that he is a horse. He doesn't want to ride a horse. His strength is at the peak of Duhuang. How can he ride a horse? How ridiculous is it to ride a horse in the Duki continent? Doma continent. The awesome person Hun Tiandi came to me, and I was not panicked at all, because his horse didn't run as fast as my horse. Is this really reasonable? Wu Tian felt that he was still very fragrant when he walked on his two legs. At least he could take a good look around his home. He had never visited this royal city once. Taking this opportunity to stroll around casually, it's also good to be close to the people. After a while, Wu Tian, led by Hua Xie, arrived in front of Yu Mayer's courtyard. The guardian spirit naturally did not need to report here, and they entered Yu Mayer's courtyard directly. After asking the snake maids, they knew that Yu Mayer was in the back garden. Wu Tian said lightly, "No need to trouble you to report, I can go in by myself." How could the maids refuse? How dare they refuse? Of course, they withdrew without any objection. When entering the back garden, Wu Tian clearly saw 4 slender snake women at the door of the back garden. They stood still coldly, with sharp eyes in their eyes, constantly looking around, as if they were guarding against something. They held the weapons in their hands tightly, as if ready to pierce a few holes in someone. When they saw Wu Tian and Hua Xie, they hurriedly bowed slightly. Just as they were about to say something, they were stopped by Hua Xie. Hua Xie also saw it clearly at this time. Since Wu Tian didn't like to be disturbed by others and didn't want to disturb Yu Mayer, she would do it for him. Hua Xie ordered, "You guys go down first." After Wu Tian embraced Medusa, he naturally didn't have much interest in these strange and tempting snake women. Because he got the best, he was naturally indifferent to the slightly worse ones. If it was before the time travel, he would definitely not have enough concentration and become the leader of the Autobots in Transformers when he was excited. What's the joke? The leader of the Autobots is Optimus Prime. After several female snake people withdrew, Wu Tian and Hua Xie walked in directly. Wu Tian did walk in, and Hua Xie naturally went in for the sake of it. The back garden was full of birdsong and grass, with rockery, birds and green grass. As for flowers, of course not. Flowers naturally cannot exist in this deep desert. It is because the weather is good today that there is no sandstorm. Otherwise, there would be dust everywhere. The two of them walked slowly and heard the sound of water. Wu Tian knew that it was the sound of water flow. There was naturally enough water in the royal city, so there were canals built one after another, leading to various wells. The treatment of the 8 commanders was naturally not bad. Each back garden had a pool. As he got closer, Wu Tian also saw the clear pool clearly. The clean water made Wu Tian very happy, because he had not taken a bath for several days. He just came out and did not have time to wash. Fortunately, he now has enough strength to ensure that he does not stink, otherwise he would definitely become a piece of stinky tofu. But in the next moment, Wu Tian stopped because he found that there was a barrier blocking the lake. The small lake was blocked into 2 small pools, and the pool on one side was clean water. On the other side, there was also clean water, but a figure suddenly emerged from the clear pool surface, and a slight sound of breaking water directly attracted his wooden pipe. On the clear pool surface, a hot woman emerged from the lake. Why do you say hot? Because even if you look at her back, you can see her arms stretched out, with graceful arcs on both sides. This woman has long hair, which sticks to her shoulders, and drops of water stain her delicate skin. Wu Tian said that he had seen this beautiful picture, because his Medusa looked like this last time. But she is a little different from Medusa. What is the saying? Laymen watch the excitement, experts watch the doorway. He Wu Tian is an expert. Of course, he will not regard this as excitement. He just took a slight glance and knew that this woman was a little worse than Medusa. This woman was none other than Yu Meier, who was washing up as Wuxia mentioned. As a powerful Do Wang, Yu Meier naturally noticed Wu Tian and Wuxia who did not hide their aura. With her strength, she naturally felt the familiar aura. If it was anyone else, she would never pay attention to him at this time, but this was the guardian spirit. He must have come here for something urgent, otherwise he would never come to her in person. Yu Meier turned around and did not hide anything from Wu Tian. Her charming and enchanting face was exposed in front of Wu Tian. Her diamond-shaped eyes reflected the sunlight during the day, and the rippling water on the water surface was like a spring love. Of course, in addition to this, Wu Tian also saw her plump breasts and waist exposed on the lake, but her snake-shaped lower body was completely hidden in the water, and her pretty face appeared faintly red. Even so, she bowed slightly and said, Yu Meier has met the guardian spirit. Wu Tian felt as if he had entered the land of women. These women really didn't know how to hide anything from him, and they were all so tempting. Wu Tian controlled himself again, and finally had to close his eyes. As the guardian spirit of the snake people, he naturally couldn't mess around. Wouldn't that make him lose his dignity? And as the guardian spirit of Medusa, he naturally had to be loyal. No matter what kind of woman she was, he would just smile and appreciate her. Chapter 34 Double the Temptation, I refused. Wu Tian was also very suspicious while closing his eyes. Since Yu Meier's upper body was exposed, why didn't she come out directly? There was nothing to see in her lower body. Wu Tian closed his eyes and said lightly, No need to be polite, I came here to find you for something, that, you should put on your clothes first. After hearing this, Yu Meier swung her snake tail and rushed out of the pool in a hurry. She stretched out her hand and a black gauze robe directly covered her body, and the spring scenery that could make people's blood boil was also covered. Guardian spirit, I'm fine, Yu Meier said softly. After hearing this, Wu Tian opened his eyes directly, and when he opened his eyes, Yu Meier appeared in front of him. He felt very speechless at this time. I asked you to put on clothes, couldn't you wipe the water stains on your body first? And did you throw away your professional tube top that was only 10 centimeters? Yu Meier appeared less than 1 meter in front of him, and her figure was completely seen by Wu Tian. She was wearing a black gauze, because the water stains on her body were completely stuck to her graceful body, and the seductive curve was proudly presented in front of Wu Tian's eyes, and of course there was a fruit bunny. Wu Tian stretched out his hand and patted his forehead, thinking helplessly, forget it, let's do it this way for now. Let's make do with it for now. Yu Meier and Wuxia knew that the guardian spirit had something important to tell them, otherwise he would not let the two of them gather together. They were ready to listen to Wu Tian's orders. However, in the next moment, Wu Tian made a move that stunned them. Of course, this was not to hug them and sleep with them, but Wu Tian jumped directly into the bathing pool where Yu Meier had just taken a bath in front of them. Yu Meier and Wuxia both said that this was a bit sudden. Is the guardian spirit crazy? And Yu Meier's cheeks were even more embarrassing. After all, this was her bathing. Although this pool is running water and flowing water, the time before and after is completely flawlessly linked. Wu Tian got into the pool. His expression was very enjoyable, because the pool was so refreshing. He hadn't taken a bath since he came here, of course not including the soul state. He said he really couldn't stand not taking a bath for such a long time. Even though his body was the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire, because of his past life, he would feel itchy all over his body if he didn't take a bath for a day. Of course, this was also because girls liked clean boys, even though she herself was not a clean person, but she would like cleanliness. So this habit can't be changed easily. It's just a bath, what does it have to do with bath water? Sleeping has nothing to do with anyone. Yu Meier looked at the guardian spirit who was enjoying the pool and taking off his coat. She shyly stroked her wet black hair with her slender fingers, then looked at Wuxia beside her and licked the corner of her mouth. The two female snakes looked at each other, and they both caught important information in each other's eyes, and then in the next moment. Plop, plop, the two sounds of entering the water rang directly in Wu Tian's ears. Wu Tian felt the water stains on his face and touched it speechlessly. He was confused at this time. What does it mean? I'm taking a bath, why are you two joining in the fun? Before he could react, the enchanting figures of Hua Xie and Yu Meier appeared on both sides of him. Their diamond-shaped eyes revealed enchantment as they looked at Wu Tian. Master Guardian Spirit, let us sisters help you. The extremely seductive duet came out from their tender and seductive lips. Wu Tian really couldn't resist this extremely tempting scene. He is a man, okay. Who can refuse this? Wu Tian felt his clothes disappear, and then felt the soft jade fingers touching his skin. At this moment, he felt that he couldn't go on like this. If he continued, he wouldn't be able to pass on his family line. He waved his hands hurriedly and said, wait a minute. I haven't taken a bath since I was awakened. I just want to take a simple bath. You two should step back first. Wu Tian's refusal made Hua Xie and Yu Meier blink in disbelief. Their beautiful eyes revealed grievances. Their lips moved slightly and said, Guardian Spirit, your status is equal to Her Majesty the Queen. If you have to take a bath yourself, it would be too inconsistent with etiquette. Sister Yu is right, Her Majesty the Queen is a woman, so naturally she doesn't need our service, but you are different. Her Majesty the Queen said that Snake will listen to you wholeheartedly. As your captain of the guard, Snake will naturally serve you wholeheartedly. Of course, Sister Yu is the same. Wu Tian nodded after listening. It seemed that what they said made some sense. Wait, no, what they said doesn't make sense. This is absolutely not possible. How can this be done? My wife Kai Lin is still hiding in my trouser pocket. How can I do this? Although her strength has not recovered yet, she definitely knows what happened to me, otherwise she would definitely ask me why I turned into a human form after she woke up last time. Thinking of this, Wu Tian naturally would not let his wife misunderstand. If this was a live broadcast, when Medusa became a Dozong and woke up, she would have to be completely transformed into a person wearing women's clothes. Wu Tian said that as the guardian spirit of Queen Medusa, he would naturally only love her and protect her alone. What was this little temptation? At most, I would ask for her opinion after my wife wakes up. Well, that's it. Wu Tian saw Yu Meier and Hua Xie entangled with them again with their snake tails, and hurriedly shook his head again and stretched out his hand to block their progress. Although the place where he blocked was a little soft, it was definitely the right place. Wu Tian said with a serious expression, wait, okay. I will talk about my identity later, you guys step back first. I have something important to tell you now, it is about the survival of the snake people in the future. After Wu Tian said this, Yu Meier and Hua Xie immediately obeyed very well. After all, the snake people are the most important thing, and they can't think about other things at this time. Although they were pushed by Wu Tian and their bodies were a little soft, they still retreated to a distance of 30 centimeters from Wu Tian, and floated on the water very well. Wu Tian saw that the distance had become a little farther and their extremely seductive bodies were a little far away, and he thought helplessly in his heart again, forget it, let it be, just this length, let's make do with it for a while. Wu Tian stretched out his hand to wash his face, sobered up, and then said formally, you two are the people I trust the most, and some secrets should be told to you. You also know that Queen Medusa now needs to restore her Dozong strength, but this time will be very long, and even I am not sure how long it will take. This is not good news for our snake people. As far as I know, the old leader of the Yunlin sect of the Jia Ma Empire, Yunshan, has not fallen. He is breaking through the Dozong strength. If he breaks through, it will probably be a disaster for our snake people. Hua Xie and Yu Meier's eyes suddenly widened at this time, and their faces became even pale. They hurriedly asked worriedly, Master Guardian Spirit, what should we do now? Do whatever you want. Chapter 35, The Hardworking Slave King Hai Bodong. Bodong. Of course Wu Tian would not really say that we can do whatever we want, because we can't do it now. Two snake people, what are you doing? He swiped the water in the pool and said lightly, now there is only one way to let Her Majesty the Queen quickly recover to Dozong's strength. During the days of retreat, I have found a way to speed up her recovery. But this method requires leaving the snake people to find it. Now the snake people in the Jama Empire have entered a peaceful stage. Next, I will take Her Majesty the Queen away from the snake people for a period of time. In the future, the snake people will be handed over to you. You two will be responsible for the internal affairs of the snake people. After I leave, you will spread the news that I have retreated to break through Dozong. Hua Xie and Yu Mei nodded heavily when they heard Wu Tian's words. They didn't ask much. The words of the guardian spirit were irresistible. Just like the queen said, this is an order, not a discussion. There is no way to change things that have been decided. The two of them just need to complete it well. Yes, Lord Guardian Spirit. The two women bowed slightly in the pool and accepted the order. Wu Tian looked at them who were already soaked, resisted the impulse in his heart, and waved his hand directly, saying, "Okay, you go down first." Hua Xie and Yu Mei saw that the Lord Guardian Spirit really didn't need their service, so they had to nod slightly and swam to one side of the pool, twisting their waists while swimming. The clothes were obviously attached to their bodies, but they didn't know why they slipped down to reveal their shoulders as they swam. Wu Tian shook his head helplessly. These two little fairies really know how to play. Fortunately, they had left, otherwise it would be bad to make mistakes. He resolutely turned back and began his first bath since he crossed over. He was like an onion, pulling off his own clothes layer by layer. After about 5 minutes of soaking, he felt that it was okay. After all, men wouldn't take that long to take a bath. When he stood outside the pool, Hua Xie and Yu Mei, who had just left, appeared at the door of the back garden again, and the next moment they came to Wu Tian's side. Wu Tian is not the same as before. Now he is so slippery. How embarrassing is this? He wanted to perform a backflip diving posture, but he found that he couldn't perform it. His arms were controlled by the two women and firmly clamped by their jade arms. He could also clearly feel the soft feeling. The two women showed a charming and enchanting smile to Wu Tian, who was confused. "Master Guardian Spirit, you haven't changed your clothes for a long time. We sisters just prepared a new set of clothes for you. Let us help you dry them and then help you change clothes." Wu Tian's mouth twitched. What? This time the two women learned to be smart. Before Wu Tian refused, they had already started to make moves. Wu Tian felt that this life was really interesting. After Wu Tian put on his clothes, he was much more majestic than before, because he was wearing a black brocade robe at this time, which looked particularly energetic and majestic. This was exactly what Hua Xie had ordered these days. As a guardian spirit, he couldn't wear other people's clothes. Wu Tian had his hands behind his back, his expression was very calm, without any feeling of smuggling that he had just been rubbed left and right. He said calmly, "Where is Hai Bodong imprisoned now?" Hua Xie and Yu Mei's delicate cheeks were slightly flushed. After all, their hands just now. Guardian Spirit, Hai Bodong is imprisoned in a small underground mine, responsible for mining. Yu Mei replied respectfully. Wu Tian nodded and said, "Okay, take me to see him." The entrance to the underground mine is in a very secret place. After all, the palace is a large oasis in the desert. There are also mines under this oasis, and Hai Bodong, the slave king, is responsible for mining a mine. When Wu Tian came to this dark small mine under the leadership of Yu Mei and Hua Xie, he clearly saw that the old man Hai Bodong was digging with a big pickaxe. This is really hard work and tired. Beside him, there was a male snake man doling strongman holding a small whip guarding him. The male snake man was staring at him without blinking, and said helplessly, "Hai Bodong, why are you working so hard? Be lazy for a moment, let me feel what it feels like to whip the former Duhuang with a whip." Hai Bodong wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "Since I have been captured by you and become a slave, I will not be lazy. No matter what I do, I always do it with all my strength. If you want to whip me with this excuse, wait for the next life. I, Hai Bodong, will be the slave king." The corners of the guarding male snakeman's mouth kept twitching. Is this still the former Ice Emperor Hai Bodong? His slave nature is too strong. Pa, 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 the sound of applause rang out at the entrance of the cave. The two looked back and saw Wu Tian, Hua Xie and Yu Mei. Wu Tian was clapping and walking towards them, with a faint smile on his lips. "This is the first time I've seen Hai Bodong like this." The snake guard saw that it was the guardian spirit, and hurriedly bowed respectfully, and Hai Bodong's old face became more bitter. "Damn, I have become like this, don't you have any idea in your heart? You are one of the culprits. I am the dignified Ice Emperor, who has changed from a Do Huang 8-star to a Do Ling, and then to a great Do Master, and threatened my mitre family. Who can feel the bitterness of this? Hai Bodong, come and sit for a while. Wu Tian said calmly as he sat on a stone chair on the side. Hai Bodong had the opportunity to rest for a while, so he naturally would not refuse, and he also wanted to know what was happening outside. No matter what he asked, the guard ignored him, which made him feel very depressed. Wu Tian looked at Hai Bodong, who was covered in mud, and sighed. Hai Bodong, I'm really sorry that I can't help you to remove the seal for the time being. Only Her Majesty the Queen can remove your seal. Although Her Majesty the Queen has evolved successfully, she has not yet recovered to Dozong's strength, so you need to wait for a while. Don't worry, when Her Majesty the Queen breaks through to Dozong, she will help you to remove the seal. Hai Bodong naturally knew the result long ago, otherwise he wouldn't have come to him so long after the war. Although he was very curious about Wu Tian's body, this old monster of the snake race, it was normal and reasonable for him to have a physical body. Hai Bodong said lightly, then why did you come to me? Wu Tian said with a serious expression, I came to you to tell you that the old guy Yunshin is not dead, and he has hooked up with the most terrifying force in the Duki continent. In order to break through the Dozong, he has promised that terrifying force to destroy the entire Jia Ma Empire. The Jia Ma Empire is in danger of being completely destroyed at any time, including the ordinary people of the Jia Ma Empire. What? Hai Bodong was so shocked that he slammed the table when he heard it. Chapter 36. Tricking Hai Bodong. Are you serious? Hai Bodong asked Wu Tian with a red face. He couldn't believe what he said. Although he had always guessed that the old man Yunshin was not dead, he was not sure. Now Wu Tian said that Yunshin wanted to destroy the entire Jia Ma Empire, which made him even more terrified. Wu Tian stared at Hai Bodong and didn't continue talking. Hai Bodong looked at Wu Tian and knew that this must be true. Otherwise, as the guardian elder of the snake people, he would not come here to say these words to him unless he had nothing to do. Cold sweat broke out on Hai Bodong's old head. This news was too terrifying. If Yunshin of the Yunlin sect became a Dozong and that force wanted to destroy the Jia Ma Empire, it would be too easy. Now the Jia Ma Empire only has two Dohuangs, Jia Xingtian and Fama. As for Yun Yun, she is from the Yunlin sect. Hai Bodong no longer dared to imagine it. The Jia Ma Empire is in danger. He slumped on the stone chair, his face a little pale. Wait, he suddenly raised his head and looked at the Snake Man guardian elder in front of him. What did he mean by what I said? Did he want to protect the Gamma Empire? Wu Tian looked at Hai Bodong's chameleon-like appearance, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Yes, Hai Bodong, what I said to you is to protect the Gamma Empire. You should have felt the war a few days ago. Now the people of the Gamma Empire have been beaten back by this seat, and the old guy Jia Xingtian is also injured. It is very easy for this seat to seize the control of the Gamma Empire at this time, but this will not benefit the Snake Man at all, because as far as I know, the one who helped Yunshin break through in the Yunlin sect now, his strength is a terrifying Dozong. Hai Bodong's face turned pale again, and even Yu Meier and Hua Xie standing behind Wu Tian were also shocked. As for the Snake Man who just guarded the snake, he fainted directly at this time. Some words were not something he could hear. Wu Tian ignored the expressions of the three of them and continued, Hai Bodong, my strength is at the peak of Do Huang, but I am confident that I can defeat that Dozong expert. But whether I kill him or defeat him, it will not change the result. Because there are even more terrifying experts behind that terrifying force. If I defeat him now, many more Dozong experts will come here immediately. By then, I will be outnumbered, and the Gamma Empire will not be able to change the outcome of its destruction. Hai Bodong had become a little numb. Even though he was a Do Huang before, he felt very palpitating at this moment. This was too terrifying. Wu Tian continued. So if you want to change the result, you need to gather more strong people. Her Majesty the Queen has not recovered her strength now, so I will naturally try my best to help her recover her strength. When she recovers her strength, she will be a genuine Dozong, and she will be able to fight against Yunshin. And she will help you to unlock the seal, and you, Hai Bodong, will become the Ice Emperor again. As for the other strong men of the Gamma Empire, they will need to rely on you. You also know that they will not believe what I say. Hai Bodong nodded. He naturally would not doubt what Wu Tian said. At this point, Wu Tian could completely destroy him. Just as he said, he could directly break through the Gamma Empire and become the territory of the Snake people, but he did not do so, which is enough to prove that everything he said is true. At this time, the servility of Hai Bodong disappeared instantly, and he exuded a different sharp momentum from before. His posture also became straight, and the posture of the Ice Emperor was revealed. You don't need to look at it before to know that he was pretending before, just to survive, and now there is naturally no need to pretend anymore. His old brows knitted together, and he said solemnly, "Respected Guardian Elder, what do I need to do now?" Of course, he couldn't say the word, "old man," to Wu Tian, because he knew that he, an old man, was not even as good as Liquid compared to the Guardian Elder of the Snake People. And this respectful word deserves Hai Bodong to call him like this, because this Guardian Elder now wants to protect not only the Snake People, but also the entire Jia Empire. He deserves Hai Bodong's respect. Wu Tian was happy in his heart. He had been waiting for Hai Bodong to say this. He said with a serious face, "Although I can't help you unlock all the seals, I can restore your strength a little." After saying that, Wu Tian directly stretched out his hand and waved it. A cyan light directly lingered on Hai Bodong's body. The next moment, a layer of seal restraints on Hai Bodong's body was removed. This layer of seal is not as good as the seal that Medusa sealed Hai Bodong to Do Ling. This layer of seal is very fragile and can be unlocked by a Do Huang strongman. Of course, this was what Wu Tian asked Medusa to do at that time. He wanted to disgust Hai Bodong so that other snake people could safely escort him to the royal city. Now Wu Tian didn't need to spend any effort to unseal him. When he unsealed him, Hai Bodong's aura rose directly, and the cold aura was released from his body. However, he took it back in an instant. He had to take it back, because he was afraid of being sealed again. After Wu Tian unsealed Hai Bodong, he continued, "Hai Bodong, your current strength is Do Ling, and you have some self-protection power in the Jia Empire. I will let you go. But you can't go to Jia Xingtian and the others now, because when they see that your strength is so low, they must know that your strength is sealed by Her Majesty the Queen. They will never believe what you say, and they may even attack your family." Hai Bodong nodded. He knew this of course, otherwise he would not have hidden in Zemo City before. In addition to being afraid that Queen Medusa would hunt him down, he was also afraid that the strong men of the Jia Empire would find him. Hai Bodong was anxious. He wanted to do something. He asked, "Where should I go now? What can I do?" Wu Tian pointed at the stone table, thought for a while, and said, "Hai Bodong, you are going to a small place called Wudin City. You will hide your identity there. It is best to blend into a family called Shao family. This family is very mysterious. Remember where it is. You don't have to do anything. I will find you in a while. When we meet again, I will tell you some secrets about this Shao family." "Well, I know." Hai Bodong nodded and agreed. Hai Bodong knew that this small family called Shao family must not be a simple family. The secrets hidden in this family will definitely help them resist Yunshin and that powerful force. Wait. Why should I, the dignified Ice Emperor, listen to his orders? And he agreed so naturally. When did I become his subordinate? He kept talking here for a long time, but he finally tricked me. I, the great Ice Emperor, was fooled by him. Hai Bodong felt that he was very miserable now, a mask of pain. N. Summation, degree. Chapter 37. Hai Bodong was tricked into being an undercover agent. When Wu Tian saw Hai Bodong agreed, he suddenly seemed to think of something. He reminded Hai Bodong with a serious face, "Oh, by the way, although the people in Wudin City are very weak, the strongest is only a great doshi. But you must pay attention to two people. You must not provoke these two people. They are both from the Shao family, and they should be children. I don't know how old they are, but no matter how old they are, you can't afford to provoke them." When Hai Bodong heard this, the mask of pain turned into a mask of doubt. "I am the former 3 Do Huangs of the Jia Empire, but I can't even afford to provoke 2 children. Don't I have any face?" The old Hai Bodong's eyes revealed doubts, and he asked, "Who are they? Are they very strong?" Wu Tian said lightly with his hands behind his back, "Although they are all very weak now, so weak that they only have the strength of a fighter at most, but they have very terrifying guardians. One of them is named Xiaoyan, who is a kid with an extremely wretched heart. He has the mind of an adult, but is extremely lustful. There is a terrifying strong man in him. This strong man is a soul body that was once at the peak of the Do Zun. Although this soul body is very weak now, his combat power is much stronger than yours if it bursts out. The other is a little girl named Xiaozuner. This little girl is even more terrifying. It's not her who is terrifying, but the power behind her is not much different from that mysterious force. Don't blame me for not reminding you now, the weakest bodyguard behind her is a Do Huang 5-star strongman. Fuck, Hai Bodong cursed directly, and his expression at this time turned into a mask of pain again. It was as painful as it could be. When did our Ja Ma Empire become so dangerous? There are so many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in a small Wooden city. He is just a small doling now. If he goes there, he will be thrown into trouble. This Xiao family is really a den of dragons and tigers. Yu Meier and Hua Sheye's lips were slightly open at this time, as if they wanted to taste something. They were really surprised. It turned out that the Jama Empire had become so dangerous. There were so many Duhuang powerhouses hiding, and there was also a soul body that was once at the peak of Dozun. This was too terrifying. As the saying goes, an old man in the family is like a treasure. This sentence is really true. The guardian spirit really knows everything, even things far away in Wooden City. He is really amazing. Wu Tian's words made Hai Bodong fall into surprise and contemplation. At this time, he felt that he was really cheated by Wu Tian, the guardian elder. He said so much before, but it turned out that he was going to be a miserable undercover. It was really difficult for me. But he had to agree, because this matter was not only for the snake people, but also for the entire Jama Empire. There were too many people behind him, and he had to protect his people and compatriots. Of course, the most important thing was that he had just agreed to it. He had to do this obediently just to restore his peak strength. Hai Bodong finally knew that he was really destined to be the slave king. After a long time, he finally turned himself into a slave of the guardian elder. Wu Tian saw Hai Bodong's bitter face and comforted him directly. Don't worry, as long as you don't attack them, they won't attack you first, you can rest assured. Hai Bodong's mood eased a little at this time, he nodded and agreed, okay, I promise you, I will leave for Wooden City tomorrow. Wu Tian patted Hai Bodong's shoulder with relief and laughed. Haha, good, straightforward, worthy of being the former Ice Emperor Hai Bodong. On behalf of all the ethnic groups in the Ja Ma Empire, I thank the Ice Emperor for his righteousness. Hai Bodong waved his hand. Let's say less of these vulgar words, can't we be more serious? I only eat one steamed bun a day, and the steamed buns are super cheap, 4 for $1, but I only have one every day, I'm going to starve to death. I want to eat fish, I want fish, I want fish, I want fish. When he thought of the sumptuous meal, his stomach began to growl, and it kept growing. He looked at Wu Tian in front of him seriously, meaning that you should take me to a big meal. Even if it is not a big meal, at least you should have a farewell meal. However, the scene he expected did not appear. Wu Tian's behavior made him realize the awesomeness of this guardian spirit. Wu Tian showed a very kind smile to Hai Bodong. Hehe, Hai Bodong, I really want to congratulate you. You have found the essence of being able to integrate into the Xiao family so quickly. Hai Bodong was confused. Hai Bodong, you are so hungry now, and you are sloppy, especially like a beggar. You should leave for Wooden City as soon as possible. You are so real, and you will definitely be able to integrate into the Xiao family better. Wu Tian's big eyes revealed that you make me very satisfied. Hai Bodong blinked, his eyes full of black mud. Fuck, how can you be a guardian elder? You must be a devil. Can't you be a human for even once? If I really go to Wooden City as I said, I don't look like a beggar at all. I am obviously an old man begging for food, okay. I am a doling master at least now, can you give me some face? Hai Bodong's mask of pain had completely covered his face, and he couldn't take it off. He looked at Wu Tian with a bitter face and said, then I can drink some water, okay. No, you need to be thirsty all the way to Wooden City. Only in this way can it be more real. You have to be dry all over and your mouth is dry. Wu Tian looked at Hai Bodong's gray hair again, frowned and shook his head and said, Hai Bodong, you really can't leave now as you said, you don't meet the conditions now. Your hair is too clean now. Just like you said, you can stay here in mine for a night without eating or drinking, and then you can set off tomorrow morning. When Hai Bodong heard what Wu Tian said, his head buzzed and he almost fainted. Damn, is this still a human being? Wu Tian ignored Hai Bodong and walked directly out of the mine. He knew that Hai Bodong would know how to choose. After all, he was a very smart person. When Wu Tian walked out of the mine, he looked at Yu Meier and Hua Sheye on both sides and said, you also know the current situation of the Jama Empire. You must warn all the tribesmen not to attack humans. From now on, the snake tribe will be handed over to you. After I leave, you can tell the 3 elders about my departure. If there is anything, just discuss it with the 3 of them. Chapter 38. Ride a bird to the Warcraft Mountains. Yu Meyer and Washir listened respectfully. Although they were curious about why the guardian spirit did not go directly to the 3 elders, but asked them to tell them about it, they did not ask much. No matter what the guardian spirit did, he had his reasons. Wu Tian went back with his hands behind his back after saying goodbye to the 2. The next morning, Washir found that Wu Tian had left the palace. She hurriedly asked Yu Meyer to find the 3 elders. The 3 elders of the snake tribe acted very calm after knowing it. They knew that the guardian spirit asked Yu Meyer to tell them, which meant that they should try to let the 2 of them issue orders in public. None of them knew where the guardian spirit went, but they only knew that he was looking for a way to restore Queen Medusa's strength faster. One day later, in the edge city of the desert, a young man was walking on the road in Mochung. He was wearing an ordinary white robe and looked very elegant. He looked at the passers-by walking on the street. They were all bare-chested, with dark skin. Of course, this was the attire for men. If it was women, it would be great. Although there were not as many women as men, the women who occasionally passed by, although their skin looked slightly dark, were somewhat sexy bronze. The women here were all wearing tight leather clothes. The leather clothes just covered the fullness and denseness of the body, and the slender waists were boldly exposed. The pairs of tight long legs were only wrapped in some short skirts and shorts. When walking, the water snake waist twisted, with a charming charm and style. In this desert city, in addition to humans, you can also clearly see the snake people interspersed among humans. These snake people have become friends with humans. Of course, there are also pairs of snakemen soldiers patrolling the city. There are also many female snakemen in the desert city. Their proud breasts and deadly thin waists are like masterpieces sent down from heaven. Snake tails add a lot of charm and style to this vibrant desert city. The boy has been feasting his eyes along the way. Although he has seen many hot snakemen in the royal city, he still can't help smacking his lips when he occasionally sees so many humans who are wearing very little and have good figures. There is nothing he can do about it. It's like often seeing a group of hot and enchanting beauties, and suddenly seeing a fairy in holy clothes. The feeling is definitely love at first sight. Love at first sight equals I crave her body. This boy is none other than Wu Tian, who left the royal city. He came to the desert city to understand the people's sentiments. Of course, the most important thing is to leave the desert. If he wants to leave the desert, in addition to his own miserable flying, being a warcraft is obviously the best choice. In order to hide his identity, Wu Tian also wore a white mask. This trick did hide his identity, but it also made him, the leader of the snake people, pay the process fee for his younger brother, which was quite speechless. Wu Tian walked into the desert city again and was very familiar with the streets, because this desert city was the city where Medusa came to find Hai Bodong last time. Along the way, in addition to enjoying the scenery on the road, he was also very curious about the food in the desert. Unfortunately, it was also very hot in the city on the edge of the desert. There was no delicious food on the road. If you want to eat, you have to go into the store. This made Wu Tian give up the idea of eating while walking. Nothing happened in the desert city, because the desert city had just been taken over by the snake people, and no one dared to make trouble. The snake people also did not bully humans under Wu Tian's orders, and everything was very peaceful. After 2 days of running in, some people on both sides have become friends. The contact between each other makes both sides feel very comfortable. This kind of life is what they want. Wu Tian asked someone about the flying transport company that went straight to the desert city. This flying transport company exists in every city. Even if the desert city already belongs to the snake people, as long as a certain fee is paid, it can be directly connected. Of course, when landing, everyone also needs to pay the fee to enter the city. This flying transport company is located at the north gate of the desert city. The ground there is very wide, which can be said to be a spacious square. On the square, Wu Tian saw more than a dozen huge flying birds and beasts staying in it. These birds and beasts are thick-winged birds. They do not belong to the ranks of magic beasts. Unlike magic beasts, they are very gentle in temperament and are most easily tamed by humans. They are a kind of authentic flying bird. However, this kind of bird is extremely rare, so generally only the Empire has the strength to build such a flying transport team, and this is a very good cooperation between the Gamma Empire and the Snake people. Of course, if you want to return to the Gamma Empire from the desert city, it will cost a certain amount of money, so the Gamma Empire is not considered to be losing money, otherwise they would have lost this kind of bitter connection long ago. Although these thick-winged birds are not as fast as other flying beasts, their endurance is extremely strong. As long as they have a full meal, they can fly at a steady speed for nearly 4 or 5 days, and they can also carry things that are 4 or 5 times heavier than their own weight to fly. Wu Tian is naturally preparing to take this thick-winged bird to leave Mochung. If he is tired of flying, he will be bored to death. It is better to lie on this little bird and sleep comfortably for a few days. Wu Tian already has a very immature idea at this time, that is, to find a flying mount of his own. When the time comes, he can play the flute, and a girl. A great flying mount will come to his side. At that time, the sky is high and the bird can fly freely. In this way, he will not have to sit on this broken thing in the future, and it is too troublesome to wait for the ticket. However, if he is the guardian spirit of the snake people, if he finds an ordinary flying mount, it will be a bit cheap. If he finds a powerful one, it is not so easy to tame, which is a bit difficult to deal with, so this idea is not very mature yet. In order not to reveal his identity, Wu Tian could only wait in the long queue helplessly. At this moment, a woman's voice sounded from the front. "Hello, handsome man, where are you going?" Wu Tian looked up and saw that it was the ticket seller. The group of people who had just lined up to buy tickets had finished their business. Wu Tian glanced at the equally frugal woman in front of him and said lightly, "Mountain range of monsters." The woman blinked her eyes and nodded, then pulled out a ticket made of special fur and handed it to Wu Tian. When Wu Tian grabbed it, the woman actually touched his hand with her backhand, which made Wu Tian very confused. And Wu Tian didn't think much about it, just touch it. He directly paid the gold coins, took the ticket and began to stand in line helplessly to prepare to board the bird. At this time, he had secretly decided that no matter what kind of flying beast it was, he must get one, otherwise it would be too aggrieved, buying a small bird ticket and getting touched. Chapter 39. Random tips during the flight. It might be because Wu Tian was wearing a white robe and had a good figure. When he was standing in line, there were always some pretty women who came to his side and brushed past him accidentally, whether intentionally or unintentionally, and when they left, their plump hips and thin waists kept swaying in a hot arc. Although their looks were not stunning, as long as you don't look at their faces, but only look at their tight uniforms, you can't help but be interested. Wu Tian was very confused. I was dressed so tightly, why did they come to brush against me? Can't my white robe cover my handsome image? He didn't care about their actions at all, and he was indifferent to it, because the women he knew, whether Hua Xie or Yu Meier, were dozens of times stronger than them, and their appearance made Wu Tian feel a strong sense of darkness, so it was better to stay as far away from them as possible. He was not interested in doing anything else with these women who were quite dissolute and wanted to rub against each other. Every time a woman came to him, he would hide to the side. Wu Tian patted the shoulder of the burly man in front of him and asked curiously, "Brother, do you know why they are like this?" The burly man in front looked back at Wu Tian and said speechlessly, "Look at who is standing in this long line, and you will understand." Wu Tian looked forward and backward curiously. Wow, he hadn't noticed it before, but now he immediately understood what was going on. Whether it was the front or the back, 80% of them were like the burly man with bare chests in front. The remaining 20% were hot women. I was the only thin and tall boy on this bird. No wonder they couldn't help but send their eyes. It turned out that they wanted to have some fierce collisions with me in the next few days. Wu Tian was confused and got on the thief bird. On this big bird, a house made of special wood was firmly built. This wood was extremely light and strong. The house is divided into 3 rooms, one for male passengers and one for female passengers, to avoid unexpected friction during the journey. After all, it takes several days to advance. In these few days, if those burly men are hungry and thirsty and take these women for surgery, there will be a terrible scene. In the last room, in addition to the flying guards, there are also the service staff who just twisted their buttocks. These people are in shifts, with day and night shifts, which is very reasonable. However, this is meaningless to Wu Tian. He went directly into the men's room, found the most secluded and quiet place, and began to lie on the bed to sleep. He felt the earthquake as soon as he lay down. This was certainly not an earthquake but the vibration caused by the big bird's wings. With a loud cry, the flying beast suddenly took off under the command of the trainer and began to leap rapidly towards the front. Who is the person who should not be offended on this? Of course it was the animal trainer. If anyone dared to provoke him, he would dare to do a somersault and fall to death. Besides the animal trainer, no one dared to provoke him. So these burly men began to get agitated. Although the maids had just teased Wu Tian, they did not provoke Wu Tian, but stirred the hearts of these men. It would take 4 or 5 days to arrive, and it would be very difficult. So they took out their own small treasury and asked the maids to accompany them to play. Then Wu Tian was embarrassed. What kind of fun was this? What kind of operation was this? Wu Tian couldn't stand it and rushed out of the room. What kind of thing could a human do? In order to hide, he came directly to the head of the thick-winged bird. On his head, he saw the animal trainer. The animal trainer was obviously fed up with the situation in the room, so he would hide here. The trainer saw Wu Tian coming here and quickly looked back. He was very curious about why the man in white robe came here. If it was an ordinary man, he would not refuse those maids. The trainer looked to be in his 30s, not very old, but Wu Tian could clearly feel that his strength was only that of a fighting master. It was not bad for such a person to choose to be a trainer without strength. Wu Tian directly said kindly, "This big brother, I have no other intention to come here, I just want to be quiet for a while." "Brother, this should be your first time to sit here, just get familiar with it slowly. This is how ordinary flight transportation works. After all, each flight time is not short. If you do this, it will be more profitable, and those girls are also willing to do this. This is what each party needs," the trainer said helplessly. Wu Tian nodded. Most of the fighting masters who came to the Tager Desert are of fire attribute. Naturally, the evil fire of the fire attribute is also very strong. It is normal to release it appropriately. Wu Tian spent the next time here. He became closer to the beast trainer after eating with him. He called him old brother and younger brother. The beast trainer also told Wu Tian some knowledge about beast training. After knowing this, Wu Tian realized that this knowledge was useless to him, because the flying beast he wanted to tame would never be tamed so easily. Only the hard fists were the truth. Wu Tian also casually told the beast trainer some knowledge that benefited him a lot. This made the beast trainer very grateful and realized that the strength of the man in white robe was absolutely terrifying. He just said a few words casually and opened a door to the great fighting master for him, who was stuck in the fighting master's path. This made the trainer very grateful to Wu Tian, and he was about to kowtow to Wu Tian, but Wu Tian directly released his fighting spirit and said, "I am just a fighting master with similar strength to you, you don't have to do this." After Wu Tian finished speaking, he disappeared in front of the trainer, which made the trainer blink his eyes, and thought, "Fuck, a fighting master has such great ability. Does this senior take me for a fool? Thank you for your guidance, I will remember it in my heart." For this trainer, this was his last flight, and his future goal was to become a strong man. In the future, it would be most appropriate to describe him as having accumulated a lot of experience. When the name of the Wing King resounded throughout the fighting Qi continent, who would have thought that it was the panting of the man and the charming moaning of the woman in the flying room that changed his fate? Wu Tian spread out his blue wings and began to wander around the vast Duqi continent. He took out the map from Map Master Hai Bodong and started to move towards his goal. Chapter 40 Qingshan Town, Wanyaojai. One day later. When it was getting dark, Wu Tian finally arrived at his destination, a small town near the Warcraft Mountains. Wu Tian couldn't help but think of what Hai Bodong said to him, "Drawing maps, I'm a professional." Sure enough, Hai Bodong can't do anything else, but his ability to draw maps is really awesome. He draws all the locations of the Jama Empire clearly and you can find the nearest route to anywhere you want to go. Hai Bodong is completely a map app. At that time, Wu Tian left from the Flying Bird, which was also the closest to this town. This town is called Qingshan Town, and of course it is also called the Warcraft Town. The reason why Wu Tian came here is of course because he wanted to enter the Warcraft Mountains. There is an emperor in the Warcraft Mountains, the Purple Crystal Winged Lion King. Its purple spirit crystal should be the most suitable fire food for Shao Kahlan now, so the Warcraft Mountains must be entered. Since we are in the Warcraft Mountains, we must not forget a very mysterious cave. In that cave, there is a fragment of the pure lotus flame, and there is also the flying fighting skill purple cloud wing. This can't be a wedding dress for Xiao Yan in the future. And now he also wants to figure out what time period it is now, so he came to Qingshan town with only one purpose, that is, to find Xiao Yixian. When he came to Qingshan town, although it was close to night, there were still many people in this town, and most of them were mercenaries who were on the edge of a knife. They came in groups, hugged each other's arms, and spit out fragrance on the streets, and the spit in their mouths was scattered like free money. Unscrupulously discussing which women in the town are the most attractive, which are the most fierce, and which monsters are the most ferocious. The young man in white walking on the bluestone paved street attracted many strange looks, not for anything else, but because the young man looked too beautiful, tall and thin, and his face was extremely handsome, with long black hair fluttering gently in the breeze. Compared with them, he was simply a person from a different world. Because of Wu Tian's appearance, he attracted many people's attention. To men, Wu Tian was a little white face, and to the women on the street, this boy was the Prince Charming in their minds. Wu Tian ignored these strange looks, but used his eyes like a scanner to look at both sides of the street. There were too many shops on this street, and they were very popular. Wu Tian scanned these brightly lit shops one by one, looking for the shop he wanted to find. Suddenly, his eyes stopped at a herbal medicine shop that covered a wide area of several meters. When he saw this herbal medicine shop, he stopped and walked into the herbal medicine shop called Wanyaojai, with a happy smile on his face. After entering the shop, Wu Tian found that although it was spacious, the flow of people was indeed not small at all, and the shop assistants were extremely busy, and no one took care of him, a new customer. Of course, Wu Tian was unmoved by this. It was great that no one paid attention to him. He went directly to the transparent counter and looked at the herbs one by one. Wu Tian clearly remembered that there should be a herbal medicine called blood lotus essence in these counters, but it was obvious that he, the guardian spirit, did not know it at all. However, this was not difficult for Wu Tian at all. I don't know blood lotus essence or coptis essence, but it doesn't mean that I can't do anything to him. He directly called the young clerk on the side. The clerk felt very unhappy when someone called him. He was so busy now, and someone called him, but when he turned around and saw Wu Tian, his cheeks were directly covered with a grin. Of course the clerk would observe Wu Tian's expression. When he saw that Wu Tian was dressed so neatly and was so handsome, he knew at first glance that he was definitely a rich young man and would not be stingy with his money. He asked directly in a flattering manner, "Sir, is there anything I can help you with?" Wu Tian felt that this was very normal, because such people would exist no matter when and where, and it was human nature. He put his hands behind his back and asked calmly, "How much is your Coptis chinensis essence?" When the clerk heard that the young man was actually asking about Coptis chinensis essence, the flattering expression on his face disappeared immediately. He curled his lips in impudentness and said, "Coptis chinensis essence, the lowest grade medicinal material, 100 gold coins." Wu Tian smiled slightly at this. He was indeed a dog who looked down on people. He couldn't help but sneer in his heart and didn't ask any more questions. Regardless of whether he asked or not, the dog had already run away and didn't pay any attention to him. At this time, a female clerk happened to pass by him. When she saw that the handsome guy was actually in a daze, she asked curiously, "Hello, sir, do you need any help?" Wu Tian was about to answer, but the male clerk in the distance called out to the female clerk, "Hey, new here, stop being in a daze. Can't you see that I'm so busy? Come and help." The female clerk hesitated again and again, and finally chose to help the male clerk. She was just a newcomer, so she naturally couldn't provoke the old clerk. She went wherever she was needed. However, the female clerk didn't know that she missed a good opportunity to be promoted. Wu Tian was very indifferent to this situation. Since no one paid attention to me, I would just wait here. Anyway, I couldn't enter the Warcraft forest tonight, so I would just waste time here tonight. It would be best to wait for Xiao Yixian. The male clerk glanced at Wu Tian from a distance and found that he not only did not leave, but sat here. As the veteran clerk of Wanyaojai, of course his words were law. He directly told all the clerks that no one was allowed to pay attention to the boy who bought a yellow lotus essence. And these clerks were naturally very obedient. When they heard that they only wanted to buy a yellow lotus essence, they naturally lost their mood. Now it was so busy, and any order cost thousands of gold coins. Who would be busy for his small gold coins? There was no commission. Who would go to work for him? In this way, time passed little by little, and Wu Tian was not hungry. There were cakes and tea on the chair in Wanyaojai. It would be a waste not to eat this free dinner. Who would not eat it for free? This situation made the clerks' faces very long, especially the male clerk. He was so angry that he was furious. How could this clean-dressed boy be a rogue? Is he a poor bastard who changed into clean clothes and deliberately came here to eat and drink for free? As soon as he thought of it, he felt as if his Ren and Du meridians were opened. He waved his hand and called a few shop assistants and came directly to Wu Tian. He pointed his slippery finger at Wu Tian and said angrily, "Hey, you stinky boy, you are really a poor bastard who is here to eat and drink for free. Are these high-end cakes for you? Get out of here quickly, or I will beat you to death." Wu Tian, this seat, poor bastard. Chapter 41 Return of the Little Doctor. Wu Tian took a sip of the tea in his hand. If you ignore this dog, he really loves to bite people. He originally came to find the little medical fairy and buy a blood lotus essence. Now it seems that he wants to die. This is not my fault. It is unforgivable to say that I am poor. Whether in the past life or this life, I, Wu Tian, have never lacked money. This guy actually called me poor. I really can't stand it. Wu Tian put down the gap in his hand and slowly stood up on the table. A small green flame had condensed on his finger. The moment this small flame condensed, it generated a huge amount of heat in the whole room. This heat made everyone in the room sweat instantly, and the male clerk in front of Wu Tian was stunned on the spot. He knew that he had offended the big boss. He turned pale and his legs could not stand and he knelt on the ground. A small flame in his hand has such a large amount of heat. This is not something that an ordinary fighting master can do. His first reaction was that he was screwed. The other people who followed him and looked down on Wu Tian were so scared that their faces turned pale and their legs trembled. Since they could work as shop assistants here, they naturally had some knowledge. Wu Tian's little tricks were a terrifying means of wiping them out for them. They knew that they were going to die, and there would be no body left. Following Wu Tian's actions, all the people who originally bought medicine in Wanyaojai rushed out of the medicine shop and ran away. After all, compared to medicine, keeping their lives was the most important thing. Wu Tian originally wanted to use the simplest means to get the blood lotus essence, but these people didn't let him do it at all. Since they didn't sell it to him, he had to destroy it in the fastest way. Anyway, these medicinal materials were of no use to him. Whether it was the yellow chain essence or the blood lotus essence, they were all of no use to him. Wu Tian's fingers were already bent, and he was about to flick them to perform a terrifying scene of burning Wanyaojai and destroying the corpses, but at this moment, he heard some commotion in the distance. Wow, it's the little medical fairy who is back! Exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark. This sentence made Wu Tian's eyes light up, and the small flame in his hand went out. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he sat down on the seat calmly and started his free dinner. The little medical fairy was actually here, which made Wu Tian particularly happy, because as long as the little medical fairy was here, the current time period could be roughly guessed, and he could also get the incomplete map. The shop assistants who felt that they had already felt dead saw Wu Tian retract the terrifying flame at this time, and they were so scared that they collapsed on the ground one by one, and they fell to the ground like they were dead and couldn't get up. Wu Tian ignored their attitude, and sipped his tea very casually, listening to the noisy sounds outside. Wow, Xianxia, she's so beautiful. That's right, no matter who she is the benefactor of all of us in Xianxia town. Everyone was praising Xianxia, but there was a fool who was thinking dirty thoughts and said it out loud. Tisk tisk, Xianxia is really worthy of her reputation, her waist is really thin, if you move your hands around it and grab her hair. You idiot, do you want to die? Most of the mercenaries in Xianxia town have been treated by Xianxia. Be careful that others hear it, otherwise you will definitely cut your tongue and your lower body. One person patted the back of his head to stop him. Ah, big brother, why didn't you say it earlier? Woo, big brother, help me. The last one's voice was extremely loud. Although his so-called big brother stopped him and scolded him, it was still a little too late, because they were surrounded by too many mercenaries. The big brother had to watch his little brother being carried away directly. The end of this little brother was definitely what he said. Although the idiot struggled very hard, he still couldn't resist the fate of being carried away. Brothers, I'm talking nonsense. I'm new here and I don't know. His struggle was useless. If he offended Xianxia in Qingshan town, it could be said that he offended the hope of these mercenaries to survive. Anyone who dared to insult her with words would be insulting their mother, so the end of this idiot was definitely light. Wu Tian sat indoors and looked out the window. In the gap between the crowd, he could faintly see the figure of a woman in a white dress. This woman was none other than Xianxia. As they approached Wanyaojai, the crowd gradually spread out, and Wu Tian finally saw the Xianxia surrounded by the crowd. Xianxia was wearing a pale white dress. Although her appearance was not as stunning as Medusa, she could also be said to be a rare beauty. Her face with a faint smile exuded a fresh and ethereal temperament. This unique temperament instantly increased her charm. This is a kind of pure and unworldly breath. The name of Xianxia really matches her too well. She walks with an air of fairy, just like a fairy from heaven. This air of fairy is also attractive to men. Wu Tian, as a man, is naturally not immune. Although he will not fall in love at first sight, he still appreciates it with admiration. Wu Tian's eyes stayed on the willow waist tied with a green band. Looking at the willow waist that is not even a hand's length, it is really not inferior to that of the snake people. However, compared with the resilient waist of the snake people, Xianxia's waist looks slender and weak. Wu Tian looked at Xianxia with a faint smile on her lips. Looking at Xianxia who walked into Wanyaojai, he saw that the smile on Xianxia's pretty face was so kind that it was hard to imagine that her body would be the horrible evil poison body. Although Xianxia is a doctor, she is also a poison master. Although she doesn't want to be a poison master, if she wants to survive, she has to be a poison master. This is something Wu Tian cannot change now. The mercenaries following her are tall and strong, and look extremely fierce, but following Xianxia, they are as docile as lambs, just like Xianxia's subordinates. Xianxia walked into Wanyaojai and looked at the shop assistants who had fallen to the ground. Her smile disappeared immediately. She looked around and finally saw Wu Tian, who was sitting on a chair drinking tea and eating cakes. Xianxia looked at Wu Tian, then hurried to the side of a female shop assistant to help her check her condition. In the end, she found that the female shop assistant was frightened. This immediately made Xianxia realize that the handsome boy who was eating cakes and drinking tea there was definitely not that simple. Wu Tian's eyes met Xianxia's eyes, and there was a light flashing in their eyes. This light was not a spark, but the little tricks of the two. Chapter 42 The little doctor drugged me. It is not something that ordinary people can do to scare all the shop assistants in the store at the same time. The mercenaries behind Xianxia were eager to fight when they saw this scene. This kid dared to make trouble in Wanyaojai, where Xianxia joined. This kid is really angry. They cracked their fingers and made a crackling sound. The big head twisted and turned and walked directly to Wu Tian's position. However, when they were about to pass Xianxia and wanted to teach Wu Tian a lesson. Stop it, Xianxia's pleasant and slightly ethereal voice sounded directly. Xianxia was naturally smart. She observed the scared look of these shop assistants and found that this boy was definitely not an ordinary person. To be precise, his strength was definitely not that of an ordinary fighting master. These shop assistants work in Wanyaojai. It can be said that they come into contact with quite a lot of people every day. Naturally, their psychological endurance is quite large. Even Mu Shi, the leader of the most powerful mercenary group in Qingshan town and a 2-star fighting master, has come into contact with them. Even when Mu Shi showed his powerful fighting power, they were not scared like this, so the strength of this young man is naturally many times more terrifying than Mu Shi. And she usually knew that the shop assistants in Wanyaojai became dog-eyed and looked down on people after she joined. When they were busy, they would ignore anyone who bought a small amount. She had always made suggestions, but they just didn't change. Who can blame them for doing business? With this speculation, she roughly concluded that this young man wanted to buy medicinal materials, but was ignored or even insulted by this group of shop assistants, so he released terrifying strength to scare them like this. But what surprised her was that since this young man had shown terrifying strength, why didn't he kill them directly? After all, the end of a strong man being insulted must be the result of violent killing. Xianxia guessed that the boy wanted to buy some medicinal herbs, so she came to Wu Tian and asked in a gentle tone, "Hello, sir, I am a doctor of Wanyaojai, my name is Xianxia, is there anything you need?" This gentle voice made Wu Tian feel a lot more comfortable. He put down the teacup in his hand and looked at Xianxia, who was close at hand, and smiled faintly. "Xianxia, a nice name, it really lives up to the name. I want all your Wonglian essence, please help me pack it up." Xianxia listened to the words of praise, and her pretty face flushed a little. However, when she heard Wu Tian's simple request, she immediately realized that it was these shop assistants who provoked the boy. Since she was a member of Wanyaojai, she had to ensure that Wanyaojai would not be destroyed. If she really angered the boy, then their entire Qingshan town would not be easy. So she quickly packed all the Coptis essence into a small wooden box, and also put the Coptis essence collected this time in it. She showed a smart smile and said, "Sir, here are a total of 59 pieces of Coptis essence. Is there anything else you need?" Such a gentle little medical fairy made Wu Tian feel extremely enjoyable. This is the service attitude that a store should have. But if he kept asking me what I needed, if it was in my previous life, I would definitely think that he was ordering me to add some services. Wu Tian nodded and smiled. "Okay, thank you, then trouble you to pack it all for me, I will pay you." Seeing such a good talking boy, the little medical fairy was suddenly a little happy in her heart. It seems that this strong boy is still very gentle. After she packed the things, she smiled at Wu Tian and said, "Sir, the total is 5,900 gold coins. You can give 5,000 gold coins, and the other 900 gold coins will be our Wanyaojai's compensation." Wu Tian nodded, raised his finger, and handed a card with 5,000 gold coins to Xianxia. 900 gold coins is a reasonable compensation. If I had been like you earlier, I wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. Here are 5,000 gold coins, please check it out. Xianxia shook her head and smiled. "No, I trust you." Xianxia was secretly delighted. Since the boy had accepted the price, it meant that he would not pursue Wanyaojai's fault anymore. She could be considered to have saved these people. But what made Xianxia curious was that after the boy put away the Coptis chinensis, he didn't even want to leave. This made her feel that things might not be as simple as she imagined. The transaction between the two was normal, but it made the lying shop assistants regret it. They missed the opportunity to make friends with the big boss. Although they can stand up now, they dare not do it because they are afraid of death. The mercenaries looked at Xianxia and Wu Tian in front of them, with a little abnormality in their eyes, but they couldn't tell what was abnormal. However, in the next moment, they would not feel abnormal. Because no matter whether they were lying or standing, they all fainted in an instant, and there was no sign at all. In the whole Wanyaojai, except Xianxia and Wu Tian, everyone had fainted. Even the open doors and windows were tightly closed in an instant, which made the smart Xianxia terrified. She didn't expect that the young man would suddenly attack. She looked at Wu Tian in front of her with fear in her beautiful eyes, hugged her arms directly in front of her chest, and retreated her legs in fear. Wu Tian looked at Xianxia like this and felt speechless. He just wanted to talk to her privately and didn't want others to hear it. But the look of Xianxia made Wu Tian think of him as a villain with all the colors, flavors and smells, as if he was about to do something exciting to her. Wu Tian patted his forehead helplessly, stretched out his hand and said helplessly, "Xianxia, don't be afraid, I don't have any ill will towards you." But even the door was locked, who would believe you if you said you had no ill will? Xianxia looked at Wu Tian, who was acting very helpless, and did not let down her guard at all, although she knew that in this closed room, if Wu Tian wanted to do something to her, he should have started to tear her clothes. But this young man with strong strength suddenly trapped her. She would never believe that he would not do anything to her. Poison also appeared in her hand, which she had always prepared for the enemy. Just now when she was hugging her chest to show that she was very scared, she had already taken out the poison from her chest, ready to use poison powder on him, but all this was just an open action in Wu Tian's eyes. In order to let Xianxia let down her guard, Wu Tian sat back in the seat he had been sitting in for a long time. He smiled at Xianxia and said, "I know you can use poison, but your poison won't have any effect on me." "How can I know if I don't try?" Xianxia's beautiful eyes moved, and a handful of white dust sprayed out from her hands. The dust began to spread rapidly around her. "Wu Tian, Xianxia drugged me. Chapter 43. Let me go, get up quickly." White powder spread in the room. Because the room was tightly closed by Wu Tian, the powdery poison filled the entire room. There was even more white powder around Wu Tian. It gathered for a long time before it dispersed lightly. Wu Tian sniffed it and rolled his eyes upwards, then fell to the ground with his eyes closed. Looking at the unconscious Wu Tian, Xianxia clapped her hands lightly, biting her delicate red lips with her pearly teeth, and sighed, "Humph, what if you are strong? You were still poisoned by my poison. You will suffer if you try it." Xianxia shook her head and slowly walked towards Wu Tian. While walking, she actually threw several kinds of powder around in her hands. It was obvious that she was afraid that Wu Tian was pretending, so she added some to Wu Tian. After adding more, Xianxia took out a long and strong rubber band from her arms. The rubber band stretched gently in her hands and looked very elastic. As she stretched her hands, it made a crisp sound of snap. She seemed very satisfied with the rubber band, then squatted down, grabbed Wu Tian's hands, and wanted to tie them up. It seemed that she would tie them up very well from her gestures. Just when Xianxia held Wu Tian's hands together and was about to use the rubber band to tie Wu Tian up, something unexpected happened. When Xianxia thought that Wu Tian should have fallen into a deep coma, his eyes suddenly opened, his hands suddenly spun, and while Xianxia had not reacted yet, he grabbed her hands, and used the strong rubber band that Xianxia was supposed to tie him up to tie Xianxia's hands tightly. The skill of this technique was something that even Wu Tian himself did not expect. It seems that he really needs to watch more, and as long as he watches more, he will become proficient. Xianxia, I've already told you that your poison won't work on me. Why don't you believe it? Wu Tian let go of Xianxia's hand and said indifferently. Xianxia was shocked when she felt the tightly bound hands in her hands. What kind of person could tie them up so quickly? She was shocked by Wu Tian's sudden counterattack, but Xianxia's reaction was not slow. As a girl who has been with mercenaries for many years, she is naturally quite agile. And as a woman, she naturally has a trick, that is, the fragrant kick that cuts off children and grandchildren. Xianxia is no exception. Although her hands cannot move, her feet can still move. She suddenly raised her toes and kicked Wu Tian's crotch fiercely. No matter how strong you are, this sudden attack will produce a natural reaction, that is, the legs will naturally clamp together. This is definitely an innate and uncontrollable reaction. Wu Tian is naturally the same. Seeing that Xianxia refused to give up, his legs shrank a little impulsively, but it is obvious that his hand speed is faster. When Xianxia raised her foot and kicked him with her toes, his hand had already been raised, and he directly grabbed the white ankle that was completely exposed under Xianxia's skirt. Because Wu Tian grabbed it, Xianxia's skirt also slid down to her waist. Needless to say, what this scene was like, Wu Tian just admired it a little, looked at it, glanced at it, and stared at it. The white color that was almost the same as the skin. Because Wu Tian grabbed Xianxia's ankle, and he was very strong, Xianxia's soft face was immediately covered with a slight pain, but there was also a little pink in the pain. A girl would be shy unconsciously when a boy grabbed her ankle, and Xianxia was no exception. What's more, her lower body was very cool now, which immediately made her feel ashamed and angry. However, it was obviously not the time for her to be ashamed and angry, because her hands were tied together, and one foot was still held by Wu Tian, so she naturally couldn't keep her balance, and with Wu Tian holding her ankle, it was difficult for the other leg to have the strength to support her body. As a result, her delicate body softened and fell to the ground. Wu Tian thought helplessly, I haven't made a move yet, but you lie down first. He dared not be careless with this little medical fairy. After all, she was a body of evil poison. Although it has not erupted yet, if it really erupted, even he would not feel very good. He saw the little medical fairy falling down. Not only did he not catch her with sympathy, but he directly fell down and pressed hard. He directly pressed on the little medical fairy's long legs with his legs. This little girl is not easy to mess with. If she kicks again, it will be more trouble than gain. Wu Tian pressed the little medical fairy down and felt a soft feeling coming from below. Wu Tian was unmoved by this and acted very indifferent. He just squirmed his body a little, so that the little medical fairy would not resist with poison better and perfectly. Let me go. Get up quickly. The masculine aura from Wu Tian and the strong pressure made the little medical fairy a little dizzy. She gritted her teeth and said angrily. Wu Tian was naturally not so easy to talk to. He looked at the ashamed and angry Xianxia who was so close to him, and said lightly, "Why should I let you go? Why should I get up? The poison you just used is enough to make a fighting master fall into a coma. I have said that I have no ill will towards you, and your poison has no effect on me. You still insist on attacking me, how can I let you go easily?" Xianxia looked at Wu Tian, who had an indifferent expression and did not know how to cherish women at all. Her face became very aggrieved, and tears appeared in her big and watery eyes. Her delicate little mouth slightly raised and she said aggrievedly, "You, a man, knocked everyone unconscious, and closed the door and windows to prevent others from disturbing you, and then told me that you had no ill will, woo-woo-woo-woo." This sudden transformation from an angry poison girl to a bullied and aggrieved Xianxia who cried out, the process of this transformation can be said to be seamless. This transformation made Wu Tian very helpless. Women are really unpredictable. But no matter how Wu Tian listened, he felt that Xianxia's words were threatening. Was she blaming me for not touching her? Wu Tian suppressed Xianxia and smiled calmly, "You are crying like a pear blossom in the rain when you have the evil poison body. This is really ironic for your predecessors." Xianxia was stunned when she heard Wu Tian's words. How did he know that she had the evil poison body? "You don't have to look at me like that. My strength is not something you can guess. It's easy to tell that you have the evil poison body," Wu Tian said calmly. Wu Tian's tone was very indifferent. The terrifying evil poison body seemed like an ordinary thing in his mouth. "I don't know what you are talking about." Xianxia's pretty face changed. "Hurry up and get up, or I will shout. If others hear you, you will be embarrassed." Chapter 44. "Little doctor, come with me. Shame on you, shout." Wu Tian just smiled disdainfully. "Shout, then go ahead. The louder you shout, the more people outside will know what we are doing. But, you are a woman with a not so perfect chest and a not so perfect butt, I really have no interest in you at all." Xianxia heard Wu Tian's disdainful words, and her anger burst out like a flame. It's okay to say that her strength is not good, but he actually said that she has a bad figure. Which man in Qingshan town doesn't want her body? This is simply an insult to her. And she can't shout. She knows very well how soft her voice is. If she shouts, it will definitely make people outside guess that they are doing something exciting, and then her reputation will really be ruined. Xianxia was really wronged at this time. Not only was she pressed down by him, but he also disliked her. She couldn't resist, and her tears immediately flowed from the corners of her eyes like a waterfall. "What on earth do you want to do?" Xianxia said angrily while tears were flowing. Wu Tian leaned close to Xianxia's pretty face. At this time, the distance between them was only 10 centimeters. The two of them could clearly see each other's pores on the skin. The faint fragrance penetrated Wu Tian's heart, but he was not moved by it. He said calmly, "Do you want to suppress your evil poison body?" Wu Tian's words directly made Xianxia's beautiful eyes flash. This close distance was naturally completely exposed to Wu Tian's eyes. Xianxia knew everything about her in front of this young man. There was no secret at all. The evil poison body was a time bomb for her. She knew how terrible she was, so she would leave a place after staying in it for a short time and had no fixed place to live. If she could suppress her poison body, she would naturally choose to suppress it. She liked to use medicine to cure diseases and save people, rather than using poison to kill people. She even wanted to poison everyone around her to death when it broke out. She didn't want to go on like this. Xianxia looked at the beautiful boy in front of her with her beautiful eyes. She was very puzzled and said, "Do you mean that you can suppress my physique?" "I can't do it now, but I know that there is a place with a poison book. As long as you practice that poison book, you will be able to suppress your poisonous body in a short time," Wu Tian said directly. Xianxia's eyes lit up. Although she didn't like to practice poison, as a doctor, it was normal to come into contact with poison. As long as she could suppress her physique, she would be willing to practice the poison book. "Where is the poison book?" "No, what is your purpose? Why did you tell me this?" Xianxia was very happy, but she found something wrong as soon as she thought about it. After all, this boy is very powerful. As a powerful fighting master, he will never help her for no reason. He must have some secrets. Wu Tian smiled slightly and approached Xianxia's pretty face little by little. Although the distance between them was only a small 10 centimeters, this 10 centimeters distance made Xianxia feel very long. This boy is close to me, what does he want to do? He doesn't want to kiss me. Didn't he say he had no interest in me? Xianxia's eyes blinked, her pretty face flushed, her tender lips slightly opened, revealing the tender tongue hidden inside. At this moment, she had completely forgotten that she could still resist with her mouth. She watched Wu Tian's face approach her little by little. Just when she thought that she would definitely be taken by the boy in front of her, she actually saw the boy's cheek brushing against her side face and coming to her ear, and a stream of hot air blew towards her earlobe, which was a little hot and red. Xianxia, just know that I won't hurt you, and you come with me. Wu Tian's lips inadvertently touched Xianxia's delicate earlobe and whispered. This sentence made Xianxia's delicate body suddenly feel a little hot. What does he mean? A confession? Before Xianxia could react, Wu Tian propped himself up and pulled Xianxia up. However, in order to prevent Xianxia from spreading poison, he did not untie the rubber band and held her wrist tightly with his strong right hand. This action really did not take Xianxia's angry expression into consideration, which made Xianxia no longer care about her fairy-like temperament and scolded directly. Hey, you are too domineering, is this what you said you would not hurt me? Shouldn't you untie me first? Wu Tian said calmly. I really won't hurt you, but I can't guarantee that you won't hurt me. Although your poison powder has no effect on me, it is very dirty to be sprinkled all over me. Dirty, ah, Xianxia now has an impulse to open her mouth and bite Wu Tian to death. This boy is so annoying. Wu Tian grabbed Xianxia's wrist and walked towards the door. He saw his hand gently waved, and a green light flashed in front of them. The door that had just closed in front of them turned into nothingness in an instant. There were crowds of people outside the door. Of course, most of them were mercenaries. They stared at Wu Tian and Xianxia. They clearly saw Wu Tian tying up their goddess Xianxia and holding her wrists. This made all the mercenaries look at Wu Tian as if he were a love rival. Wu Tian looked at them with a disdainful smile. These people were just ants to him. His physical strength was enough to crush them. Oh, there was also a very stupid fighter. Needless to say, this big fool was the leader of the wolf-head mercenary group, Mu Shi. Stop, let Xianxia go. Mu Shi's eyes were red, and he pointed at Wu Tian with a ferocious expression. Beside Mu Shi, the third leader He Meng and the second leader Gan Mu also had red eyes. It was obvious that they were also angry at Wu Tian's behavior of defiling their goddess. Of course, they actually wanted to defame her themselves. Of course, it would be fine if the three brothers did it together. However, a young man who looked a bit like the three brothers was furious and shouted at Wu Tian, I am Mu Li, the young leader of the wolf-head mercenary group. Let my wife go, or I will kill you. They thought that what they did would definitely attract the attention of Wu Tian and Xianxia, and they would be able to save Xianxia and win her heart. But it was obvious that their actions only earned Xianxia's contempt and Wu Tian's disregard. Xianxia knew that these people were just ants in Wu Tian's eyes. Ants jumping around in front of a strong man would not end well. Now Wu Tian was not angry. If he was angry, these people would definitely end up like the door just now, disappearing without a trace. Chapter 45. Kill the ants and leave something for Xiaoyanzi. Wu Tian was just as Xianxia thought. He had no intention of dealing with these ants. It was like a dog biting you. Can you bite back? He looked at Xianxia beside him and said, call your Shaolin. I'll tell you in detail on the way. Xianxia looked at Wu Tian, with a look of surprise in her eyes. He even knew her flying magic beast and even knew its name. This was really too abnormal. The mercenaries in Xianxia town only knew that she had a flying magic beast, the Blue Eagle. As for what it was called, it was a very secret matter. How did he know? Xianxia was very keen on the poison sutra that could suppress her poisonous body, so she did what Wu Tian said. Her beautiful eyes swept the air, took out the bamboo flute and put it in her little mouth. The strange sound waves echoed in Xianxia town. Li. As the sound waves came out, a sharp cry resounded in the air. This was the cry of Xiaolan, Xianxia's flying magic beast. With the help of the faint moonlight, Wu Tian could clearly see that in the distance, there was a huge blue eagle flying quickly. It was only a moment before it appeared above them and hovered. This scene made everyone in Xianxia town confused. Wasn't Xianxia tied up by this boy? Why was she so obedient? In just a short while, had the goddess been trained to be so obedient? Their dreams were shattered in a snap. Several people from the wolf head mercenary group were stunned on the spot. What was going on? Seeing that Xianxia was about to leave with this strange man, they could no longer bear it. They were all furious and rushed towards Wuxian. The first person to bear the brunt was none other than the crazy Mu Li. This was of course because he was a young man with too much firepower and was too enthusiastic about the matter of being a hero and saving a beautiful woman. You stinky boy, don't even think about taking my Xianxia away. She is my goddess, she is my wife. Mu Li rushed towards Wuxian and Xianxia in anger. He wanted to snatch Xianxia from Wuxian's hands. Xianxia was definitely forced by this man. He wanted to be a hero to save the beauty, he wanted to marry the beauty, he wanted Xianxia to give birth to a baby for him, he wanted his son to have a handsome appearance, he couldn't look like an ugly bastard like him. Mu Li ran towards Wuxian at full speed with his little fighter speed. Wuxian shook his head helplessly, bent his finger and flicked it slightly, and a blue light point suddenly shot from his finger to Mu Li. This light point was very small, so small that Mu Li didn't react at all, and his body was directly frozen in place. The next moment, his body, which was still in a running posture, suddenly turned into a dense blue light point, which dissipated out of thin air with the night breeze. This scene was like a group of fireflies at night, looking beautiful. But everyone knew that this beauty represented extreme danger. A living person was reduced to ashes in an instant. What a horrible scene! Everyone was sweating coldly. Their movements seemed to be paused at the same time. They looked at the boy in front of them. The boy's expression was very indifferent at this time. He killed Mu Li as if it was more common than killing an ant. This made them, who were eager to take back Xianxia, speechless. The cold sweat on their heads poured out like a spring, and their thighs trembled unconsciously. Even the three leaders of the most powerful wolf head mercenary group in Qingshan town were the same at this time. Their bodies were shaking unconsciously. Mu Shi watched his son being killed. At this time, he became very well behaved. He retreated a few steps backwards in a cowardly manner. When he reached the middle of the mercenaries, he collapsed directly on the ground. He was cowardly. He had to be timid. The young man's methods were definitely not something a fighting master could do. How strong would such a terrifying killing method have to be to achieve this? Not to mention a fighting master, even a great fighting master or a fighting spirit could never do it. This young man was definitely not someone he could afford to offend. If his son was gone, he could still create another one. And if a stupid son was gone, it was gone. If his life was gone, it would really be gone. Wu Tian's eyes swept over them, and a smile rose at the corner of his mouth. Let's leave this group of people to Xianxia in the future. If he came to Qingshan town and had nothing to play with, how could this work? At least he had to leave something for him. It was miserable enough without the Blood Lotus spirit, wouldn't it be even more miserable if there was no wolf head mercenary group? Without Mu Li, at least he would have to provoke the third group leader in the future. Xianxia, I wish you and your grandfather happiness. Let's go. Wu Tian looked at the little medical fairy on the side and smiled slightly. Xianxia blinked her big eyes at Wu Tian. Before she could reply, she felt an arm around her waist, and a strong hand directly pulled her into a domineering embrace. Her sight flashed quickly, and she found that she was standing on her flying magic beast Shaolin. However, at this time, she felt that the hand on her waist did not let go, but still held her tightly in his arms. Xianxia felt the domineering waist and the warmth of the chest, which made her feel very down to earth. This feeling was incredible, and her heart was beating wildly. However, this unprecedented sense of security was directly destroyed in the next moment. Hey, Xianxia, what are you doing stupidly? If you don't order it to go, just let it go around like this, it will be confused by itself in a while. A very cold and icy voice sounded in her ears. Xianxia heard this extremely cold voice. She gritted her teeth and angrily said, Hey, you domineering man, you didn't even tell me where to go, what am I ordering? Wu Tian heard that it seemed to be the truth, he had never told Xianxia where to go. Go to the Warcraft mountain range, Wu Tian said calmly. Xiaolan, listen to this domineering man and go to the Warcraft mountain range. Xianxia said unhappily. Hearing the voice of the little medical fairy, Blue Eagle Shaolin immediately flapped his wings, and a huge gust of wind blew past, flying directly towards the direction of the monster mountain range. The people of Qingshan town were left trembling on the spot. The two leaders of the wolf-head mercenary group found Mushi, who was collapsed on the ground, and helped him up, asking, "Brother, what should we do now?" Mushi smiled bitterly. "Nothing happened, do what you should do. By the way, find me 20 women, remember to be beautiful, I want to get married tonight." The two leaders looked at each other, and their eyes revealed that their eldest brother wanted to seize the time to start sewing. The eldest brother is the eldest brother, and he is not sad at all when his son died. They will never understand this advanced thought no matter how many years it takes. Chapter 46. The Domineering Man, the Dead Domineering Man. The Blue Eagle flew through the Warcraft Mountains quickly. This feeling of not having to fly by himself was really comfortable for Wu Tian. Standing on Xiaolan's back, he could fully feel the strong wind blowing past. The strong wind blew Xianxia's long hair a little messy. Although she wanted to tidy it up, her hands were still tied by Wu Tian, and she couldn't move even if she wanted to. Xianxia felt the domineering feeling on her waist and the slightly stuffy feeling on her chest. She shouted in shame and anger, "Hey, you are so strong and powerful, you are not afraid of a little weak woman like me, right? Untie me quickly." Quote, "Weak woman, if you are a weak woman, there are not many really strong people in the Jama Empire," Wu Tian said. However, although Wu Tian said this, he still untied the rubber band on Xianxia's hand. After all, he didn't give her an acupuncture, and he didn't have to keep it like this. He tied her up just now to make her more obedient. Feeling the liberation of her hands, Xianxia was not happy, but her face was a little depressed. This was of course because she had been tied up by the rubber band for too long, and she felt a little numb. This feeling was still very uncomfortable for a girl. She frowned slightly and wanted to use her other hand to relieve the numbness of the other hand, but she would feel a little pain as long as she moved, which made her bite her lips lightly and endure it silently. At this moment, she felt the hand on her waist actually let go, and in her sight, she actually grabbed her hands and rubbed them very gently. Even though her hands were a little numb, she still felt the warmth of the opposite sex. Xianxia looked at the bad guy in front of her, and a little pink appeared on both sides of her pretty face, which was like a ripe peach, so tender that it was about to burst with water. Xianxia thought to herself, "I didn't expect that this domineering man had such a gentle side. He was so gentle, he was really good looking." When she saw Wu Tian raised his head and looked at her, she immediately buried her little face in his arms shyly, and dared not look at Wu Tian again. Wu Tian raised a smile and said, "Are you feeling better now?" Wu Tian naturally let go of Xianxia's hand. This time, he did not hug Xianxia's waist again, but put it behind his back in a very graceful manner. Xianxia's hands had been untied, and she would not fall because of imbalance, so he would naturally not hug her again. Xianxia nodded shyly. She thought Wu Tian would still hug her waist, but Wu Tian's action was completely beyond her expectation. "He did not hug me again. Am I such a delicate little girl, am I not attractive to him at all? He looked at me, touched me, and now he would rather put his hands behind his back than hug me again. Why do I feel a little empty in my heart?" Xianxia bit her lips lightly and looked at Wu Tian beside her with a slightly blurred look. She wanted to see this mysterious boy clearly, but the more she looked, the more mysterious he felt. He was like a bottomless chasm. No matter how you probe, you can't see the scenery inside. Wu Tian had no idea what Xianxia was thinking at this time. He just stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the mountains below. Compared with the barren Tager Desert, the Warcraft Mountains were completely a primitive forest. The mountains below were towering and the forests were dense. Even if he flew in the sky, he could still smell the fragrance of nature, and of course the faint fragrance of Xianxia beside him. "Hey, domineering man, where are we going to the Warcraft Mountains? You just said we were going to the Warcraft Mountains, don't tell me we are going to the center of the Warcraft Mountains. My Shaolin doesn't dare to go there," Xianxia asked helplessly. Wu Tian looked at Xianxia, who finally couldn't help asking, and said lightly, "We don't have to go to the center of the Warcraft Mountains, just go to the cave you found." "How did you know that cave?" Xianxia asked with surprise in her eyes. Xianxia was sure that she found the cave by herself, and no one else would know about it, so how did he know it? Wu Tian smiled mysteriously and said, "Hee, I can see through your heart and know everything in your heart and thoughts." Xianxia glared at Wu Tian with her beautiful eyes. She knew that Wu Tian was fooling her. He just didn't want to say it. Stare to death. Wu Tian looked at Xianxia, who rolled his eyes and felt that Xianxia was really cute at this time. Under Xianxia's order, they came to the steep cliff. As for why they didn't let Xiaolan land directly in the cave, it was because there was a strong wind in the valley today, and Xiaolan couldn't go down at all. On the steep cliff, two figures were looming in the faint moonlight. It was already night, and the night was the most hazy. Wu Tian looked at the dark bottom of the mountain below, and turned to look at Xianxia, who was picking up dry firewood. Xianxia was wearing a white dress and picking up dry firewood. This scene was really a bit inconsistent. Although the scene was incongruous, Xianxia's hands were very skillful. She quickly tied the dry wood together to form two torches, sprinkled a little yellowish powder on them, and then took out the fire and lit them. This series of operations made even Wu Tian admire it. It was obvious that he was not a spoiled child. With such skillful movements, it would be difficult to encounter danger outside the Warcraft Mountains. Xianxia handed the torch to Wu Tian and said, "Hey, domineering man, take it quickly, let's go down quickly." Wu Tian took the torch with a smile and looked at Xianxia with interest. In his sight, Xianxia took out a long rope from a storage bag. After fixing one end, she looked at Wu Tian with a smile and said, "Domineering man, you don't want me, a small and weak woman, to play as a forward." Wu Tian looked at Xianxia with a smile on his face. During this smile, Wu Tian's body had come to Xianxia's side. He embraced Xianxia's soft and fragrant body with his hands, and he took it into his arms. Xianxia was frightened by the sudden attack and uttered a very seductive murmur, "Hey, you stinky domineering man, you dead domineering man, why are you so domineering? You hurt me, woo-woo-woo," Xianxia said with a rich expression when she felt the familiar embrace again. Wu Tian hugged Xianxia's slender waist, and didn't want to pay any attention to Xianxia. He threw the torch in his hand down, and even the torch in Xianxia's hand was thrown to the side of the cliff, as if he was leaving it for someone. "Hold me tight," Wu Tian said lightly. Before Xianxia could react, Wu Tian hugged her and jumped off the cliff, which made Xianxia close her eyes tightly. Her arms subconsciously hugged Wu Tian's waist, and her soft body directly pressed against Wu Tian's body. She thought in her heart, "Is this domineering man crazy? He wants to hold me and commit suicide for love." Chapter 47. The little doctor was soaked. However, just when Xianxia thought they were going to fall down at a rapid speed, she felt that the airflow around them was not so violent, and she opened her eyes curiously. She opened her eyes, and a beautiful scene was exposed directly in front of her eyes. In her sight, a pair of beautiful wings appeared behind the domineering man who was holding her, or now she could say that he was holding her. The wings were crystal clear and emitted a cyan light. At night, they were like elves in the Warcraft forest, and this cyan light illuminated the surroundings. This light was brighter than the moonlight. This scene was like a romantic book for girls. There was no resistance at all. It was so beautiful. She immediately understood what Wu Tian had done just now. Ropes and torches were completely useless to him. But since he could fly, why did he let Xiaolan carry them here? How strong does a strong man who can fly need to be able to do this? The strongest person in the highest realm she had ever encountered didn't have the ability to fly. How strong was he? She looked at Wu Tian with a confused look in her eyes. Wu Tian's face and figure became so handsome in her eyes. But it would be better if he wasn't so domineering. Just as she was daydreaming, the wings behind Wu Tian suddenly flapped, and the two of them rushed down rapidly. The bright cyan light directly illuminated the scenery of the mountain stream. This sudden feeling was like bungee jumping at high altitude, which made Xianxia nervous. Her heart was beating fast. The frequency of this beating was so fast that Wu Tian, who was close to him, could fully feel the stimulating beating. This beating made his originally calm heart a little faster. Xianxia also felt this heart-to-heart beating. She was a little happy in her heart. This domineering man was not so wooden. His heartbeat would also speed up because of me. As Wu Tian flew downward, he could clearly see the hidden cave, and of course, he could also see the rock snakes beside the cave. These rock snakes spread their wings, and when they saw Wu Tian suddenly breaking into their territory, they immediately bared their fangs and hissed at Wu Tian and Xianxia. This made the rock snakes, which looked a bit scary, very scary to a girl like Xianxia. Rock snakes. Xianxia was so scared that her body trembled, and she hugged Wu Tian even tighter. Wu Tian narrowed his eyes, and a ball of green flame appeared on his left hand. The moment the green flame appeared, a suppressed heat was released. The flame was thrown casually in Wu Tian's hand and shot directly towards the cave entrance. The green flame suddenly grew larger in the air, and the violent heat directly enveloped the entire cave. The snakes covered with a layer of rock encountered the terrifying energy of the green lotus earth core fire. The fate of them can be imagined. The rock snakes that were hissing just now have now completely turned into fragrant roasted snakes. However, Wu Tian was not in the mood to pay attention to these roasted snakes at this time, because he felt that his body seemed to be soaked by something. He looked at the little doctor beside him curiously. Good guy, I didn't know at first glance, and I was shocked when I saw it. At this time, the white clothes of the little doctor were completely attached to her delicate body. She was completely covered with fragrant sweat. The fragrant sweat directly soaked her clothes, making her face and neck covered with sweat like a layer of fragrant oil, shining in his sight. The sweat that was like a stream of streams slowly gathered into a river and dispersed downward like a waterfall when it reached the mountain stream. The graceful arc was presented in Wu Tian's sight. It was impossible for him to say that he was not tempted. But at this time, he was only embarrassed. He had just controlled the heat of his strange fire. The strange fire in his hand was indeed not hot, but when he threw it into the cave, the heat also exploded. The heat generated by the attack that could kill these rock snakes was also very hot for Xianxia, which caused Xianxia to become sweaty. He looked at Xianxia with a little embarrassment. At this time, Xianxia's breathing became rapid. She looked up at Wu Tian with a resentful look in her beautiful eyes, and she had the urge to bite Wu Tian now. She could now feel the sticky feeling on her body, and if it weren't for her body sticking to Wu Tian, she was wearing a white dress outside and a white dress inside, which could not block anything. But now that I am so close to him, will he become a pervert and do something to me in this mountain stream? I definitely can't resist, so what should I do? Wu Tian looked at Xianxia's resentful eyes, and his face was really embarrassed. He felt the delicate body in his arms, so he had to fall down quickly, and quickly change the subject. We're here. The two landed outside the cave, looking at the darkness inside the cave. The cave entrance was not very wide, only able to accommodate 2 or 3 people, and it looked a bit mysterious. When the two fell, Wu Tian also let go of Xianxia's hand. He couldn't hold her down anymore. If he went down, the mountain stream would echo with elf-like cries, which would be very bad. After all, Kai Lin was still staring at him in her sleeves. After landing, Xianxia no longer felt warm, and there was only the cold wind of the mountain stream, which made her not only hug her chest with her arms, but also stomped her long legs and stomped her feet hard, HMPH. She hummed in her heart, HMPH, this damn overbearing man, he got me soaked, and he still doesn't take responsibility. HMPH. Wu Tian seemed to sense Xianxia's resentment, and a ball of green flame appeared in his hand again. This time, the flame was very well controlled, making Xianxia feel bright, comfortable and warm. Similarly, her clothes were dried by this energy. Except for some wrinkles, there was nothing wrong with them. However, the drying process made her blush with shame. Follow me. Wu Tian walked into the cave without looking back. Xianxia looked at Wu Tian, the overbearing man who didn't look back at her, stomped her feet again, bit her lip and followed. Walking in the dark cave in the quiet road ahead, although she didn't feel the cold because of Wu Tian's flame, she could only hear the subtle footsteps of the two in this quiet passage. This dark environment was naturally a little scary for the young girl Xianxia. She immediately quickened her pace and followed closely behind Wu Tian. In this environment, only this domineering man in front of her could give her a sense of security. Give me your hand. Wu Tian's domineering voice once again reached her ears. Chapter 48 The Little Weak Woman in the Cave. Wu Tian's strong words made Xianxia unconsciously put her jade hand into Wu Tian's hand. When she felt the warmth, she realized when she became so obedient. He gave it to her, but what if he let me? Wu Tian turned around and smiled at Xianxia with satisfaction, and then continued to move forward. In this narrow space, the two of them couldn't walk fast at all, not to mention that there were strange rocks in the cave. They walked in this quiet atmosphere for more than 10 minutes. During this process, neither of them spoke. Although the cave was terribly quiet, Xianxia didn't feel any palpitations, because Wu Tian's hand made her feel very at ease. More than 10 minutes of time didn't make the two feel any discomfort at all, but made the cave, which was originally a little warm, even warmer. Xianxia was held by Wu Tian's hand, and her thoughts were full of thoughts, thinking about who this young man was, why did he know so much, and why did he come to Qingshan town to find her and help her get the poison sutra? Did I lose my memory? Is he my childhood sweetheart? Or my childhood sweetheart, or is he the one I have already confirmed my relationship with? Xianxia imagined too many things in her mind, and she even suspected that she had already had sex with this man. Just as she was thinking wildly and imagining, Wu Tian, who was walking in front of her, suddenly stopped. This made Xianxia, who was thinking wildly, hit Wu Tian's back firmly. Because of the strong force, she was even bounced back. She hurriedly hugged Wu Tian's waist with her other hand. Wu Tian blinked, feeling the sudden attack from Xianxia, exhaling a turbid breath from his nose, he said lightly with his side face, "Xianxia, you stepped on my foot and bumped into me." The intimate contact made Xianxia's pretty face blush, but Wu Tian's words made her shy expression disappear directly. She hurriedly stepped back and said angrily, "You domineering man, I bumped into you because you suddenly stopped, otherwise would I have bumped into you?" Wu Tian pointed sideways at the stone door in front of him that was emitting a faint yellow light, and said helplessly, "There is no way, where can I go?" Xianxia followed Wu Tian's hand and looked at the stone door in front of her. She blinked and found that it seemed that she was wrong. There was no way ahead, and he couldn't walk even if he wanted to. She bumped into him because she was not paying attention. "Ahem, I didn't see it." Xianxia lowered her head and whispered. Wu Tian nodded to Xianxia, as if accepting her apology, which made Xianxia feel something was wrong. "Wait, something is wrong, how could this be my fault? I was taken advantage of by him just now, and my chest is still a little stuffy. He took advantage of me, why am I the first to admit my mistake?" Wu Tian ignored the fierce-looking Xianxia. He looked at the stone door in front of him and said in a deep voice, "Behind this stone door is our destination. You step back and I'll break it." Xianxia glared at Wu Tian fiercely, not afraid of him at all. She leaned close to observe the stone door and stretched out her slender hand to touch it, saying, "Domineering man, you only know how to use brute force. Breaking a door here will make a loud noise. You can bear it, but how can a weak woman like me bear it? Look at the yellow light of this stone door. It is obviously set up with earth-based mechanical techniques. As long as you are careful, it won't be difficult to open it." As she spoke, Xianxia's hands had already begun to move. Her eyes were serious, her hands moved very slowly, her little mouth bit unconsciously, and her concentration looked like a real pleasure in this lonely little cave. Wu Tian didn't disturb her. Since she wanted to untie it, then untie it. In case Xianxia comes here in the future, it would be fun to prepare a surprise for him later. "Found it, hee." Xianxia laughed happily. She pressed her finger lightly, and a creaking sound slowly rang out in the cave. Xianxia was very happy looking at the door that was gradually moving up. She turned her head to look at Wu Tian, with an expectant look in her eyes. Of course, she expected Wu Tian's praise. However, Wu Tian's face was still so indifferent, and he did not show any joyful expression because of the opening of the door. This made Xianxia's smile disappear immediately, and she pouted her mouth and looked very angry and aggrieved. She thought unwillingly in her heart, maybe for this domineering man, the best way is to just break the door. This is simple and crude, and it saves time. But just when she felt extremely aggrieved, she saw Wu Tian in front of her actually gave her a thumbs up. After seeing this, she looked up and showed a happy smile, which was very healing. Wu Tian curled his lips and said, "Let's go, silly girl, didn't you see that the door was open?" Well, Xianxia smiled and followed Wu Tian inside. Wu Tian didn't have to worry about this small cave at all. It was brightly lit. With his strength, there was no danger here at all. Protecting Xianxia was of course a piece of cake. The two of them stepped into the stone door. As soon as they took this step, Xianxia's hand grabbed Wu Tian's hand. This time, it was not Wu Tian who pulled her, but she took the initiative to hold it. Wu Tian looked back and saw Xianxia with a healing and sweet smile on her face. The corners of his mouth also rose with a happy arc. Inside the stone door was a huge stone room, which looked a bit simple and empty. The walls were inlaid with moonstones for lighting, which was why the lights were bright here. Wu Tian's flame was also retracted because of this. They could clearly see that there was a seat in the center, and there was a dry skeleton on the seat. This terrifying scene looked extremely gloomy and terrifying. Xianxia didn't feel scared when she saw this scene. After all, she dealt with this kind of thing every day. As a doctor, it was common for her to see this kind of thing, including dead people. On the contrary, Wu Tian felt a little uncomfortable when he saw this scene. This was the first time he saw a real skull, and the skull head fell on the thigh bone. If it was in his previous life, he would definitely be scared to scream Mamma Mia. But I have seen a lot in this life, and I have never seen blood when I was killed, so when I saw the skull, I just narrowed my eyes carelessly. Hey, Xianxia suddenly shouted beside him. Wu Tian, Chapter 49. Who is yours? Xianxia's sudden shock really frightened Wu Tian, but he did not show it. He just looked at Xianxia speechlessly. Does that mean you are so naughty? Xianxia saw Wu Tian's indifferent expression and curled her lips slightly, indicating that she was very bored. In front of this skeleton, there was a long and wide bluestone platform. On the bluestone platform, 3 locked stone boxes were neatly placed on it. In addition to this, there were also a lot of golden coins and other precious financial items piled up around. These gold coins seemed to be worth hundreds of thousands. Treasures and money were just numbers to Wu Tian, and these treasures were just randomly piled up anywhere, which could also prove that the original owner of the treasure also regarded these financial items as dirt. But he was only the original owner, because when Wu Tian saw the money, it belonged to him. Of course, he would not be too stingy, at least he would give Xianxia 1% of the points. Wu Tian was naturally not very interested in the money, and finally stopped at a corner, where he saw a small flower bed with all kinds of flowers and plants. Looking at these flowers and plants, Xianxia's expression was naturally very excited. As a doctor, she was familiar with them. Her beautiful eyes looked at the small flower bed, and the names of precious high-grade medicinal materials came out of her red and tender little mouth: white spirit ginseng fruit, snow lotus seed. That turned out to be Bingling flame grass. Xianxia finally stopped at the red and white medicinal materials. When Xianxia called out this name, Wu Tian's eyes lit up immediately. This medicinal material was useful for Xianxia, and he didn't know it at first, but when Xianxia said it, his heart moved immediately. Xianxia, I want the Bingling flame grass, and the rest of the medicinal materials are all yours. Wu Tian said lightly. Xianxia's pretty face was immediately swelled with anger, and she said reluctantly, HMPH, you, a domineering man, actually want the most precious ones. Go and pick them for me. Wu Tian said directly. Xianxia's eyes widened, and she pointed at Wu Tian and said angrily, can you not be so domineering? You actually let a weak woman like me work as a laborer for you. You don't have to work as a laborer, then all these herbs belong to me. Wu Tian stared at Xianxia and said. You. Xianxia waved her sleeves, took out a small shovel and walked towards the small flower bed angrily. While walking, she muttered reluctantly, you stinky domineering man, you dead domineering man, annoying ghost, I dig, I dig. Xianxia's appearance was so cute in Wu Tian's eyes, but Wu Tian had a sense that Xianxia was digging a hole for himself and was going to bury himself, just like the legendary Bauer sister carrying a shovel. While Xianxia was working, Wu Tian was not idle either. He went directly to the gold coins and treasures and collected all of them without leaving any. When Xianxia put away those rare herbs, she looked back and found that all the gold coins and treasures were gone. She was about to point the small jade shovel at Wu Tian to argue, but Wu Tian said first, one hand for money, the other hand for goods. Ah, you dead domineering bastard, I have half of those gold coins, and you actually want to pay me with one hand and the other hand for goods. Xianxia gritted her teeth and cursed. Wu Tian smiled slightly and said, when did I say I won't give you half of the money? I give you half of the money, and you give me the ice spirit flame grass. Isn't this normal? Of course, you can choose not to give it to me. You are now completely mine. Do you think you can resist? You damn bastard, stinky egg, stupid egg, who is yours? Xianxia pouted and said with a red face. Wu Tian's mouth twitched. As expected, you should never guess a girl's heart. The little medical fairy's concern turned from herbs and money to whether she was mine. He had no choice but to stop teasing her and directly gave the little medical fairy 100,000 gold coins. He also got the ice spirit flame grass as he wished. This thing was really useless to him, but as long as Xianxia was useful, he would collect it. It would be very pleasant to take it out and disgust him. After Wu Tian and the little medical fairy divided the loot, they came to the 3 most important stone boxes for them. Wu Tian directly snatched the key from the skeleton's palm and picked up the skeleton's dry bone. He knew there was a scroll here, and this scroll was his ultimate purpose. He directly put the dry bone away under the eyes of the little medical fairy. The little medical fairy looked at Wu Tian's actions and was very curious. Why did he put the bone away? Did he have any other hobbies? Or was there a secret on the bone? This time, Xianxia was very tactful and did not ask more questions, because there were some things that she could not know. If the boy was in a good mood, he would share the things that were exposed. But if he was in a bad mood, he might wipe him out like Muley, leaving nothing behind. Wu Tian had no respect for the dry bones, and he did not need to respect them. It was just a dead person, so why should he respect him? To Xianxia, it was just a normal skeleton. He observed Xianxia and found that she did not ask more questions because she hid the dry bones. This little girl was really smart. She knew what she could get and what she could not get. Wu Tian smiled at Xianxia and said, "Here are the keys. The 3 stone boxes contain the poison sutra you want." He did not give the key to Xianxia. After all, it was better for a man like him to do this kind of work. There is a saying that men should do things when they have something to do, and men should do things when they have nothing to do. He took the key and opened one of the locks. His luck was quite good. With a crisp sound of click, the lock was opened directly. Wu Tian stretched out his palm and fanned the stone box. The stone box was opened. As expected, there was a colorful and simple scroll inside. "Here, this is the 7-colored poison sutra. It will be of great help to you." Wu Tian pointed at the scroll. Xianxia picked up the scroll with her jade hand and opened it to read. As Wu Tian said, this is a poison sutra that records the configuration of poisons. If she had this poison sutra, it would be very helpful to suppress the poison in her body. Little medical fairy smiled as she looked at the 7-colored poison scripture, but this smile was not of joy, but of bitterness. Her smile was very bitter, revealing her unwillingness and reluctance. Wu Tian looked at little medical fairy, patted her on the shoulder and said, "Everyone has their own path, and your path was destined when you were born. You can only keep yourself alive if you keep practicing hard, and your future is not dark. As long as you can control your poisonous body, then with your character, you will always be the kind little medical fairy. Don't worry, I will do my best to help you in the future." Chapter 50. Kissed by the Little Doctor. "Thank you, domineering man," little medical fairy said gently to Wu Tian. After listening to Wu Tian's comfort, little medical fairy felt much better. Since she couldn't become an alchemist, she would become a poison master. As long as she used the good parts, as Wu Tian said, it would be equally useful. Wu Tian was still a little uncomfortable with the sudden gentleness of little medical fairy. He smiled at little medical fairy again and said, "Since you have already got what you want, the remaining 2 stone boxes are mine." "You." After listening to Wu Tian's words, little medical fairy's pretty face was slightly stunned. Sure enough, the domineering man was a domineering man. The gentleness that comforted her just now disappeared directly. In the blink of an eye, he became so domineering again. It was so annoying. "What do you mean by me? I have helped you get the poison sutra, and you don't reward me anything. Compared to me." Wu Tian didn't say anything more when he said this, because he actually felt a warm feeling on his lips. This feeling is very tender, smooth and moist. Although this feeling is fleeting, it is extremely comfortable. Wu Tian blinked and suddenly realized that he was kissed by force. "Your gentle kiss makes me feel crazy." He looked at Xianxia, who was facing away from him at this time. Even so, Wu Tian saw her red ears. Wu Tian knew that Xianxia had developed a feeling called love for him. "Oh, it's really annoying. I was so domineering to her, but she still liked me. This is my charm that has nowhere to go. Wife, you also saw that I was passive." Wu Tian looked at Xianxia with her back to him, feeling very embarrassed, and said in his own words that he knew he was a straight man. "Ahem, Xianxia, don't think that if you kiss me, I will fall into your beauty trap and score the one thing you have left. This is impossible." The straightness of this sentence made Wu Tian feel hard to the sky. You can imagine how Xianxia would feel after hearing this sentence. After hearing what Wu Tian said, Xianxia stamped her feet and turned to look at Wu Tian. Anger emanated from her beautiful eyes, and she looked like she wanted to kill Wu Tian very much. She thought so and did so. She threw out 2 handfuls of green and red poison powder. Xianxia knew that the poison powder would not cause any harm to Wu Tian, but she just wanted to teach this overbearing man a lesson. It took a lot of determination for a girl to shyly reward him, but he actually said that he used a beauty trap, which really pissed her off. Wu Tian knew that Xianxia would do this, so he didn't hide. Who asked him to deliberately piss her off? The red and green dust dissipated on Wu Tian's body, revealing Wu Tian's delicate cheeks. Xianxia saw Wu Tian's current appearance and immediately smiled with her pink lips covered. He, domineering man, your hair is so beautiful now. When Wu Tian saw Xianxia smiling so happily, he knew that his image should not be very good now. He took out a mirror directly from the storage ring. This mirror was naturally not his reserve, but his wife Medusa's. Before Medusa evolved, she placed her storage ring with him, and all the things in it were handed over to Wu Tian. After all, they are a family. Wu Tian took out a red mirror and looked at his head. He didn't know until he saw it. He was really shocked. His head was dyed into 2 colors by Xianxia's poison powder at this time, half of it was red, and the other half was green. As the saying goes, red matches green. Wu Tian felt speechless at this time. Xianxia was definitely doing it on purpose. He shook his head, and the poison powder went down. He looked at Xianxia again with helpless eyes. However, Xianxia's expression at this time was completely different from the smile that was as beautiful as a flower just now. This made Wu Tian feel overwhelmed. What happened to her? How can you be more fickle than my wife? Xianxia was staring at the mirror in Wu Tian's hand. When she saw the mirror, her expression froze because she found that the mirror was actually used by women. The mirror was the size of 2 palms, with red patterned edges and a gorgeous coiled snake on the back. It was obvious that it was a mirror used by women. This mirror was enough to prove that this domineering man had a woman. How could such a domineering man have other women who liked him? Was that woman blind? Xianxia was in a bad mood at this time. When she saw Wu Tian looking at her, she said angrily, "What are you looking at, domineering man? Open the box quickly, get the things and leave here. I don't want to stay here all the time." Wu Tian's mouth twitched. Good guy. Did Xianxia take choking medicine? He put away the mirror without knowing why, picked up the key and opened the other 2 boxes. One of them was naturally the advanced flying fighting skill of the Zon level, Eagle Wings. This flying fighting skill is really useless to Wu Tian. If he wants to fly, wouldn't it be better to just gasify the wings? When he wanted to give it to Xianxia actually refused because she said she had Xiaolan. Wu Tian was speechless. Does this conflict with you having Xiaolan? Since Xianxia refused, he had to put it away first. At worst, he could use it himself. He could use this flying fighting skill to fly around for fun. As for the last box, Wu Tian naturally found a scroll after opening it. Compared with the previous one, this scroll is really not a good thing, because it is a Zon-level primary fighting skill called Lion's Roar. Of course, it is more accurate to call it Lion's Roar. This is a sonic fighting skill that can suddenly scare you when fighting with others, achieving the effect of temporary unconsciousness. For Wu Tian, this fighting skill is naturally useless. He is a guardian spirit of the snake people. Does he need to roar when fighting with others? This is not the world of Dragon Ball. When you roar, your hair changes color and becomes a Super Saiyan. When you roar, it will only make him lose his status. Wu Tian still sought the opinion of Xianxia for this fighting skill. Hey, do you want to? I don't want to. Xianxia glared at him unhappily. You want it? No, don't. Xianxia glared at me and doubted in her heart again. How did this domineering man manage to be liked by other women? He actually let a delicate girl like me practice the lion roar technique. Wu Tian seemed to have not seen what Xianxia was thinking. He continued. Xianxia, you look so smart and have a fairy-like temperament. A beautiful girl like you looks very weak, which makes people want to care for you and protect you. Xianxia was suddenly praised by Wu Tian, and her pretty face immediately turned red. She didn't dare to look at Wu Tian, but Wu Tian's next sentence made her angry again.